Chapter 1721. The undying heavenly blade that was known as the #1 blade since the ancient times broke. Cold light swept through the stars, divine radiance illuminating the world. This result left everyone shocked. Meanwhile, the Empress was powerful to an indescribable degree, barehandedly tearing apart an Emperor artifact. One has to understand that this artifact was different from the masses and couldn't be judged with normal reasoning. It was already close to an unmatched immortal artifact. It was as if an expanse of the starry sky collapsed. The heavenly blade became the source of destruction. It was broken into two, cold light engulfing everything. It was like a silver waterfall, but also like a vast ocean, torrential and unending. This was its unwillingness and anger. The once invincible weapon had actually fallen to such a state. Humiliation and sullenness, as well as the pressure of survival, caused it to explode. However, it couldn't change anything. Its own rupture had long become a foregone conclusion, and this was an indescribable bitter fruit. Shio. The undying heavenly blade entered the void. It wished to escape, not wishing for its soul to truly perish here. Meanwhile, during this process, the two halves of the blade were extremely strange. They both surged with scarlet multicolored light, as if they were bright red blood. It was a ghastly sight, and then they joined together. What is this? Everyone was shocked. This is the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold's ultimate profound mystery. The old deity said, his eyes flickering with radiance. True to its name, the Scarlet Phoenix Blood Gold possessed the characteristics of the immortal phoenix bird. It could undergo nirvana and be reborn. Skyblade was clearly undergoing such a metamorphosis to protect himself. The scarlet multicolored light that gushed out was the natural laws and profound mysteries of the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold. It was born while bathed in immortal blood. At this type of critical moment, the undying heavenly blade displayed its heaven-defying side. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder there was a legend that in order to become an immortal artifact, one needed to smelt all kinds of divine metals. This wasn't without reason. Every single type of divine metal had its own supreme quintessence. For example, the divine scar violet gold could imitate the remnant great Daos of the world and capture the quintessence of the scriptures in the ruins. This Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold represented undying and revival. It could undergo nirvanic rebirth. This was a type of astonishing potential. Of course, there was no shortage of divine metal, but not everyone could refine weapons to this level. The source characteristics of supreme treasures also needed to be developed. What a terrifying heavenly blade. It really is going to be invincible under the heavens. If it is given time, once it transforms into an immortal artifact, it won't be able to be destroyed even if we want to. Scarlet blood dyed the starry sky, and the broken blade reformed. The great Empress stepped forward and attacked again. At the same time, the green lotus of chaos that had taken root in the void suddenly moved. It disappeared from its original position and headed straight for the deepest part of the universe, where the stone egg had disappeared. Heaven Blade roared. This time, it was truly anxious, even more so than if it had been smashed into pieces. That was the immortal egg it was guarding, and it had yet to be born. Nothing could happen to it. It frantically attacked, its entire body burning with bloody light. Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold surged, gushing out like true blood. At the same time, the other four types of divine gold also moved rhythmically, each displaying great divine abilities, wishing to escape into the void. Skyblade unleashed the most powerful attack of his life. He sliced open the universe and fled toward the stone egg to stop the destruction of the Qing Supreme Thearcha's weapon. The Empress followed him unhurriedly. All of you retreat, Yi Fan ordered. Just now many people had stopped to watch. With the protection of the Lotus Emperor, they were not worried. Now all three weapons were rushing towards the cosmic sea. Although they wanted to know the result, they understood that it was too dangerous. After hearing the order, they left in an orderly manner. The old god Yi Fan and the woodcutter old man, the three peerless experts rushed toward the cosmic sea. They hoped to see the result, and if necessary they would fight to the death. That heaven blade was truly a great threat. However, no matter how powerful they were, they could not keep up with the rhythm of the three weapons. Along the way they saw broken galaxies, destroyed galaxies, and ruins one after another. Finally they saw some fragments of time. That was the final battlefield. The green lotus of chaos found the stone egg, and one of its roots tore open the universe like a dragon. It took root and went straight for the immortal egg. Heaven Blade attacked with all his might, wanting to cut off that root of the green lotus and not let it get close to the stone egg. Behind him, the great Empress acted calmly. Her whole body was enveloped by the light rain of the fairy realm. Her jade-white hands began to form seals and pressed forward. Dong. The Sky Emperor drum vibrated and blocked the front of the stone egg. The green root pierced through the drum's skin and took root. This scene was shocking. Ah! The heaven blade roared angrily and shattered the galaxy. It burned itself to display a power that surpassed common sense. It disappeared in an instant and cut through the river of time. It blocked the root of the green lotus in front of the stone egg and then chopped down. The green emperor lotus was incomparably huge, and its main body was not far away. Its branches and leaves covered the entire universe. This was only one of its many roots. It did not take the heaven blade head-on and retracted at the right time. However, just from the fact that it could penetrate the Sky Emperor General Drum with a single strike, one could tell that it was extremely frightening and astonishing. In the distance, the old god Yi Fan and the woodcutter old man looked at each other. Indeed, none of them were weak. Regardless of whether it was the last great emperor after the primordial era, the Sky Emperor revered by all races, or the most talented and ruthless person in history, they were all heaven-defying. The great empress had arrived. She walked calmly without any emotional fluctuations. She seemed to have sensed something and her hands moved slowly. This part of the cosmic sea was suddenly filled with powerful astral winds. It was about to be destroyed. You all have gone too far. I would rather sleep for 10,000 years in exchange for the undying Sky Emperor to come down to the lower realm and invite the Supreme Ming to descend. The Heaven Blade shouted crazily. It had been forced into a desperate situation. It had no choice but to use the path of destruction. Even though it was known as the Undying Heaven Blade just like the Sky Emperor of the past, it was difficult to kill. It still had to pay a great price. The blade burned and shone. A mysterious and unfathomable power spread outwards, summoning a supreme power. With caca sounds, the Heaven Blade was covered in cracks. Then it continuously collapsed. It actually broke into 7 or 8 pieces, paying an unimaginably terrifying price. Long. An illusory figure descended. It was a tall man. Even though it was hazy and indistinct, making it hard to see clearly, one could still feel his power. He was the Undying Sky Emperor. On the other side of the River of Stars, the woodcutter old man Yi Fan, and the old god's expressions changed. This supreme expert of history had truly appeared, and he actually had this kind of method. It's not his true body, just a void figure. After calming down a bit, he said calmly, "This was something the Sky Emperor left behind in the past, and not the true phoenix body descending into this world." Bang! The Empress made her move, facing the void figure head-on. She immediately used the power of ascension. Within the rain of light, that pure white palm seemed incomparably sharp and powerful. After the Undying Sky Emperor's void figure saw the scene before him, he was clearly shocked. He stared at the Empress and the Green Lotus, but he did not confront them. Instead, his body scattered, turning into a blazing Dao Law, wrapping around the broken Heaven Blade, Sky Emperor Drum and Stone Egg. He escaped into the chaotic star sea ahead. The Green Lotus and the Empress chased after him, not stopping. Yi Fan and the woodcutter old man both sighed, feeling a bit regretful. Since the Undying Heaven Blade paid such a great price to summon a void figure, escaping most likely wouldn't be a problem. At the same time, they were all horrified. What exactly was that stone egg, to make the Heaven Blade care so much that the Undying Sky Emperor left behind a void figure to protect it? One had to know that even the Heavenly Prince and the Undying Sky Empress had never received this kind of treatment. The difference was extremely obvious. After a long time in the chaotic star sea, a simple and unadorned jar landed in Yi Fan's hand. With a ding sound, a ring fell into his palm. A green lotus returned to its normal size, floating in the void. The battle had ended. Yi Fan and the others stood in silence for a long time, then said their goodbyes to each other, preparing to step on their own paths back. There are many possibilities in the future and they are ever-changing. They might not necessarily come true. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He looked at the old god because the Black Emperor had predicted that the old god would die under the Heaven Blade, but the result was not like that. The old god had survived. However, just as he finished speaking, the old god, who had stepped into the star door, coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His body staggered a little and he turned back to Sai, saying, "I've already been hit by a streak of blade chi and I still have a few decades to live. I'll go back and make arrangements for the future generations." Yi Fan was stunned. He had originally thought that he had already deviated from the path of the future, but now he felt a chill. Were some general trends really hard to change? In the end, the old god was going to die. He had long been injured by the Heaven Blade, but it had just been delayed for a period of time. Yi Fan had destroyed the phoenix nest, killed all the divine generals, and forced the undying Heaven Empress into a dead end. He had gotten rid of this great threat, but could he really solve this once and for all? He thought of the underworld. In the future, it was these two great powers that destroyed the celestial court, killed Ziyu, Komatsu, Pangbo, the Black Emperor Little Purple, and the others, and now the underworld had yet to be pacified. This meant that a tragedy might still happen. He could not relax yet, and he could not let out a sigh of relief. He still had to fight and make himself stronger. When they were bidding farewell, Yi Fan bluntly said that he wanted to give the old god Bodhi branches and leaves, as well as the king of medicine, and other things for him to heal. However, he was tactfully refused because the old god knew that the blade chi had entered his primordial spirit, and he would definitely die. It was not something that could be reversed by immortal medicines. And now, the reason why he could not die was because he had used his life's Tao fruit to suppress his body. Once he relaxed, he would instantly disintegrate, and his primordial spirit would explode in the starry sky. The end of this battle had a great impact. The universe was in an uproar, and there were sounds of discussion everywhere. The illustrious phoenix nest had been destroyed, and the insufferably arrogant undying Heaven Empress had fallen in the starry sky. This news was too shocking. Everywhere in the universe, many great powers were shaken, and the clamor in the outside world was deafening. In this battle, Yi Fan had consecutively killed 3 divine generals. His name had spread throughout the starry sky, and he was known as the person with the greatest potential on the great Emperor's road. From this day onwards, whoever wanted to step on the Emperor's road would have to pass through him. This was a reality that was placed in front of all the supreme experts who had ambitions on the Emperor's road. The rise of the celestial court was already unstoppable. It had truly soared into the heavens, and it had become one of the strongest powers in the universe. The phoenix nest had been destroyed, and the celestial court had replaced it. Together with the Tao Palace, the underworld, and the others, they had become the giants of the universe, ruling over all regions and commanding the heavens. Boom. Just as everyone was sighing with emotion, a riot came from the depths of the universe. That was the aura of a supreme being pervading, and it instantly swept through the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains everywhere. The first divine general of the ancient heaven. Yi Fan sensed it immediately. The battle between the youth and the emperor of the underworld hadn't ended yet. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. If he was defeated, it might cause a dark upheaval. Chapter 1722. An imperial aura spread, but it quickly calmed down as if nothing had happened. However, everyone's hearts were filled with nervousness and fear as they silently waited. Nothing happened even after a long time had passed. Did the great chaos end? What happened to the divine general of ancient heaven? The people of the world were puzzled and uneasy as they quietly waited. However, in the end, nothing happened. The cosmos was still as calm as before. Everything was peaceful, no dark chaos erupting. In the end, he completely let go of his worries. However, the underworld wasn't this peaceful. Underworld Earth was in ruins. It had experienced an unimaginable calamity. It was unknown just how many stars fell from this black and gloomy land. There were craters everywhere. Mist curled about. Below those craters were burial grounds. The entire underworld was a sea of corpses. Now, it had been smashed apart and reappeared in the world. It was hard for people to imagine just how this place was formed. It was as if all of the creatures of the cosmos were buried together. Underworld Emperor held a war spear in his left hand and a black golden shield in his right. There was even an underworld spear on his back. He stood on this black land for a long time before slowly turning around and walking into the sea of corpses. Cough. Outside underworld Earth, a youth was laughing. He was also coughing out blood, but he was still just as brilliant and extraordinary. How could someone like me die like this? If I don't bury a life-restricted region, I would be letting myself down. The youth laughed loudly before turning around to leave underworld Earth. His injuries were extremely serious, but this could be considered a miracle. He hadn't truly achieved the Tao and wasn't a great emperor yet he dared to cause such a great disturbance, almost splitting the great Earth of the underworld apart. The youth laughed loudly. Blood scattered everywhere as he left alone through the starry skies. In the end, he walked faster and faster until he tore apart the cosmos. He entered the boundless starry river and turned into a brilliant shooting star. The void exploded. The number 1 divine general of ancient heaven walked out. There was a phoenix platform in front of him, as well as a void figure, as well as an expanse of ashes. It's you? Undying Taoist ruined deity was shocked. I was worried that the Empress would bring disaster to everyone, so I left behind an imprint to track her down and beat her up when necessary. I never thought that her soul would already return to the yellow earth. The youth shook his head. His eyes were sparkling as he stared at the bloodstains on the Phoenix platform and then at the ruined deity. Undying Taoist remnant consciousness's expression changed. He was fully aware of how terrifying this youth was. If he had not met someone who achieved Tao before him, he would definitely be an emperor-level expert. Despite this being the case, he still blazed a different path, cultivating an unmatched divine ability. He didn't achieve the Tao, but he could still be considered to be comparable to this domain, possessing exceptional strength. It was difficult for him to meet his match in this world. The remnant god had already lost his former glory. Now that he encountered it, he would definitely meet with misfortune. Moreover, the immortal phoenix blood that supported him would definitely fall into the hands of this youth. The consequences would be unthinkable. Ning Fei had already ascended to the extreme and died in battle, and you deceived him. The ruined deity roared. Nonsense, how could I be that kind of person? His heart is worried about that woman, so his fate has already been decided. The youth said coldly. But you survived. The ruined deity's eyes were ice cold. Someone as carefree as me and as infatuated as him are both true men. Character determines fate, and everything has already been decided. We are two extremes. Speaking up to here, he paused and said, if I don't flatten the underworld, how could I be willing to die? He smiled brilliantly as he stared at the ruined deity. Undying Taoist remnant consciousness immediately became sluggish. He had a premonition that the situation was far from reassuring. As expected, the youth laughed heartily and said, were you waiting for me? It's hard to refuse such great kindness. Speaking up to here, he reached out and grabbed forward. His aura surged as if a wild beast had come back to life. However, the youth's brilliance did not diminish in the slightest. That was the remnant consciousness of the undying heavenly deity. Killing it didn't bring him any burden, and on the contrary he felt a type of pleasure from taking revenge. This wasn't a true deity. The heavenly deity's consciousness had left his body, and undying Taoist had been bestowed with a new life. Even though he was once matchless, he was still crippled. The youth grabbed him with one hand and smashed him with a fist, causing his head to explode on the spot. Then he absorbed specks of primordial spirit light and read his remnant consciousness. Then he stood on the Blood Phoenix stage and laughed heartily. Undying heavenly deity, you old thing. Actually, my greatest wish is to kill you. Today I'll first kill a remnant of your deity and then use your method to bathe in your own blood. This is the so-called giving you a taste of your own medicine. The blood on the Phoenix stage evaporated and turned into strands of scarlet multicolored light. Then it poured onto the youth's body. He was still optimistic and laughed heartily even though he was seriously injured. As expected, the effect is excellent. Emperor of the underworld and the underworld, just wait to be buried with me. So what if you've achieved the Tao? Sooner or later, your Tao will collapse and your spirits will be extinguished. The bones all over the first divine general's body crackled. Not long after, he was full of vigor again. He was 100 times more spirited than when he left the underworld. Those who achieve the Tao later, come out as soon as possible. I'll keep the underworld in check for you for 100 years, he said softly. He sat cross-legged on the Phoenix stage and disappeared. The outside world was in an uproar. There were many discussions about the great battle today. There were many coffins in the celestial court. 3 of the saints who had been brothers with Longma had fallen, and 4 of the 13 demons had died. The casualties of the celestial soldiers and generals were not small either. The main reason was the appearance of the undying heaven blade. It had almost turned the situation around and killed everyone. Even Yi Tong and Pang Bo had been blasted to pieces on the spot. If not for the protection of the ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman, they would have died without a doubt. Even Komatsu had been cut in half and had almost died. They had obtained a great victory in this battle, but they had also paid a price. They had been worshipping the heroic spirits for many days, and the atmosphere was a little gloomy. Only after half a month did the atmosphere ease up. They knew that there would definitely be deaths in war. This was unavoidable and would definitely happen again in the future. After a month, the celestial court finally recovered, and laughter gradually returned. 3 months later, it slowly returned to normal. This was a chaotic world and the laws of survival were very cruel. Everyone seized the time to cultivate and raise their own cultivation levels. The blood-colored divine wood had formed a phoenix nest, but it had already been torn apart. It had been divided among the celestial court, the palace, and the gods' organization. These were all divine items. There were not only secret treasures in the phoenix nest, but there were also books of the way. It was a pity that they could not find the residue of the divine elixir of 9 turns. It was assumed that the Empress and the divine generals had eaten it clean. Apart from that, the broken phoenix nest itself was also a treasure. There were imperial formation patterns carved within it, shining one after another. That was part of the undying heavenly emperor's achievements. In these 3 months, the Black Emperor had forgotten to eat and sleep. He had immersed himself in serious research. It was only 3 days ago that he had woken up and told Hua to continue working hard. The red sun was setting in the west. The Black Emperor slept for 3 days and 3 nights before waking up. Hua came over and said, "Uncle Master, I've torn down the phoenix nest." "Is it the ones I've studied?" the Black Emperor asked. "No," Hua said embarrassedly. "If you're well, it's a sunny day," the Black Emperor said calmly. Then he revealed his snow-white teeth and said, "If you're not well, I'll smack your butt into 8 pieces. Help murder." There were cries of pigs being slaughtered in this place. A sunny day. 8 pieces. The dog is bullying people again. Baldy is so pitiful. Little Violet blinked her big eyes and sat side by side with little Nan Nan. Even the 2 little fellows held their chins in their hands. They were both pink and tender as they looked forward. The autumn wind rose and fell. Yi Fan sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree, comprehending his own laws and Tao. The battle between the undying heavenly blade and the heaven-devouring devil jar had a great impact on him. In the past year or so, he had been comprehending. Finally, he opened his eyes and stood up. He looked at his daughter who had grown up a little in the distance, and a trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes. The 2 little fellows ran over together. "Big brother." "Father." Time passed quickly. The battle of the past had ended. In a flash, nearly 2 years had passed. Little Violet was already as tall as little Nan Nan. They were like 2 porcelain dolls, and their black gem-like eyes were looking at him at the same time. Yi Fan smiled, patted their heads and said, "It's been so long, did something happen?" "Yes, Big Brother Qingdao is here. He has always wanted to see you, but you are always sleeping and can't wake up." The little fellow pouted and said, "Let's go see him." Yi Fan nodded and left with them. Half of a dark red ancient mirror appeared on the jade plate. There were spider web-like cracks on it and half of it was missing. It was the void mirror. Back then, the little Taoist master Zhang Qingyang Long Yuxuan and Zhang Wenshang came to the celestial court from Big Dipper with this half of the mirror. Yi Fan exchanged it with the Ji family. "All these years we have always been summoning the god in the mirror, hoping that he will wake up. At the same time we have found little ancestor Ji's corpse, but we have all failed," Ji Qingdao said. The Ji family had tried all kinds of methods, watering it with the blood of their clansmen. The broken mirror had once reacted, and its entire body was bright red. However, it only lasted for a while before it completely dimmed. All these years the Ji family had no way to revive the broken mirror. They brought it to the celestial court to seek help, hoping to borrow Yi Fan's peerless battle prowess. Yi Fan took the mirror and felt it was especially heavy. Not only did it drink the blood of several supreme beings, it was even stained with its own master's imperial blood in the end. Thinking of the battle of the past, Yi Fan was silent. The half of the broken mirror was buried in the void. This scene seemed to be still before his eyes. In that battle he lost a few close relatives. Gai Juyo, white-clothed divine king Jizi, all of them were so stunning but they would never return. "Put it down. I will go research and find the whereabouts of their corpses." Yi Fan was a bit emotional. The white-clothed divine king who was like a teacher and a father, his good brother Jizi who fought side by side with him through life and death, as well as senior Gai Juyo who was full of heroic spirit, shouting in front of the supreme beings, their voices and smiles seemed to be right before his eyes. Yi Fan went on his way. This was a special type of cultivation, searching for friendship that was even deeper than mountains and seas. These people made him miss them. Whenever he thought of them, he couldn't help but shed silent tears. They were all exceptional geniuses, every one of them stunning past and present. However, for the sake of quelling the darkness chaos, they were forever buried in the ice-cold cosmos. Even now their corpses couldn't be found. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down. He was full of emotions as he walked on the heavenly path, walking alone in the boundless cosmos. He arrived at Big Dipper and gazed into the life-restricted region. He had previously heard that after that battle, there were damaged weapons and flesh that fell into the restricted region. He stood silently in these places for a long time. In the end Yi Fan left Big Dipper. He aimlessly entered the cosmos with the broken void mirror. A star hung in front of him, 9 moons revolving around it. It was extremely pure and holy. Yi Fan raised his head. He couldn't help but be stunned. This was actually the flying immortal star. He had previously avoided it, never entering it. Now he unknowingly arrived here. This was a mysterious and terrifying star. The ancient land was sealed with great terror since the ancient times. There were secrets and existences that ordinary people found difficult to understand. Since I've arrived, I won't miss out this time. Let's go take a look, Yi Fan said. It was because he saw that the mirror body seemed to have flickered. Chapter 1723. According to the ancient legends, this great star was originally a life-forbidden land. Of course, in the extremely distant past it changed later on. Many powerful races appeared and lived here. The star was enormous and not smaller than any great life star Yi Fan had seen before. Ancient trees towered into the heavens, great rivers overflowed, and majestic cliffs appeared. It was an exceptionally magnificent sight. The forbidden land of the legendary era, also known as the place closest to immortals. Yi Fan said softly with a sigh. After so many years, his understanding of the cosmos was much greater than in the past. Especially when it came to things like the flying immortal star, he was naturally an important target of investigation. Oh, Yi Fan descended and stood in a mountainous region. An elephant dragon rushed over. It was over 10 zhang tall and looked like a mammoth. However, its entire body was covered in green scales. In its mouth was a bloody giant tiger that was currently tearing it apart. On the other side, there was a nest at the peak of a majestic stone mountain. A giant silver bird over 60 zhang in length looked downwards and suddenly spread its wings before swooping down. Pooh! Bloody light splashed out. The giant silver bird's sharp claws reached down and tore apart the elephant dragon on the spot. It dragged it towards the mountain peak's nest and carved it into strips of flesh to feed the young birds. Waves of silver flames rose from the nest. That was the awakening of the young bird's divine power. These were all powerful desolate beasts and birds of prey. Each and every one of them was extremely outstanding and comparable to an expert. They had all grasped divine laws a long time ago, but they still lived and struggled in the simple food chain. The strong lived while the weak became meat. It was an extremely cruel and bloody life. This was the flying immortal star. Yi Fan had just arrived and only saw this corner. He already knew how cruel it was to survive here. They were all experts. He walked towards the vast central great land. He wanted to understand more about this place and what kind of secrets were hidden here. Dong! A loud sound rang out. In the distance, a scarlet-haired divine ape blocked in front of him like a mountain. It was over 1,000 zhang tall and could be considered a colossus. It carried a stone axe in its hand and emitted a heaven-overflowing divine might. Yi Fan was astonished. He had never thought that he would encounter a primitive giant that only existed in the desolate era. It was emitting a terrifying pressure. Human, where did you come from? A huge spiritual will rippled out. This was the king of the primitive giants. He was shaped like an ancient ape, and the hair on his body was several meters long. He noticed Yi Fan and his voice rumbled like thunder. I'm from the outer realms. Yi Fan told the truth. This giant king was a great saint, so his power should be quite strong. He warned, I can feel that you are very dangerous and very powerful. However, I want to tell you that you must not try to break the seal of the central ancient land. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for the flying celestial planet. Yi Fan was surprised and politely communicated with him to understand the situation here. The primordial giant sat cross-legged and explained to him. It was rumored that the central ancient land was a restricted area for life during the legendary era, as well as a place where immortals could truly be seen. It was full of legends and secrets since the ancient times. However, for some unknown reason, it was sealed by the supreme beings, and the immortal realm could no longer appear in the world. Since the ancient times, many great emperors have come here and made a trip there. I see that you seem to be a powerful contender for the emperor's path, so I fear that you will act rashly and break the seal there, said the scarlet-haired giant. This information was quite astonishing. Yi Fan had heard rumors many years ago. At that time, it was said that the flying celestial planet seal had loosened, and a supreme existence had already emerged to attack other ancient lands. No, that is just a rumor. The true central immortal land has always been in a sealed state. It's just that the great seal there has been loosening day by day. The true experts that are attacking outside are all from Kunlun's remnant races. Kunlun's remnant race was a powerful title. They weren't a single race but rather a collective name for a group of races. In the distant past they used to live in Kunlun's immortal mountains. They were the uncrowned kings of the legendary era. Their strength and terror were well known throughout the world. It could be said that in that period of time, they were incomparable. Later on, only experts like the venerable emperors dared to attack them. In the end, they broke through Kunlun's immortal mountains, killed the slumbering supreme beings of their clans and overthrew their dynasties. Yi Fan was silent. That was a glorious and splendid era. The cultivation civilization was extremely developed, and all races competed with each other. Tens of thousands of powerful races stood in great numbers. It was incomparable. However, it was precisely in that era that it was filled with blood, war, and slaughter. It was unknown just how many powerful races were wiped out and disappeared in the extremely splendid era. Kunlun's remnant races live here. There are dozens of powerful races, and they are one of the rulers of the flying celestial planet, said the primordial giant king. Yi Fan nodded. He had long heard that this planet was very dangerous. In that case, the creatures on the flying celestial planet will attack the other shore every set period of time. It's not only for the sake of the ancient heaven, but also for the sake of Kunlun's immortal mountains. That's their ancestral land. They also want to find the immortal bell and obtain their lost supreme ancestral artifact, said Yi Fan softly. He noticed the giant king's words. The Kunlun's remnant race was only one of the rulers of this planet. There were other powerful forces. There's another group of people known as Qi practitioners. They devour and consume energy. Although their numbers aren't great, they are all extremely powerful. They are outsiders and seem to be searching for something. When he heard this, Yi Fan's expression trembled. He unexpectedly heard news of the preaching Qi practitioners. This was indeed unexpected for him. They were a group of heroes from Earth, and all of them had great origins and backgrounds. In the past, he had once pursued them in order to find out their whereabouts. Unexpectedly, they were on the flying celestial planet. Yes, the Kunlun remnant race attacked Earth in order to ascend the immortal mountain's ancestral land. After the rise of the preaching Qi practitioners, they must have followed this path and arrived here, said Yi Fan to himself. The giant nodded. The two sides were indeed enemies. In the past, terrifying bloody battles had taken place, but in recent years, it had been relatively peaceful and no longer fought. Great waves surged in Yi Fan's heart. He thought of many things. Perhaps he could meet many ancient people on Earth on this planet. Some of them were well known and some were like gods and people at the same time. They were full of mysteries. In the past, he didn't have the strength and couldn't come here. Even if he came, he would only die in vain. Now it was different. He had become one of the overlords of the universe. Unless the supreme of the restricted zone came out, not many could match him. Yi Fan bid farewell to the primitive giant. With a flash, he traversed the earth and arrived at the central celestial ground. The so-called celestial ground was withered. Not even a blade of grass grew. It was desolate beyond recognition. The earth was scarlet red without a single plant. It was cold and desolate. It was completely different from what he had imagined. The territory here was vast and boundless. It was as if there was a space-time formation enveloping this place, making it boundlessly vast. As Yi Fan strolled about, he could sense a faint ripple. It was as though there were a few supreme deities locked down by iron chains, fighting and roaring at the top of their lungs. This kind of feeling was very strange. It felt illusory and indistinct. Yi Fan frowned and used his heart to sense it. The result was different again. This time, his sea of consciousness captured a large expanse of brilliant light. It was as if people had ascended to immortality and gods had descended into the mortal world. It was a boundless immortal realm. There were immortal birds and auspicious beasts flying about. There were grand palaces suspended on the white clouds. It was an auspicious and peaceful scene. And in the scene of ascending to immortality, there were a few immortal masters whose lives were about to dry up. They were trying their best to say something as if they were warning the creatures of the mortal world. What a strange feeling. Yi Fan was truly shocked. As powerful as he was, Quasi-Emperor Sixth Heaven, he might break through to a higher level in the next few years. But at this time he couldn't tell what was real and what was fake. He couldn't tell which one was true. The more he probed with his divine sense, the stranger it was. The more unusual it felt, the more bewildering it was. He probed carefully again and saw a few great immortal kings sitting cross-legged on meditation mats. Below the meditation mats, there was a black mist billowing into the sky. A few demon ancestors were roaring, and their bodies were penetrated by immortal chains of order. What is going on? He believed in his own senses and divine might, but they were obstructed here. All kinds of illusions and clouds appeared from time to time, and it was difficult to tell what was real and what was fake. Yi Fan didn't act blindly without thinking. The seal couldn't be broken at this time. He believed in the words of the primitive giant king. He turned and left, entering another land. Roar, Who dares to break into the holy land of my Kunlun lost tribe? In the roar of a demon king, a huge figure appeared high in the sky, looking down at Yi Fan and roaring. This was a fierce person formed after the Supreme Array formation was activated. He was a mark, but he was not much different from a real person. He had actually reached the quasi-emperor level. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. The Kunlun lost tribe was indeed powerful. He had just revealed his head, and there was such a quasi-emperor level mark manifesting. If an ordinary person came, it would be difficult for them to escape death. And he also clearly saw a huge monument in front of him, and on it was written, Jianghu tribe. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. There were many records of this kind of fierce beast in the myths and legends of ancient China. There was a description in the classic of mountains and seas saying, there is a beast on the Shao mountain. It looks like an ox and its stomach is like the hair of a hedgehog. Its name is Jianghu and its sound is like a hyena. It is a man-eater. The quasi-emperor level creature in the sky was Jianghu. Yi Fan looked over. There was a powerful tribe in the mountain range and they were all this kind of creature. This was one of the Kunlun lost tribe. He did not fight and turned to leave. He entered the vast neighboring territory and saw the Swanni, Hundun, Taotai and other fierce beasts. The four great beasts were all Kunlun lost tribe. As expected, they are powerful. Yi Fan sighed. These were divine beasts and fierce beasts from ancient times, and they could all be seen here. Finally he saw a terrifying mountain range. It was as red as blood, and its aura was as strong as a dragon. It stretched for millions of miles. The Torch Dragon tribe. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. This was definitely a terrifying race and this was their habitat. The Torch Dragon had been mentioned in various ancient books, and it was recorded in Chu Yuan's Heaven's Questions. Is the sun not here? Where does the Torch Dragon shine? There were also records in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, and Huainan Zi, describing its shape, origin and birthplace. There were too many sayings about it. When it opened its eyes it was daytime and when it closed its eyes, it was night. There were also records that said it split the heavens and earth and created all living things. All in all, it was enough to prove its strength and terror. Yi Fan speculated that the Torch Dragon was the supreme of the Kunlun lost tribe, and it was destroyed in the Age of Legends. This could be deduced from the legends. Yi Fan crossed this area but he did not really go deep into it. However, he could feel how powerful they were. Each of them had astonishing magic power, and there were at least a dozen combat divisions. In the end, he crossed over and came to another terrifying area of the flying celestial star. This place belonged to the Qi practitioners. As soon as Yi Fan arrived, he was stunned. It was really the same style as the ruins and buildings of ancient China that he knew. It was as if he had returned to Earth. Not long after, when he walked to a strange terrain, the style of the buildings changed drastically. The Great Thunderclap Temple. Yi Fan's gaze froze. He saw this famous temple here again. It was grand and dignified, and bathed in the sunset, it was stained with an inviolable divine splendor. Is Sakyamuni inside? He asked softly. He stared blankly for a long time but he did not enter. This area was full of temples, and there were ancient temples hidden deep in the mountains. When he crossed over and came to another area, he saw Taoist temples one after another. He was shocked. This place definitely had unparalleled masters like the Quasi-Emperor. Some of the masters of ancient China were probably hiding here. He crossed mountains and rivers without using his magic power. He walked through the vast area and finally stopped at the foot of a nameless small mountain. He saw a small shabby temple. An old Taoist was smiling at him. It seemed that the old Taoist had long sensed him. He had been staring at him since he appeared on the horizon. Benefactor, should I call you Saint Physique Yi Fan, Celestial Emperor Yi Fan, or Venerable Emperor? Yi Fan was stunned. Why did he say this? Oh, you are probably not Venerable Emperor. I was wrong. Let's call you Benefactor Yi. The old Taoist nodded and greeted him on the small mountain. Chapter 1724. The mountain was not high, and the small Taoist temple was also very dilapidated. It had gray tiles and rotten wooden rafters. An old grapevine was next to it, accompanied by a diseased tree. It was a desolate scene. Behind the small Taoist temple was a green vegetable field and a well. It was full of antiquity. This place was very ordinary and there was nothing special about it. Just like the Taoist, if one did not look closely, they would think that he was an old Taoist in the mountains without magic or immortal roots. Yi Fan cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Taoist." The old Taoist returned the greeting. He was very polite and did not put on any airs. At this moment, Yi Fan discovered that the other party was Quasi-Emperor Sixth Heaven, similar to him. He was a powerful master of Taoism. The most peculiar thing was that this person's ability to hide his breath. If he did not come close, even Yi Fan might not be able to detect him from a distance. It was really amazing. However, the main thing was that he did not open the source celestial pupil, so he was too embarrassed to look at him. Why did you call me that just now? Benefactor, please forgive me. I was rash. The old Taoist said that an ancient Taoism master had once made a deduction that a similar flower would appear. Perhaps in this life, it would be like the emperor. Although I live in a remote corner and hide in the mountains, I heard some of Benefactor Ye's achievements and past events. I mistakenly thought that you were that flower. Now that I see you and carefully recognize you, I don't think so. A similar flower might appear? Yi Fan was quite surprised. The future is illusory. Even the ancient Taoist deduction may not come true, the old Taoist explained. May I ask for your name? I used to have a name, Guxian, the old Taoist said. Yi Fan was shocked. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still overwhelmed. He finally met a cultivator from ancient China, and he was extremely powerful and extraordinary. Who was Guxian? He was one of the most important figures in Taoism. He was regarded as the founder of the Gizao sect by the Taoists of the Lingbao sect in later generations. He was called Guxianwang. The Lingbao sect respected the Shangqing, which was also the Lingbao celestial being. It was one of the most important sects in Taoism, and Guxian was the founder of the sect for an era, so one could imagine his status. Apart from that, he was respected as one of the 4 celestial masters of Taoism. His status was high, and it could be seen from his name, Guxianwang. Greetings, senior. Yi Fan saluted with mixed feelings. In the past, he had only learned about such people through ancient books and didn't believe that they could fly. Later on, he accidentally set foot on the road of cultivation. Now that he had seen them in person, he was filled with endless emotions. Benefactor, please take a seat. Guxian invited him to sit on a praying mat. Not only was Guxian an extraordinary person, but he also had a grandnephew named Guhong, who was the author of the book Biopuzi. He was even more impressive and had once become the leader of Taoism during the Eastern Jin dynasty. In the course of the conversation, Yi Fan could not help but mention Guhong. This person had mentioned the 9 secrets in his writings, stating that as long as one constantly recited the 9 secrets, one could exorcise evil and protect their body. Guxian admitted that his grandnephew's cultivation level was higher than his master's. It was indeed impressive. May I know why Xianwang is hiding here? Yi Fan naturally wanted to ask. The Qi practitioners of ancient China all came to this place. It was really a mystery. Swallow the clouds, eat the dew, pursue the Tao, whatever it is to become an immortal. Guxian said, then he shook his head and sighed. But in the end, everyone is buried in the soil, unable to obtain any creation. Yi Fan was shocked. This group of people came to search for immortals, but they did not choose the Big Dipper back then, but here. He asked for confirmation, and sure enough, the answer was confirmed. All the Qi practitioners believed that there was a path to immortality here. Not all the Emperor Tao experts thought that the Big Dipper was the right place to become an immortal. There were also some who believed that it was on the flying celestial star here. The universe can be divided into yin and yang. Maybe the Big Dipper and the flying celestial star are 2 symmetrical yin and yang, both of which can lead to the celestial realm. But after the battle 300 years ago, it proved that this path is no longer possible. Therefore, the Qi practitioners believe that the path is on the flying celestial star. They were only searching for immortality. Yi Fan sighed. In the ancient history of cultivators, all the conflicts and large-scale bloody battles were mostly caused by immortals. Longevity was an eternal topic, and it was the Tao fruit that all cultivators dreamed of. But so many years had passed and everyone was still searching for immortality, but they could not achieve it. Is there really a path to immortality here? Yi Fan sat cross-legged on a praying mat and had a long conversation with Guxian. According to some primeval venerables, the path to immortality will appear in the sealed land of the flying celestial star, which is also the forbidden area of the mythological era, the old Taoist answered. Everyone was waiting for an opportunity, but they did not dare to break the seal. Yi Fan was silent. How many people were trapped in immortality? Since ancient times, all the cultivators had been working hard. The so-called immortals in the historical records were still on this path. Not only them, but others like Shakyamuni had also arrived on this star and built their sects. However, there were no traces of them, and it was suspected that they were searching in the outer realm. Where is the little immortal? He asked Guhong. Although the number of Qi practitioners was not very exaggerated, it was not small either. Many of them were well known and had great fame in ancient China. Gu Xian said bluntly that while others were in seclusion on this star, there were even more people wandering the outside world, visiting ancient immortal sites one after another in order to obtain the method of longevity. Among the people who were still alive, the strongest were naturally Laozi and Shakyamuni. Everyone was waiting. They believed that the failure of the Big Dipper immortal path did not mean that this place would be empty. Sooner or later, the opportunity to ascend to immortality would appear again. The sealed land of the flying celestial star is definitely strange. If it is opened, there will be a great calamity when we charge in, Gu Xian said. If there were really living beings sealed here and they were still alive, then the path to immortality would definitely be occupied by them and they would be able to break through. According to people's speculations, there might be a great crack in the immortal world here. Back in the day, there was a great battle between beings from the immortal world and even the primeval venerables. This place was suppressed and sealed. Is the flying celestial star as its name suggests? Later on, Yi Fan and the old Taoist talked about many things. Naturally, they mentioned the Kunlun remnant tribe, which was similar to what he had guessed. The Kunlun remnant tribe also knew the secrets of the flying celestial star. They needed to find the celestial bell and even wanted to move the celestial mountain to Kunlun. The celestial bell and the ancient wasteland tower are too ancient. Some say that they were created by the heaven and earth. Others say that they were involved in celestial dynasties and that there was even a real celestial emperor. These were all old stories. Only the people of the era of the Kunlun ancestor and Dizun could understand a little. In this era they could only speculate and lacked evidence. The two of them had a rather congenial conversation. They discussed many things from ancient history to cultivation. The old Taoist was recognized by the Spirit Treasure sect as the patriarch of a generation. He had recreated the inheritance of the ancient celestial being, so he was naturally outstanding. It was also because of his guidance that Guhong's path was formed. I had some opportunities and obtained some scriptures and inheritance. Gu Xian and Yi Fan discussed Tao and mentioned the scriptures. The two of them agreed that the salvation scripture was the most mysterious and unfathomable among the scriptures of the Spirit Treasure celestial being. Gu Xian recited one of it. It was a secret book that could not be seen by the world. Yi Fan took out the ghost face lamp and recited one too. The two were similar and corroborated each other, making it even more mysterious. After reading the proper scripture and comprehending the ghost face lamp mark, this scripture will be considered complete, Gu Xian said. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. He had gained a lot from this discussion. The old Taoist passed on an ancient recipe called the Shangqing Golden Elixir Scripture. It was said that it was left by the Spirit Treasure celestial being. Yi Fan was surprised. He had long heard about this elixir scripture of Taoism. It was seen in the world for mortals, but he had never obtained the scripture for cultivators. Now he saw the true scripture. After sitting cross-legged for 7 days, the two of them talked freely and exchanged many insights. They also touched upon many secrets. In the end, Yi Fan got up and left. He walked on the flying celestial star and felt lost. After walking on this path and growing to this day, he could be considered a peerless expert. Looking back, many things had changed. In the past, he felt that Qi practitioners were so powerful, like people of legends. However, when he got closer, he realized that they were just trekkers on the road to immortality. Unknowingly, Yi Fan walked through many regions and saw another old man. He introduced himself and said, "I am Jianghu." Yi Fan was shocked and then sighed. He had really met the ancient figures of China. Although there were not many, they still gave him mixed feelings. The holy whip was left by Senior, right? Yes. Back then, I encountered some trouble in the Big Dipper, so I kept the whip and left to wait for fate, the old man said. The wooden whip couldn't be underestimated. It was a part of the Dizun's immortal tree and had boundless divine effects. Yi Fan bid farewell and continued on his way. He felt a little disappointed. If it wasn't for the huge pressure brought by the underworld, which forced him to raise his cultivation level to protect his family and friends, he would feel that the end of the path of cultivation was really illusory and ethereal. What's going on? Why do I feel a little empty after coming to the flying celestial star? Why am I not excited after seeing the Qi practitioners of ancient China? Instead, I'm like this. Yi Fan was silent for a long time. Then he suddenly raised his head. This wasn't his personality. He seemed to have been affected by some kind of power. The heaven origin immortal eyes can see through all falsehoods, he shouted. In the next moment, the magnificent mountains and rivers disappeared. All he could see were white bones like snow. It was a vast expanse of withered bones that had been weathered by the wind. There were no plants, no divine waterfalls and no celestial mountains. The scenery had all disappeared. There was only death here. It was indeed strange. Unknowingly he came to a place not far from the seal. He was greatly affected and almost lost. The Guxian and Jianghu I saw just now couldn't be fake, right? He turned around again and walked into the distance. As expected, he saw a large expanse of ruins. More than half of the Qi practitioners' residences had long been destroyed. There was rubble everywhere. But fortunately, that short mountain was still there and the small Taoist temple still existed on the mountain. But Guxian was long gone. Yi Fan kept his immortal eyes open all along. His eyes flickered as he walked. When he entered another area where the Qi practitioners resided, he saw some Taoists and asked them. At least half of the Qi practitioners died. It was very strange and terrifying back then. Some people's corporeal bodies had perished, but their obsessions didn't scatter and could still manifest. They thought they were still alive and it was difficult for others to detect them. It was said that the immortals and demons sealed underground were causing mischief. They were truly reproducing everything about those people, said the little Taoist. He drew out a range and said that those areas couldn't be entered because they had long become ghost regions. Yi Fan's entire body was ice cold. The Guxian and Jianghu he saw just now were in those areas. Was he conversing with the heroic spirits and their obsessions? Immortal Elder Guxian and the others have indeed perished many years ago. Immortal Master Guhong is still wandering in the outer realms. He obtained the answer. The terrifying creature sealed underground was leading all of this. It wanted to take his divine soul away as well. He was exchanging blows with the creature in the restricted area of the mythological era. If there wasn't the power of the seal, it would be very troublesome. Yi Fan sighed. He believed that what Guhong and Jianghu's heroic spirits said was true. But those were only obsessions that were being used and weren't their real bodies. Cultivation was truly cruel. For the sake of longevity, many people ended up empty-handed. They were bloody and empty. Yi Fan walked through more than half of the area and saw many places of death. Many Qi practitioners had perished and only less than half were left. Moreover, most of the strong ones were wandering outside. There will definitely be a battle here in the future, said Yi Fan softly. The time should be when he achieved great success, or in other words, the day he achieved Tao. Chapter 1725. Dong. The sound of the bell reverberated, cleansing one's mind and relaxing one's pores. There was even a feeling of enlightenment. This was the great Thunderclap Temple. In the end, Yi Fan still came here. When he walked in, an old monk welcomed him and an arhat led the way. They were all very courteous to him. Sakyamuni had already left and was no longer on the flying celestial star. However, there were still experts overseeing this place. No one dared to barge in. Cheongqi, Taowu, Torch Dragon, and other powerful races were also unwilling to provoke them. Brother Yi, long time no see. When he entered the Hall of Great Strength, a white-robed monk came over and greeted him. He was very young, otherworldly, and had an extraordinary bearing. It was Golden Cicada. It had to be said that this person was very powerful. Over the years, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had long since advanced to the quasi-emperor realm. Beside him was a woman with an outstanding temperament. She was also an old friend who had fought alongside him in the Big Dipper. She was West Bodhisattva Ju Qing. After so many years, seeing the two again, Yi Fan maintained his smile. Although he was surprised, his emotions were no longer affected. My master is searching for the way to become an immortal and the path to immortality. He hopes to break through the shackles on the path to immortality and see immortality, said Golden Cicada. Yi Fan nodded. As his strength increased, he felt more and more helpless. Powerful cultivators had to face the ultimate barrier of life and death when they reached the end. Everyone wanted to break through, but who had truly become an immortal? As they talked, they brought up many anecdotes from the past. Golden Cicada said, I saw Brother Sacred Prince fighting with another divine ape. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes burst with light. Had the two finally met? This made him a little worried for the monkey. I went up to persuade them, but in the end we got into a scuffle and almost died for nothing. Golden Cicada smiled bitterly. The Sacred Prince and the six-eared macaque had encountered each other. The two were sparring and fighting and no one else was allowed to participate. They wanted to determine the winner and the loser. In terms of bloodline, the Sacred Prince had the advantage. However, at the quasi-emperor realm, this was no longer the deciding factor. After all, at this realm, who was still ordinary? Moreover, the six-eared macaque grew up soaking in celestial beings' life-spring divine liquid. Its constitution was excellent and it was almost immortal. He had wandered the universe for so many years. His 6 ears moved and he listened in all directions. He had obtained many secret arts and scriptures and was very powerful. I don't think the two of them are fighting to the death. Otherwise there would be no result. Blood would have been spilled in the starry sky long ago, said Golden Cicada. Yi Fan gave him a strange look. 2 monkeys and a monk. Fortunately, things did not develop to a tragic end. Everything was still under control. Half a day later Yi Fan left, strolling about this star. He didn't want to fight, but rather to search and explore. He already understood many things and now he arrived at the restricted region. Blood-colored soil, air-dried corpses, and vast territory made this place spacious and desolate. It was extremely strange. This time, the space between his brows shone. He operated the forward secret and opened his immortal eyes to see through all fabrications. In the future, a great battle might erupt here and he wanted to see the battlefield clearly. There was still a strange power affecting him, but it could no longer confuse his mind. Suddenly Yi Fan felt an artifact on his body tremble and become a bit hot. He took it out and found that it was actually the void mirror that had reacted. The restricted region of the legendary era made the ancient mirror scorch. This surprised Yi Fan a bit. He held it in his hand and walked forward, carefully sensing and searching. He stopped after traveling for over 100 li. The void mirror shone, and the dim blood stains on its surface became bright red, as if they were about to drip down. This kind of power made even Yi Fan feel a powerful pressure. He felt that it was astonishing. The blood of an ancient supreme being was too powerful. This place was still dry and desolate, not a single blade of grass growing here. This was a stone forest. The deepest part was extremely dry, and there was a small cave that led all the way underground. It gave off an immeasurable feeling. Suddenly Yi Fan felt a type of great danger. He couldn't help but retreat. A strange sound rang out and a half-meter-tall small tree appeared. He was shocked. There was a flame that surged and throbbed. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it could burn 10,000 worlds. The temperature was blazing and natural laws interweaved. This wasn't a flame in the ordinary sense. It wasn't that large, but it was formed from symbols. It was formed from interweaving divine chains, and symbols were throbbing one after another. This was the immortal flame from the northern Dipper Flame domain. He never expected it to appear here. This wasn't the first time Yi Fan saw it. He had previously discovered it and he had the chance to see it up close. Now he saw it again. Was it brought into the starry sky by Gaijuyo? Or did it believe that this place would become an immortal ascension place, so it chose to come here on its own? Yi Fan didn't know. The void mirror had drunk the blood of more than one supreme being, but it was still on the verge of connecting to immortality, possibly evolving into an immortal mirror. However, in the end it was shattered. It was truly a pity. The immortal flame appeared. The ruined mirror that had remained silent for many years moved again, struggling free from Yi Fan's palm. Then it began to shine with brilliance, continuously flickering as it descended towards that flame. Yi Fan was stupefied and then he backed up. The blazing heat wasn't the key. Those symbols were the foundation, the reason why the immortal flame was terrifying. The ruined void mirror descended. The symbol flames throbbed, submerging it. The ruined mirror trembled, releasing King Chang's sounds. Then the shattered parts began to melt, unexpectedly reforming. Yi Fan was shocked. This void mirror was using the immortal flame to reforge itself, carrying out repairs, bathing in this type of mysterious flame to reconstruct the mirror's body. Later on, many of the cracks on the mirror disappeared, becoming smooth again. However, there was still only half of the mirror, missing the other half. Only heaven knew where those fragments were. Suddenly, a figure flashed past in the mirror. Yi Fan was stupefied as if he was a clay sculpture. In that instant, he saw GZ, or perhaps it should be said that the Void Emperor's appearance flashed before disappearing. Even though it was indistinct, even though it was faint, just a shadow, it was the person of the past. He released a light sigh. He sat down, waiting for the void mirror to finish repairing itself, not disturbing it. This process continued for 8 or 9 days. During this time, there was unexpectedly a rain of light that flew over from outer space. These were the void mirror's fragments. When they landed on the fiery light, they merged with the ruined mirror, repairing a small portion. However, there was still a gap. In the end, it was still a ruined mirror, only much stronger than before. The cracks disappeared. Could it be that this place really is going to become an immortal ascension place? Is the immortal flame waiting here ahead of time? After a long time had passed, the void mirror flew back. The immortal flame withdrew, entering the underground cave. Yi Fan didn't chase after it, nor did he want to go down. He had a vague feeling that this might directly enter the sealed land. If he investigated it too early, there wouldn't be any benefits and it might bring about a great disaster. In the end he still isn't a supreme being. Otherwise, where wouldn't he be able to go? He said with a sigh. Yi Fan left this star, heading into the depths of the star domain to search for the sacred prince and the six-eared macaque. He didn't wish for anything unexpected to happen. In the end he met the sacred prince chatting for a bit. From their conversation, the monkey was quite appreciative of the six-eared macaque, unexpectedly developing a bit of friendship. Even though they weren't friends, the two likely wouldn't face each other to the death. He ate a complete 9 revolutions immortal pill, his muscles and bones transforming to a freakish degree. It truly is heaven-defying natural luck, extremely powerful. The monkey said, revealing this secret. Yi Fan was speechless. Recently he often heard about this type of immortal pill. Others only ate the remains, yet the six-eared macaque ate a complete one. It truly was heaven-defying. One has to understand that this was a great Tao pill treasure refined by an ancient great emperor for him to live another era. Yi Fan left. He comprehended the Tao, searched and moved according to his heart. He understood well that the future path was difficult to see. His enemies should have already set their sights on the life-forbidden region. Right now he was extremely strong, able to sweep through the experts of this world. However, when facing a sleeping ancient supreme being, it was still far from enough. Dang. Long and drawn-out bell sounds rang out unendingly. There were temples everywhere. This was the ancient Amitabha star. Yi Fan's body moved according to his heart's desire. He traveled through the cosmos, comprehending, and then descended here. He arrived at the central ancient temple of the Buddhist sect. That temple looked like it was cast from gold. Radiance scattered down, making it look extremely holy. Yi Fan came to pay a visit. Even though this was the ancestral land of the Buddhist sect, where experts were as common as trees in a forest, they had no choice but to take him seriously. Important figures came out to greet him. A familiar person came out to greet him. He was tall and sturdy. He was a Buddha. Hundreds of years ago, Yi Fan had traveled together with him. They used to be competitors. You're Kutuchuo? I didn't expect you to still remember me. The middle-aged Buddha sighed lightly. He was already a great sage, but he was still far from Yi Fan's quasi-emperor realm. In the past, on the ancient road, Kutuchuo, Yuxian, Oyemo, Mu Guanghan, and the others were all very powerful. They traveled together with Yi Fan and were also seated contestants. Becoming a great sage was enough to rule a region. After all, the cosmos was vast and geniuses came forth in large numbers. It was impossible for all geniuses to have the hope of becoming a quasi-emperor. What about them? Yi Fan asked the other geniuses he met on the ancient road. Like me, I can dominate a region, but I definitely won't be able to do so in the entire cosmos, Kutuchuo said. This was the final destination for people like them. Their lives had already been decided, and they would end up on the emperor's path just like that. When he and Kutuchuo entered the depths of the temple, Yi Fan's heart shook. He sensed another familiar aura at the back of the mountain. There were a few small temples there. They weren't all that grand and they seemed to have returned to simplicity. An old friend of yours is cultivating there, Kutuchuo said. Yi Fan arrived at the back of the mountain and saw an old monk in the ancient temple. To be more precise, it was an old monkey with fiery eyes and golden fur. He was as steady as a boulder as he sat on a praying mat. It was actually the victorious fighting Buddha. After so many years they met again here. Greetings, senior. Yi Fan saluted. He had received protection from the monkey in the past and had always been grateful. Child, you may dispense with the formalities. The monkey's uncle had long since become the quasi-emperor. He pulled Yi Fan up. There was another old man sitting on a praying mat beside him. It seemed like his status was just as respected as the victorious fighting Buddha, sitting on equal footing with him. This person was very old, but he was full of vigor and spirit. His eyes were like torches. He was also a powerful quasi-emperor. This is Tao Brother Gu Tianshu, the victorious fighting Buddha introduced. Yi Fan was stunned when he heard this. He wasn't unfamiliar with this name. This was a supreme expert of the Purple Mountain. He had once been willing to guard the mausoleum of great Emperor Wuxia. The old monkey had once fought with Gu Tianshu on the Purple Mountain. The two of them didn't get to know each other without fighting. In the end they became friends. Later on, they came to the Amitabha star field to cultivate and lived in semi-seclusion. When Yi Fan saw these two, there were too many things he wanted to ask, especially Gu Tianshu. He had once come into close contact with great Emperor Wuxia, so he wouldn't know any less than the Black Emperor. Even I don't know whether great Emperor Wuxia is dead or alive. Gu Tianshu's first words stopped many of Yi Fan's questions. However, his next words greatly moved Yi Fan. He talked about many of great Emperor Wuxia's deeds. They were all secrets, and he even talked about how Wuxia had created the technique. It was a glorious life. Yi Fan lingered here for several days. In the end, he left with great gains. He once again ascended the heavenly road and entered the starry sky. This was a kind of cultivation and Tao comprehension journey. This time he didn't go far. He had just crossed the star system when he stopped. He knew that he was going to face tribulation again. Millions of lightning bolts descended. The tribulation of the Quasi-Emperor's seventh heavenly layer descended, drowning the star field and shaking all directions. Is he going to face tribulation again? On an ancient star, a powerful aura filled the air. A large hand reached out and slapped down with a rumbling sound, causing the entire star field here to collapse. That star was the Overlord Body's ancestral star. It was obvious who the attacker was. Chapter 1726. The stars in the sky were like fireflies. At this moment they were quickly extinguished. A large black hand reached out from the darkness, covering this starry sky. The stars all exploded. This type of scene was too terrifying. The large black hand reached out from an unknown place, covering the entire cosmos. All things before it seemed insignificant, not even comparable to a speck of dust. This type of scene left everyone shocked. There were cultivators who passed by nearby, scared until their souls were about to leave their bodies. What kind of power was this? It was impossible to estimate. There was an ancient supreme being who appeared, taking action here. This was the first thought that appeared in everyone's mind. There was simply no other reason. Did the most powerful individuals from the ancient past appear again? Pooh. The sages who passed by the starry sky found it hard to struggle. They cultivated for thousands of years, reaching the peak, able to rule over a region, yet before supreme beings they were still as weak as ants. The ancient sages directly exploded. The large black hand didn't even make contact, yet their bodies and spirits were already erased under the pressure, turning into bloody mist. The people from outside this region went cold from head to toe. They trembled, backing up in panic, their entire bodies contorting, inwardly terrified to the extreme. They fled into the distance. Was this a deity that created heaven and earth? A hand covered the starry sky, everything destroyed. There was only a black hand left in the ice-cold cosmos. Just how terrifying of a scene was this? This was a true legend, the scene of the most ancient era's world destruction. It was extremely shocking. In front of the large black hand, there was an enormous sphere of lightning radiance. It similarly overflowed into the heavens, drowning out large amounts of the starry sky, quickly rushing into the distance. The large black hand was too terrifying. It looked like it was slowly descending, but it could catch up to and even exceed that extremely fast sphere of lightning radiance. Yi Fan was greatly shaken. The one in the lightning radiance was naturally him, facing the most terrifying great tribulation. Right now, he operated the rose symbol art to avoid the black hand that chased after him. His situation was extremely terrifying. While facing the unmatched lightning tribulation, there was even an ancient supreme being who appeared, wishing to take action against him. This was simply a situation of inevitable death. Supreme beings acted out, the day came so quickly. It really happened. In the past, he was already extremely strong, considered an exceptional expert in this world. However, in the eyes of those supreme beings, he was still like an ant, never placing him in their eyes. As long as he didn't succeed, didn't achieve the Tao, he wouldn't care about those people at all. Supreme beings were unmatched and they were arrogant as well. Today, did he finally catch the eye of some people waking up from his slumber? This was to strangle him on the path of great success, not giving him a chance. Yi Fan pushed the Rho formula to its limits. Even the river of time stopped for him. He moved quickly, and along the way the space between his brows glowed. He was summoning the heaven-devouring pot to battle. In order to pass the tribulation, he didn't bring the jar with him and hid it in another domain. Boom. The huge black hand covered the boundless starry river, and even the heavens were enveloped. In the blink of an eye, it was about to cover Yi Fan. It was unknown how many stars were destroyed. This kind of terrifying scene where one hand covered the sky and the universe could only bear one dark hand shocked the world. Yi Fan's brow stood erect. There wasn't enough time, the situation was critical to the extreme. Could it be that he had to break apart the all-life source energy cauldron and make the laws of the immortal bell explode? What a pity. But if he didn't do that, he wouldn't even be able to summon the heaven-devouring demon pot in time. Death was so close. The ancient supreme beings were high above, and Yi Fan, who was already in danger of passing the tribulation, had now encountered a great disaster and might die. It's the overlord body. Yi Fan felt a similar fluctuation. It was the same as the bloodline of the overlord in the past, and he could feel it. That purple blood ancient lightning was already boiling, and it was about to break him. Clearly the overlord body had appeared, and he had used his strongest attack. He didn't want any accidents to happen, and he wanted to destroy the Saint Physique Yi Fan in one strike. These two races had been at war since the era of legends, and it was hard to resolve the feud. He came to kill Yi Fan, and he didn't want him to reach great success. There was no need to talk reason. The ancient supreme being had made his move, and it was his strongest attack. It wasn't a casual attack. No one in this generation could stop such a terrifying outcome, unless Yi Fan reached great success or achieved the Tao. Overlord body, you dare to touch the person I fancy? Be careful that I don't destroy your bloodline. A cold voice was heard, and another big hand slapped down, colliding with the big black hand with a bang. This was a youth with clear eyes, and he carried a black hard bow on his back. He held a stone rod in his right hand, and he looked disdainfully at the surroundings as he stood under the starry sky. Just now, he had used his left hand to block the peerless attack of the overlord body. The big black hand faded, and a tall figure appeared. His long purple hair danced in the wind, and he looked majestic. Compared to when he was born in the past, his chi and blood were much more vigorous. He was very silent, and he stared at the youth for a long time without saying a word. In the distance, a sea of lightning covered the sky, and the sound of explosions rang out incessantly. Stars were exploding one after another. Yi Fan had started to pass the tribulation, and he couldn't control it at all. He had encountered a great tribulation, and now that the youth had appeared, he knew that he could deal with his tribulation in peace. You are the #1 divine general of ancient heaven, Chuaning? You live up to your reputation. The overlord body spoke. His voice was low, and it had a terrifying penetrating power that could directly shatter stars. Chuaning was a living legend, and even the venerable emperor was amazed. He personally sealed him, wanting to leave him for him to achieve the Tao, but because his obsession was too deep, he came into the world in advance. So it wasn't your true body. You only came with an incarnation, and it's not enough for me to kill. Chuaning smiled very brilliantly. The incarnation used a secret technique, and it might be able to display the power of the true body for a short period of time, but after a long time, it would definitely be killed. You think he can achieve the Tao? After a moment of silence, the overlord body asked coldly. His chi and blood were exuberant, and his purple hair was like a river of stars. The light in his eyes was astonishing. I don't need a reason for someone I value. If you dare to touch a finger of him, I'll kill you. Chuaning laughed impudently. He was just a youth, and there was a special kind of madness in his carefree appearance. In this world, who dared to be so disrespectful to the ancient supreme beings, and face them with such a high attitude, looking down on the ancient imperial path experts? Since I was born, many people have said this to me, but they are all dead. The overlord body said calmly. The youth didn't say anything else, carrying the stone rod and rushing over, carrying out a great slaughter. The rod streaked across the sky like a gray azure dragon, suppressing the cosmos. Its power was unparalleled in this world. The sky collapsed, and the stars exploded one after another. What sun, moon, what stars? They all turned into fireworks. The overlord body was ferocious and tyrannical. He immediately used an overlord fist, shaking the cosmos until it rumbled. A supreme being battle erupted. Both of them were experts among experts. The effects of this battle were naturally great, shaking the great cosmos and leaving every region alarmed. The purple light hammer flew over from the distance like a purple waterfall, smashing towards Chuaning. This was a supreme being artifact that suppressed over from the overlord body's ancestral star. The #1 divine general of ancient heaven struck out with the stone rod in his hand, colliding with this artifact. The radiance that erupted was incomparably brilliant. Now there were no more stars in this region, all of them turned into fine powder. Even Yi Fan in another region was affected, suffering from the impact. The sea of lightning became even more violent. The battle continued, but this temporarily had nothing to do with Yi Fan. He calmed his heart to resist the lightning tribulation and break through. After an unknown amount of time, the cosmos calmed down because Yi Fan's great tribulation had ended. The sea of lightning disappeared, and he breathed in and out the essence of heaven and earth to replenish his body. On the other side there was a youth sitting cross-legged. After seeing him finish, he smiled and said, "Not bad. Many thanks, senior." Yi Fan bowed in gratitude. "I just couldn't stand it. the number one divine general of ancient heaven said. Then he added, the Overlord body's ancestral star isn't easy to provoke. There's definitely more than one Overlord body at large. According to my understanding in recent years, there are still people who killed the supreme beings with holy physiques on the ancient path. They are still alive and have sealed themselves in the ancestral cave. When Yi Fan heard these words, his eyes immediately burst with radiance. It was really as he had expected back then. This lineage was terrifying enough to form a forbidden land and have supreme beings living for a long time. And this was also what he had hoped for back then. If the people of the past had all died and passed away with the glory of killing the holy physiques, then perhaps it would be even more regretful. I'm relieved that they haven't died, Yi Fan said. Ha, good, you have guts. The first divine general of ancient heaven laughed, then he shook his head and sighed. Achieving the Tao is destined to be a lonely path. In the final glory, one can taste one's loneliness and bitterness. The first divine general left quickly. He came quickly and left just as quickly. Yi Fan's cultivation soared, and his strength reached the 7th layer of the quasi-emperor. He was close to reaching large success, and he could feel the aura of achieving the Tao one step further. In this cosmos, if he hadn't met the ancient supreme beings, he could truly sweep through the world. At the same time he began to think deeply. In the past he was an ant in the eyes of the supreme beings and didn't amount to much. But as he approached large success, perhaps some people would be startled awake and wouldn't be able to sit still. Just like this time the large success tyrant body was like this. It wanted to destroy him with a single palm and strangle him on the way to achieving the Tao. Perhaps, every single person who achieved the Tao had experienced this before. The ascension of the great emperor would threaten the safety of individual supreme beings, and they would think of ways to stop it. The more Yi Fan thought about it, the colder his entire body became. He wasn't worried for himself but for his friends and relatives. He thought of the demon emperor Shui Yueqing. He left for 500 years and wasn't willing to return to his hometown, waiting for his young lady's soul bone to return to the yellow earth, leaving behind a lifetime of regret. There were too many secrets to this. Presumably he was afraid of bringing the disaster of achieving the Tao back to his homeland, so he wasn't willing to return until he achieved the Tao. Yi Fan surveyed the cosmos. He had to make preparations early. As his cultivation deepened day by day, the gazes of those giant dragons would be drawn over one by one, and they would begin to pay attention to an ant like him. If he wasn't allowed to transform into a dragon and be killed in the mortal world, this might be the terrifying disaster he would encounter one day in the future. Achieving the Tao is destined to be a lonely path. In the final glory, one can taste one's loneliness and bitterness. The words of ancient heaven's number one divine general clearly hinted at something. Was he hinting at the bleakness of this path? If he wanted to achieve the Tao, not only did he have to be stunning and pass through that trial, he also had to face the terrifying suppression of the other ancient supreme beings and bring disaster to his loved ones. A chill arose in Yi Fan's heart. If he achieved the Tao alone, all his loved ones and friends would die. What was the point of achieving the Tao? But now there was already no turning back. The large success tyrant body took action, and the other supreme beings would also begin to pay attention to him. There had never been anyone who could become an emperor in one leap. The final 8, 9, and emperor tribulations were more terrifying than the one before. Every tribulation required one to use one's life to fight for life and death. Perhaps he would have 3 supreme being disasters, and each one would be more terrifying than the one before. The first 2 in particular were the most difficult, and some people wouldn't allow him to achieve the large success. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the cosmos and began to ponder on how to stop all of this. What he wanted to do was to rule the world and seek immortality, and not watch as the people around him perish. Chapter 1727. Yi Fan sat there, not moving for an entire day and night. In the end he opened his eyes, feeling extremely tired. Yes, he was mentally and physically exhausted. He wanted to do his best, but he really didn't have any feasible methods. Those were supreme beings. Even if he used all kinds of schemes, it was still difficult to stop them. He had the heaven-swallowing pot and the laws of the immortal bell, but even if they could stop one supreme being, could they stop 2 or 3? Even if he made all kinds of arrangements and schemes, setting up a killing trap, it was still useless. In front of absolute strength, these things were like ants trying to shake a tree in the eyes of those supreme beings. They couldn't stop their footsteps at all. Right now he had a secret technique to hide his aura. Once he crossed the tribulation he would definitely be exposed. 3 great tribulations would shake the entire universe. There were 3 chances to kill him and some supreme beings wouldn't miss it. In other words, he, an ant, was strong enough. He was starting to enter the eyes of supreme beings, Yi Fan stepped into Quasi-Emperor's seventh heaven and was already very powerful. However, he felt an unprecedented fatigue. The future path was becoming more and more difficult, and it wasn't easy to break through. It doesn't matter if I die, but they can't be buried with me. Yi Fan's strength improved greatly, his blood energy flourishing and his lifespan increased. However, there were a few strands of white hair mixed in with his jet black hair. He felt extremely tired. Along the way he walked and thought at the same time. He returned to the celestial court. Looking at the flourishing home of the universe's most powerful inheritance, he found it hard to calm down. All of this was the result of everyone's hard work. It should have been extremely glorious, but in the future, it might attract a great disaster. If supreme beings appeared, they would definitely flatten it. Is there no way? He saw a corner of the future. One underworld was already so terrifying. Now, with the addition of the great completion overlord body and the supreme beings of the other restricted regions, how could they resist? Yi Fan suddenly felt his body become cold. The road ahead was difficult. No wonder the great emperors were so unfortunate. Not a single one of them was truly smiling amidst their glory. They were all so serious. They experienced joys and sorrows, lost too much, and the price they paid was unimaginable. "Uncle, you're back." A strong-looking youth ran over and greeted enthusiastically. Then a group of children rushed over. This was Li Heishui's child, already more than 10 years old. He was quite sturdy, and because he had consumed the 9-aperture stone man divine elixir since he was young, his bones were excellent, far surpassing his father. "Uncle, did you bring us any gifts?" The one who spoke was a 14 or 15-year-old girl, the youngest daughter of a savage. She wore a beast bone necklace, and her hair was combed into a small braid. Strings of Daluo silver essence bells were tied to the braid, swaying with divine radiance and jingling. These were the descendants of the celestial court. Every single one of them was extremely talented, and any great power would be envious of them. This was because Yi Fan, Li Tian, Black Emperor, and the others were willing to invest in them. After they were born, they were soaked in the divine liquid of the celestial being's life spring and fed with the 9 orifices divine fetus liquid. They were even refined with the essence of the undead Qilin medicine and the Bodhi tree, refining them into precious pills for them to build their foundations. It could be said that these children were the celestial court's most valuable assets. They represented the future and hope. I came and went in a hurry without any preparation. Today I will teach you a few great divine abilities and explain the celestial scripture of Sunday. Yi Fan smiled. "Alright, Uncle is going to preach. Come quickly." The children's cheers immediately attracted more people. Many members of the celestial court also rushed over to listen to his lecture. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on a blue stone. Below him there were many people, mostly children. All of them opened their eyes wide and listened attentively. Of course, there were also rebellious little ones who were laughing and jumping around in the distance. They were very lively. Among them, 2 little fellows were the boldest. They climbed up the blue stone one after the other. The little girl held her chin and sat there quietly. She was quite obedient. As for little Purple, she was like a little monkey. She climbed onto Yi Fan's body and, with a smacking sound, left a patch of saliva on his face. "Father, I missed you," she said in a sweet and innocent manner. Seeing her blinking her big eyes and pretending to be obedient, Yi Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could not blame her, so he only pushed her to the side and continued to preach. The celestial court was really very warm. All kinds of familial love, friendship, permeated and intertwined. It made people want to protect it with their lives and not allow anyone to trample or destroy it. The children dispersed. The Bodhi tree's leaves were green and swayed with green light. Fragments of laws scattered down, making people easily fall into a state of enlightenment. Yi Fan lightly sighed and stood up. "Yi, you're back. Come, let's drink. Haha, many people have returned recently. Let's drink to our heart's content." Li Heishui and Dongfang Yi ran over to invite them. "Haha, it's worth celebrating. Quasi-Emperor Pangbo has consolidated his realm and just came out." Li Tian also laughed in the distance. "Okay, let's go drink." Yi Fan nodded. When they gathered together, they would naturally toss out all kinds of delicacies. What Wu snake soup, golden crow wings, there was everything. They were all the archaic species they had killed in the past. The fragrance of meat and wine wafted through the air. Yi Fan, Yan Yishi, Pangbo, Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, and a large group of people sat together and drank to their heart's content. Not long after, the group of little ones were all drooling. Regardless of whether they were little boys or little girls, they all ran over like a swarm of bees, fighting over the wine like a group of little bandits. Everyone laughed. You little brats, you dare to fight over wine at such a young age. And you, Li Hu, why don't you control your little sister and let a little girl like her drink too? Hey little Violet, you little girl, you're only 2 or 3 years old. You can't even walk properly, yet you dare to secretly drink like them? The group of adults were angry and amused at the same time. Don't be so stingy. Little Violet is only tasting it. The little girl explained and then drank it in one gulp, afraid that she would be deprived of her rights. In the end, as soon as she drank it, she spat out her little tongue and complained that it was spicy and disgusting. Nan Nan is still the most obedient, someone said. Only she was the quietest, obediently sitting beside Yi Fan. In the distance, the sound of a dog barking could be heard. The Black Emperor ran wildly, shouting that everyone was ungrateful and didn't call him. You're too busy. You're wholeheartedly in the phoenix nest. I called you twice but you didn't hear me. The mountain phoenix and the other great demons as well as Longma and the golden-winged great Pring King, all rushed over when they received the news. The drinking group immediately increased, and in the end many heavenly generals joined in. If I am well then the sky is clear. However, I really can't. This King Phoenix nest is like a hornet's nest. Martial Uncle Black Emperor, please spare me. Hua Hua screamed miserably. He had suffered a lot these days, and his butt was almost beaten into 8 pieces by the Black Emperor. When the laughter ended and he sobered up, Yi Fan sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree again. He was as still as a boulder and as withered as a dead tree, not moving at all. He has something on his mind. What kind of difficulty did he encounter? I feel like he is thinking hard about a solution. I think it will definitely be very troublesome. With his current cultivation, he won't have a headache over ordinary matters. It most likely involves an ancient supreme being. Pang Bo, Li Tian, and Li Heishui understood him very well. They immediately saw that something was wrong and gathered together to discuss. In the end, they walked over with wine jars and asked directly. You, what's the matter? Let's think of a solution together. Don't sweat it out alone. Our cultivation is inferior to yours, but it shouldn't be a problem for us to come up with an idea. That's right. Let's share the burden together. Don't take everything on your own. Don't treat your friends as outsiders. The group of people looked at him. All of them were close friends who could go through life and death situations together with great enemies. Yi Fan was very moved. They could see through him when he was deep in thought and revealed an abnormal expression. He sighed and told them what had happened not long ago. What? That old bastard Overlord Body also made a move? How shameful, bullying others too much. He really isn't a good person. Look at him. Overlord Body, he actually attacked when Yi is going through his tribulation. Does he want to feed his old face to the dogs? Wolf, this emperor is warning you. You can eat whatever you want, but don't speak carelessly. Yi Fan laughed. This group of people had always been like this. They could still laugh even when they encountered such great difficulties. The atmosphere lightened up. In the past, Yi Fan had never been afraid. As long as he was strong enough, he could crush the great enemies in front of him. But now this was not equal. His enemies were ancient supreme beings. Every one of them was once the strongest person of an era and had been invincible their entire lives. I've thought about it again and again. There's really no other way. The celestial court is too big. In the future, it will definitely suffer a destructive blow because of me. I want the celestial court to disperse and gather again in the future. When these words came out, everyone fell silent. The current celestial court was incomparably powerful. Once an order was issued, everyone would obey. Now that it was at its most glorious stage of ascension, they actually wanted to cripple their own martial arts and directly disband. But they knew that even though it was hard to bear, what Yi Fan said made sense. The best choice now was to let the various departments of the celestial court go into seclusion first and wait for the future to gather again. As for our children, I want to seal them and let them reappear 100 years later. I need 100 years to desperately charge forward. If I succeed, no one will dare to anger my celestial court anymore. If I fail, my soul will return to the yellow earth. From then on, the supreme beings won't care anymore, said Yi Fan. The scene fell into an even quieter silence. No one spoke. In the end, everyone nodded and silently agreed to this decision. The final result was that the celestial court would be sealed for 100 years. The celestial soldiers and generals would return to the fields and all go into seclusion. I'm sorry. I've caused everyone to suffer, said Yi Fan. What are you saying? From now on, you will have to fight with your life on your own. If you succeed, the celestial court will be glorious for all eternity. If you fail, you will be doomed eternally. Our brothers can't help you at all. At this moment, There is only helplessness and pain. You have to work hard. Don't say those words. For you, in this 100 years there will be 2 deadly trials. As for the 3rd trial, it's fine even if you don't go through it. 2 great achievements are enough. You remember, it's fine as long as you survive. We don't ask for anything else. These brothers who had gone through thick and thin with him revealed their true feelings. No matter what, he must survive. Crippling his own martial arts and disbanding the Celestial Court was a difficult decision. The impact was too great. It was simply earth-shattering. Many people might not understand it. It's okay. We can definitely start over again. When the time comes, when the banner of the Celestial Court is raised, I think many of the celestial soldiers and generals will come back. Our brothers won't blame you, they comforted him. Father, what are you doing? Why are all of your eyes red? Little Violet ran over from afar. These men naturally wouldn't shed tears in front of the little girl. However, when Yi Fan thought about how he had to personally seal little Z and leave her here, letting her fall into a deep sleep, he felt a wave of sadness. She was still so young. If he lost, this would be the last time he would see his daughter. Moreover, there were other things at the moment. How was he going to face the people of the Celestial Court? It's my incompetence. Yi Fan looked up to the sky and sighed. No, you're already strong enough. Since ancient times, few great emperors at your age could have such cultivation, said the Black Emperor. Although that was what he said, when Yi Fan walked out and stepped onto the general selection platform step by step, he looked at the black mass of troops below and found it hard to speak. His heart felt terrible. I've been forced to this step. This day has come. I'm helpless. He muttered in his heart as he looked at the faces. How was he going to announce this news? Below the platform, there was a group of people with solemn expressions. They were very dignified and respectable. They were the old generals who had walked since the establishment of the Celestial Court until today. There was also a boundless army. They were full of fighting spirit and were in high spirits. They were the generation that had witnessed the glory of the Celestial Court. There was another group of slightly immature faces of the new army. They were full of vigor and were full of hope for the future. They were the troops of the Celestial Court that had just joined not long ago. This scene made it difficult for Yi Fan to speak after he opened his mouth. All he felt was bitterness. Chapter 1728. Yi Fan couldn't speak and couldn't announce such news. On the platform he was alone. He opened his mouth several times but was blocked by bitterness. Their gazes were either as calm as the sea, as sharp as immortal swords, or as scorching as flames. They had enough confidence to protect their homeland and declare war. At the same time, they were full of hope for the future. They believed that the Celestial Court would become stronger and stronger. They would create an immortal dynasty with their own hands that would shake the world and be glorious and everlasting. Cult Master, there must be a big battle, right? Please give the order. We are invincible and invincible. Wherever the army goes, we will win. A middle-aged man spoke. They were a group of people who had walked with the glory of the Celestial Court. They had the most drive and would never retreat no matter how great the difficulty was. The Celestial Court is invincible and invincible, the army shouted in unison like a landslide or tsunami. Victory in battle and victory in attack. Everyone shouted. Their voices were like the beating of war drums in the heavens, shaking the surroundings and making people's blood boil. Golden spears and armored horses, cold light flashing across the sky, opening up the battlefield on the 9th heaven. Such a long time, such a great battle, it was full of hot blood and passion. However, they didn't know that all of this was about to leave them. They were a group of brave warriors who had grown up with the Celestial Court and experienced the trials of blood and fire. This vast territory was exchanged with their lives. I don't know how to say it. Yi Fan's emotions fluctuated violently. Standing on the platform, he couldn't control his emotions and said in a low voice. The army of the Celestial Court was like a black mass with flags fluttering in the wind. The weapons in the hands of the warriors shone brightly in the 9 heavens. We've encountered some trouble. Yi Fan looked at everyone below. No matter what the difficulty is, please give the order. We will march forward bravely and splash the starry sky with blood. Even the calm old soldiers expressed their opinions. They had experienced the most difficult times of the celestial heavens. They had followed them since the founding of the celestial heavens, and now they had become the most precious treasures of the celestial heavens. They were heroes who had survived hundreds of battles and would never easily declare their position. Once they made a promise, they would use their lives to pave the way forward. At this moment, they could feel Yi Fan's hesitation and indecision, so they stood out and firmly expressed their stance. Cult Master, we will live and die together with the Celestial Court. No matter who the enemy is, even if it's the underworld, as long as we give the order, we will fight our way in. Their words were deafening and sonorous like the roar of 100,000 heavenly blades. They were the unwavering will and words of the heavenly generals. They swore to advance and retreat with the celestial court, to live and die together. Yi Fan was moved. Looking at these undying veterans, he felt even more bitter in his heart. How could he speak? However, he had to say it. Otherwise, these heroes who survived the bloody battle would die in vain in the future. The celestial court is our home. Just like everyone else, my feelings for it are as deep as the ocean. However, we might have to face the Supremes, if they want to make things difficult for us. Yi Fan's voice resounded throughout the vast arena. Everyone quieted down. The veterans' expressions were grave as they listened attentively. The younger generation clenched their fists tightly, their spirit undiminished. The youths were unwilling and all of their sword-like eyebrows furrowed. For the celestial court to be able to reach this day is the result of everyone's hard work. It was paved with the lives of countless brothers. Blood and bones are scattered all over the starry sky. Yi Fan was somewhat sentimental. Indiscriminate destruction, we will fight to the death with them. As long as the celestial court is not defeated, we will never retreat. Many people shouted angrily. They raised the weapons in their hands to defend their home. Yi Fan looked at the heroes. It was moving to have such a group of troops, but his heart was similarly heavy. This kind of feeling was difficult to cut off and return, and his heart felt increasingly stifled. There are some things I don't want to say, but I have to say them. Yi Fan raised his voice like heavenly thunder, suppressing everyone's voices. He had to make this decision. Everyone had a premonition of what he was going to say. They all revealed anxious expressions, and some of them were extremely anxious. They couldn't help but shout, "Sect Master, you can't make that kind of decision. Sect Master, the celestial court is our blood, sweat, and tears. It definitely cannot be scattered." Their faces were filled with fear. None of them wanted to see that kind of result. The celestial court will not fall, and will forever remain in the human realm. Yi Fan shouted loudly. His gaze became increasingly sharp, and like two tangible beams of light, they swept in all directions. Since he had already made his decision, then he would reveal it in a bloody manner. There was no need to be tactful anymore. He looked at everyone and slowed down the speed of his speech. However, it became even more resounding and powerful as he said, "Temporarily enduring silently doesn't mean that my celestial court will no longer exist. I want to give all of my brothers a break. Wait for 100 years, give me a period of time, and at that time the celestial court will definitely reappear." But Sect Master. Everyone became anxious. They didn't want this result, all of them speaking up to stop him. Yi Fan raised his hand, his voice suddenly becoming resounding. "As long as the celestial court doesn't fall, the great banner will reappear. This is my promise that I will reunite with my brothers." His battle intent surged, golden blood energy engulfing the heavens, submerging the entire celestial court. At that time it will become even more glorious, even more brilliant. I want its name to be left behind through the ages, I want it to be immortal in this world, I want it to intimidate supreme beings. I want all of the heavens and 10,000 realms to bow down before it. Everyone looked at the grand and imposing platform, at the demon like Yi Fan. "Please believe me. Give me 100 years and I will return to you all an even more powerful celestial court. At that time, no one in the 9 heavens 10 earths will dare provoke our celestial court." Yi Fan swore under the starry sky. He was full of emotions, forcefully roaring out. "Right now we aren't a match, withdrawing, all for the sake of survival. Sooner or later we will return, this world will tremble because of us. I want you all to understand that the current glory, when that time comes, isn't much, the current humiliation is also just an interlude. 100 years later we will return, stand tall under the starry sky again. My celestial court's banner won't fall, it will flutter in the wind, become even more glorious and brilliant." Yi Fan roared with all of his strength, his entire body surging with war blood. A giant dragon-shaped pillar of light surged from the crown of his head, entering the 9 heavens, making this world tremble intensely, even the heavenly Tao trembling. There will be a day when we will reunite. At that time we will truly rise up, you all will discover that the journey has only truly begun. It is because in the future, we will conquer the 9 heavens, slaughter our way into life-restricted regions one after another. That is our battlefield. Right now we are only refining weapons, still far from true glory. Moreover, life-restricted regions aren't our only battlefield. We will slaughter our way into immortal domain, shatter legends, shake the undying, seek eternal life. That is our final objective. Our ultimate battlefield is far greater and greater than what you all can imagine. What can these things count as now? It is just a transition before we truly fight hot-blooded battles, just a type of sharpening. What I want to say here is that everyone, please do not neglect your martial arts. We want you all to endure silently, not to truly shed your armor and return to the fields, but rather to cultivate. All brothers, you all have to understand that in the future, there will be boundless and grand battlefields waiting for you all. Our eyes are not limited to this age, we are going to rise above the endless past. It is because we are going to establish the true celestial court, the celestial court of the undying and eternal life. We will establish miracles that have never been seen since ancient times. Even the life-restricted regions can only tremble before our path. That is all, they are definitely not the final destination. Under the starry skies on the martial arena, the old soldiers who had fought through hundreds of battles clenched their fists. Meanwhile, the younger generation and heavenly generals couldn't help but roar out. Their battlefield was actually this vast, not even the life-restricted regions the end. This made everyone's blood boil, emotions surging. This was, without a doubt, a giant battle diagram, the vision in Yi Fan's heart. What did these things count as now? They were just small skirmishes, far from being glorious. In the future, if all of this came true, then they would truly establish an unprecedented grand event. An everlasting glory was waiting to be unfolded, a boundless grand plan laid before them. Fight, fight, fight. Perhaps only these three words could express the passion in their hearts, their unwillingness, their desire, their sullenness, their excitement. All of this flowed through their surging blood, turning into roars as they rushed out. We will return. Yi Fan used these words to temporarily end his speech. His firm conviction as well as powerful will moved many people greatly. Glory was in the future. Everything they had just set sail. What did the occasional storm count as? It would pass in the end. When they soared into the sky, what they soared through would be an immortal river, and not the mortal world's seas. Everyone was looking forward to this. Sect Master, these 100 years will be extremely difficult for you. Can you make it through? There were old soldiers who were worried. Their words weren't loud, but they hit the main point. In the next 100 years, Yi Fan would fight a bloody battle against supreme beings. For the sake of stepping onto the absolute peak, the dangers he would face would be unimaginable. He was going to struggle alone, and they couldn't help him at all. Since the ancient times, more than one great emperor has succeeded. They could defy the heavens. I, Yi Fan, will not be weaker than anyone on my path. Yi Fan said loudly, clearly roaring out his desire. He wanted to create a miracle. Others had done it, so he wanted to do it as well. A few people still had a haze in their hearts. The number of people who could achieve the Tao since the ancient times might be much more than true great emperors. Only a few people with heaven-defying luck and opportunities were able to avoid death, ultimately succeeding. Yi Fan's path was extremely difficult. Could he have this kind of opportunity? 300 years ago they couldn't even kill me. Now do you guys think they still have a chance? Yi Fan said in a feigned relaxed manner, appearing very optimistic. Everyone laughed. Seeing him so confident, they all felt a bit relieved. The depressing atmosphere was somewhat alleviated. However, the hearts of the Black Emperor, Pang Bo, Li Heishui, Shan Huang and the others were heavy. It was difficult for them to truly relax. They knew that Yi Fan's path was too difficult. It wasn't that simple. This era was different from the past. In the past, the supreme beings in the restricted regions were asleep. Perhaps the great emperors of the ancient times would only awaken the supreme beings in the restricted regions when they were crossing the final emperor's tribulation. However, it was already a bit too late to stop them. Of course, there were also people who encountered the same problem as Yi Fan. And today it was truly completely different. When the path to immortality opened, the supreme beings in the restricted regions were almost all awakened. Only 300 years had passed, and it was difficult for them to truly enter a deep level of sleep. At the very least, the great success tyrant body was watching. There was also the underworld. The underworld emperor had also been injured by the number one divine general of ancient heaven and had already woken up. He wouldn't miss this opportunity. Perhaps there were others as well. The last 3 layers of tribulations since ancient times, no one had been able to cross them in one step. Every layer was a tribulation of death. One had to risk their lives to block it. The 3 great tribulations would alarm those half-awake people. A great calamity was bound to descend. The path is under one's feet, it is walked out. I will return, it is not some miracle. I look forward to the day when the banner of the celestial court is raised and everyone returns from the fields and the mountains. We will establish a one and only immortal and glorious celestial dynasty. We will break through eternity and seek immortality, unprecedented. Yi Fan roared loudly. His body and heart clearly expressed his choice, his voice deafening. Chapter 1729. The celestial court was disbanded. The soldiers took off their armor and returned to the fields. A vast inheritance became a thing of the past just like that. When the news came out, no one believed it and felt that it was fake. But nothing was impossible in this world. Time proved everything and the truth couldn't be hidden. The celestial court had really collapsed and dispersed in a day. Those experts and generals left one by one through the starry sky and rushed in all directions. Some entered the mountains, some headed for the desolate border of the universe, and some entered the ancient battlefield. Such a huge celestial court had collapsed just like that. It was unbelievable. Why did this happen? What unforeseen event had happened? Yi Fan's strength was known to the world. He was known as a peerless expert and could kill the ancestors of the various sects with a single thought. But he had made such a decision. It was too preposterous. Has he gone mad? He actually disbanded the celestial court. Has his cultivation gone berserk? Is there something wrong with his mind? The entire universe was discussing this. This was a huge storm and the impact was too great. The celestial court had crippled its own martial arts. No major power had ever done such a thing before. There were no airtight walls. After the truth came out, some people were happy and some were worried. Everyone had different reactions. Without a doubt, the celestial court had become the biggest topic in the universe. Some major powers even moved quickly to recruit the people of the celestial court. Everyone knew that these troops were the strongest elites. They were invincible and had never been defeated in battle. The myriad realms were in chaos and there was clamor everywhere. You have to take care. Jianghu sent him off with tears in her eyes. She knew that Yi Fan would die this time. He was wrong to say that he would die no matter how she looked at it. I won't die. Yi Fan gently wiped away her tears. It made people's hearts ache. They knew that he was risking his life. The road ahead was dim and it was hard to see hope. Not far away, others came to send him off. Yi, take care. Don't force yourself. Pang Bo and the others had tears in their eyes. They were afraid that they would lose a good brother like this. Perhaps this would be the last time they would see each other. The banner of the celestial court will rise again. I will meet all of you on that day. Sooner or later we will step into the celestial realm together. Yi Fan clenched his fists tightly, waving them forcefully, his words resounding. Actually, we just hope to survive. Li Heishui's eyes were red, his voice low. The others were the same, feeling extremely disappointed. Master. Yi Tong, Komatsu, Huahua, Yangshi, and the others all stepped forward. They were reluctant to part with him. Their hearts were filled with indescribable sadness. Take care of yourselves as well. Once I transcend the tribulation, you will be in danger. Protect yourselves. Yi Fan exhorted. The Black Emperor walked up and said with a heavy voice, Don't worry, with this Emperor here, they won't have any problems. The heaven-deceiving formation patterns have reached perfection, and after so many years of searching, the true divine materials have all been gathered. They will be able to avoid the Supreme Being calamity. Yi Fan resolutely turned around and set foot on his own path. Yi Fan, you have to come back. Jianghu called out. Definitely, this is a promise. I will come back alive to see you. Yi Fan still had some things to do. The group of children had to be sent away. They were the hope of the celestial court, they represented the future. He was not willing to entrust them all to the Black Emperor's formation patterns. Even if there were accidents, he wanted these children to survive. The starry sky flickered, beautiful and resplendent. Yi Fan stepped on the sky, shuttling through the endless ancient region. No one knew his path, this could not be leaked. Father, little Violet misses you and also misses Mommy. These were her last words and she fell into a deep sleep. Tears hung on her little face, making her look very pitiful. She curled up in Yi Fan's embrace. This scene made Yi Fan's heart ache and tears almost fell. He sent little Violet into the interior of an uninhabited star. This was a vast origin vein that seized the fortune of heaven and earth. It could protect her for 100 years. Genesis runes crisscrossed, sealing this place. Child, don't blame your father. If I die 100 years later, the runes will collapse and they will find you and bring you home. Yi Fan turned around and left. He rushed to the next place, using his Genesis runes that seized the fortune of heaven and earth to find a place that defied the heavens to seal the children of the celestial court. By now, his Genesis runes had already surpassed the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries, and no one could match him. He had surpassed the ancestors of the Heaven Origin sect and reached the peak. He had developed this domain of techniques. Now, the Celestial Court had a Heaven Origin scripture, which was written by him for future generations to read and cultivate. As Yi Fan walked, the number of children in the cauldron decreased. They were all sealed by him. The places he found were all very heaven-defying, and he even found a small half of a fortune origin eye. Back then, the undying heavenly emperor left the heavenly prince with a fortune origin eye, shocking the world. After so many years, Yi Fan only found this half. The reason why he said it was half was because it was not a real fortune origin eye, it only had this kind of characteristic. "Uncle, when are you coming to pick us up?" "Boo-hoo. I miss my mother." "Uncle, I don't want to sleep, I want to go home." The older children were strong, but the little girls were crying. Yi Fan also fell silent. He was a little reluctant and sour, but he could only seal them. These heaven-defying places were of great benefit to these children. Even if he did not consider safety, it was worth doing so. After so many years of accumulation, the Celestial Court does not have much divine origin liquid, Yi Fan whispered. Even if his Genesis runes were extraordinary and he searched everywhere, it was difficult to find more divine origin liquid in this era. There was only a little, which was barely enough. They were all found in small worlds or sealed ancient cave dwellings. Finally, at this step, Yi Fan embarked on a lonely road. From this day on, many important figures of the Celestial Court disappeared one after another, disappearing into the vast universe. Of course, there were still active figures who were still fighting. I didn't expect the Saint Physique to have such a day. I really don't think he will succeed. The tyrant body is still alive. As long as he passes the tribulation, he will definitely be discovered. The first divine general of ancient heaven can protect him for a while, but he can't protect him forever. There were all kinds of people. There were those who stood on the side of the Celestial Court, and there were those who were hostile. In particular, the remaining forces that were defeated by Yi Fan back then were extremely excited. What do you know? This Saint Physique is destined to defy the heavens, break the curse of not becoming an emperor, and create the most glorious era since ancient times. Okay, let's wait and see. Let's see how he will face the Supremes. The universe was in an uproar. In the following years, everyone was talking about Yi Fan, paying attention to his movements and waiting for the results. However, he seemed to have disappeared. From that day onwards, he never appeared again. He was completely silent. The topic couldn't always maintain its popularity. After a few years, people began to pay attention to other things. Of course, deep in their hearts, they still cared about it. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. During such a long period of time, Yi Fan still hadn't appeared. It was like a clay ox disappearing into the sea. No one had actually seen him. People even suspected that he had met with misfortune, killed by the tyrant body or the supremes of the underworld. There were also people who thought that he was about to break through, because there was only a time limit of 100 years. Not to mention the last tribulation of becoming an emperor, even the first two were incomparably terrifying. It was extremely difficult to use blood and bones to fill up that road. 30 years had passed. No matter what, he should have passed the first tribulation. Otherwise, how could he have the time and hope to pass the other two tribulations in 100 years? I think he can't do it. There were so many amazing geniuses in history, and weren't they all considered to be unparalleled in the world? But in the end, they all fell short of success. It makes people sigh. I think there will be another tragedy. Another 10 years passed, and there was still no terrifying tribulation in the universe. At this time, many people realized that there was most likely a big problem. Logically speaking, Yi Fan should have passed the tribulation. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have a chance anymore. There was a terrifying silence, and no tribulations appeared in the world. One had to know that the divine physique Yi Fan's heavenly punishment had reached the last few stages. Once it appeared, it couldn't be hidden at all. It would definitely shake the world. It was too vast and terrifying. More and more people believed that he had most likely met with an accident. In the blink of an eye, 45 years passed. This was not a short period of time. The universe changed. There were old experts who passed away and new geniuses were born. On this day, a huge wave suddenly appeared in the North Sea of the Ziwei Star region. It caused a sensation. Someone saw Yi Fan there. This was like a shocking thunder that exploded everywhere in the universe. Many people went to verify it, and some people personally went to see what was going on. This was because after so many years, even though people didn't say anything, they were all waiting for the result. They wanted to see how far this heaven-defying person had gone. Unfortunately, people went too late. Only some people from the Ziwei Star region saw Yi Fan. He quickly disappeared from there. Is it true? Could it be that someone is pretending to be him? It's absolutely true. I can't be wrong. He went to the Sun Saint Emperor's burial ground. How is he now? He doesn't feel very good. His white hair is scattered and he looks very old. When this news came out, the whole world was in an uproar. The divine physique Yi Fan's blood qi was as vigorous as the sea. How many people in the world could compare to him? At this level of cultivation, one could live for at least 10,000 years. How could he have aged? It's been 45 years and he hasn't even passed a single tribulation. He's getting old. There must be a problem with his cultivation. That's right. Haste makes waste. It's a pity that he's such a talent. If he goes on like this, he will destroy himself. Many people sighed. After verification, people were sure that the person who appeared in the North Sea of the Ziwei Star region was Yi Fan. This result made people sigh. Cultivation was a gradual process. It couldn't be forced. It had to be done step by step. It was important to follow the natural law. One couldn't attack fiercely. Otherwise there would be a disaster of death. After several springs and autumns, the setting sun was stained with blood. At the border of the universe, a person was walking alone. This was already the 50th year. Half of a century had passed, and Yi Fan still hadn't passed his tribulation. He was discovered again. The divine physique Yi Fan has appeared again. He's on the ancient path that the Moon Saint Emperor once walked. His body really can't take it anymore. He's getting older. Once the divine physique's blood qi dries up, can it still be called a divine physique? With this kind of physique, once he enters his twilight years, he will lose the glory of being invincible. What happened? Why did he lose so much of his lifespan? People were full of questions. But just like last time when even more cultivators rushed over, Yi Fan was nowhere to be seen. He continued on his way alone, advancing alone. Many people were disappointed. If this continued, would there still be a need for the ancient supreme beings to take action? Yi Fan stepped on a terrifying path of death. He walked on a path that was half destroyed. Chapter 1730. Peach blossoms filled the mountain. The old trees were like dragons with strong branches. It really looked like an otherworldly peach garden. An old figure walked alone. He would occasionally stop to look at the sunset in the distance and the peach blossoms in front of him. His white hair draped over his shoulders, and his face was covered in the marks of time. He was Yi Fan. He had come to a world that didn't belong to cultivators. All he saw were mortals. Few knew that this place hid an unknown secret. This was Shui Yueqing's favorite place. He had once met a young girl here and had a warm past. This was the place that left the deepest memories of the Demon King's life. After so many years, the peach garden was still the same as before. A stone tablet stood in the middle of the peach forest. There were 3 ancient words carved in demonic script: Peach Garden. Yi Fan walked in silence. Millions of years had passed, but this scenery didn't change much from what he had read in the ancient books. The demon king of a generation, Shui Yueqing, was from a weak race. He went against the path of immortality and finally became an emperor. He became the most powerful person in the universe. However, he had so many joys and sorrows, so many helplessness. He was powerful to the extreme, but in the end he didn't even get to see the woman he loved one last time. That woman transformed into the Tao, her corpse no longer remaining, only leaving behind a withered flower. In the end it became his most cherished possession, bringing it with him even in death, leaving it in the tomb. The Demon King obtained the peach tree of immortality. Did he discover it here? Yi Fan wandered for more than 10 days and caught onto a mark that ordinary people couldn't. He also saw the footprints of the Western Empress. She had also come to pay her respects. 50 years, but it feels like I've aged 5,000 years. Yi Fan said softly. His white hair danced in the wind as he strolled in the peach garden. He didn't use any magic or techniques. He was still walking on this path. He didn't give up. There was always a flame in his eyes. It was an unyielding light. He had seen many of the paths and paths of the predecessors. Those people were all emperors and sovereigns. All these years he had been chasing after their footprints. But in the end they didn't belong to him. However, he managed to capture some of their feelings and emotions, which triggered his inspiration. In the blink of an eye, another 20 years had passed. Time flew by people's fingers and they couldn't be held back no matter what. In the past 70 years, almost an entire generation of people had passed away in the mortal world. Life continued to change, but it was difficult for people to hear any news about Yi Fan. Yes, there had been no news of him since the 50th year, and it was thought that his condition was getting worse. It was to the extent where there were some who speculated that a single year was equivalent to 100 years, wasting away his own years. Now he really was heading towards his declining years, forced into a desperate situation by an ancient supreme being, forming a vicious cycle. During the past few decades, the winds and clouds in this world changed, many things happening. This was especially the case in the recent years. Some life-restricted regions underwent abnormal movements. In the underworld, the entire vast underworld was submerged in a black fog. It was hard to see clearly. Even someone as powerful as the Quasi-Emperor couldn't see through it. A terrifying change had occurred there. There was a wave of powerful fluctuations that seemed like the sound of breathing. It was as if a colossus was swallowing the essence of heaven and earth, about to awaken. During this period of time, a youth sat cross-legged in the starry sky, his eyes closed as he faced the black underworld earth. His hair was completely white and he had truly aged 7,000 years. However, he never left for even a moment, always facing the underworld earth alone. Some people saw him, and there wasn't a single one of them who wasn't shaken and in admiration. He faced the underworld alone and stood guard here. Just how great of a spirit was this? How could an ordinary person dare to do such a thing? As for the ancestral star with the great success overlord body, it couldn't calm down during these days either. People heard a terrifying low roar that was extremely oppressive, shaking the great Tao of the universe. Everyone on this star trembled, and some people saw with their own eyes that there was something roaming about in the ancestral cave of the tyrant heavenly bloodline. In the end it came out. It was a vicious beast with black scales all over its body. Dark light was eerie and cold, and mist curled up around it. It was like a terrifying demonic god that wanted to destroy the world. It was like a predator, like a jackal, wolf, tiger, or leopard. There was a savage aura, and it was naturally even more powerful and terrifying. The scales and other parts made it look extremely sinister, especially the tens to hundreds of enormous spear-like thorns on its back. They shot towards the sky, terrifying and eerie with dark light. In addition to its mouth full of snow-white teeth, it swallowed and spat out stellar streams. It was simply like a beast lord of calamities from the era of creation. This was a heaven-murdering vicious beast that was raised by feeding it the blood of 10,000 spirits. Its origins on this ancestral star were astonishing, because it had once followed a great success overlord body to conquer the world. The path it took was covered in blood and bones. As long as it appeared, it meant that war had arrived. It was the terrifying guardian beast of the tyrant heavenly bloodline. The mount of an overlord of a generation appeared, causing the entire star to be greatly shaken. No one could sit still any longer. This matter was too great. Could it be that the tyrant ether blood was going to reappear in this world and control the rise and fall of the universe? Master didn't come out, but he's very unhappy. He wants all of you to move out and find the whereabouts of the divine physique Yi Fan. This terrifying vicious beast stood in the heavens, swallowing and spitting out stellar streams. Clouds and mist curled up around it as it looked down on the entire great star. Its blood energy engulfed the earth, making everyone's hearts palpitate. They felt waves of discomfort and many people knelt down. We obey the decree of the tyrant heavenly bloodline. Someone immediately shouted, expressing that they would do everything they could to find the whereabouts of Yi Fan. The others followed suit. The great success overlord body was the sacred ancestor of their race, and no one dared to go against him. Moreover, from the bottom of their hearts, they also revered him, and all of them unconditionally accepted the decree. The heaven-murdering vicious beast nodded. Its eyes were scarlet red, and its scales flickered with black light. It was awe-inspiring, and it turned around and disappeared into the starry sky. It had also set out. So many years had passed and there was no movement from Yi Fan. Although the hope was getting slimmer and slimmer, the people of the tyrant heavenly bloodline were still worried. They wouldn't forget that the great success tyrant heavenly bloodline who was almost about to become an emperor was killed by the other party's ancient ancestor. They were deeply wary of the sacred physique's bloodline, and that was their greatest enemy. Even though they had obtained the advantage on the ancient starry sky path in these tens of thousands of years, it didn't mean anything. The war between both sides originated from the legendary era. From ancient times until now, those few victories were too insignificant. Big Dipper, this was a place people yearned for yet also feared. This was the legendary Emperor Burial Star. There were too many secrets buried here and it used to be extremely glorious. There were traces left behind by many great emperors and ancient emperors. Even now there were still 7 great life-restricted regions. It was incomparable, and it could be considered the most powerful place under the heavens. In origin ancient mine, a melodious flute sound rang out. It was like a clear spring that flowed into the desert, nourishing all things between heaven and earth. It made everyone feel a type of joy and elegance. Everyone in the northern region was shocked. After several hundred years they heard this flute sound again. There were people who had heard it as early as when Yi Fan was making a name for himself. Heavens! Multicolored light filled the sky. A heaven-defying figure has appeared. Fairy Lingbo is treading on the sky. That day many people in the northern region were shaken. Powerful cultivators saw an inconceivable scene. Multicolored mist rose from the absolute beginning forbidden region, and auspicious light shot out in 10,000 streaks. An exceptional beauty moved through the sky, playing the flute as she entered the starry sky. Many people were petrified. What was going on? It wasn't like it was the Dark Era, so how could a powerful figure appear? Did you all know? There has always been a rumor in the cosmos that someone is going to become an emperor, drawing the attention of the great restricted regions. I've heard about it, but not every restricted region is going to take action, right? There have been such things in the past as well. I feel like watching coldly from the sidelines is the choice of most restricted regions. This type of thing, who can say for sure? The northern region was in an uproar, the eastern wastelands panicking. What everyone feared the most was the darkness chaos descending. It seems like they aren't necessarily going to take action against the one who became an emperor, but rather just to understand the situation, see what kind of attitude the one who achieved the Tao in this era has towards them. The one who appeared just now shouldn't be a true supreme being, but he shouldn't be too far off. Hong. There was a restricted region in the eastern wastelands that erupted with a demonic cloud, directly rushing into outer space. That was a terrifying cloud of smoke. It's a mortal tomb, someone has appeared as well. It was rumored that this was the burial ground of immortals, the most ancient cemetery known as Immortal Tomb. There were others who said that this was a restricted region from the legendary era. Soon after, the sea of reincarnation trembled. A streak of blood light pierced through the sun and moon, turning into a rainbow, disappearing into outer space. This startled the world of mortals. The great restricted regions all made strange movements one after another, making everyone feel uneasy and alarmed. Would there really be someone who achieved the Tao in this era? This drew the attention of the great restricted regions. The benefits were at stake. The people in the life-restricted regions all believed that this era was unordinary. Were those who achieved the Tao going to appear? Were they trying to determine if there was any conflict with him? Could it really be Yi Fan? However, from the rumors of the past 70 years, his condition was extremely terrible, not even making it through a single tribulation. The Tao comprehension tea tree swayed with walala sounds, its leaves flickering. A powerful creature emerged from Undying Mountain. With a single step, heaven and earth trembled, also rushing into the heavens. What is going on? No matter how you look at it, it seems like someone really will achieve the Tao. How can they be so sure? That day, great waves were stirred up in the cosmos, all sides unable to calm down. Abnormalities appeared in the life-restricted regions, making everyone tremble. In the end, an important piece of news spread, and only then did everyone understand. Someone discovered the chaotic body, moreover already reaching the quasi-emperor realm, drawing the attention of the restricted regions. Someone used the sky-reflecting crystal to record a scene in the cosmos, truly recreating the scene they saw. It was brought back by the disciples outside the restricted regions, triggering a great commotion. The sky-reflecting crystal could remember true history. There were people who copied and replicated it, allowing ordinary people to see that scene as well. In the dark heavens, there was a white-clothed individual seated with his back towards everyone. Chaotic energy surged from the crown of his head, defying the heavens and rising, incomparably terrifying. The surrounding stars lost their radiance, all of the spiritual essence absorbed by him, ultimately turning into primal chaos immortal essence. Did the chaotic body really appear? Was he going to become an emperor? It drew the attention of the restricted regions. This really was a terrifying great era. What was unexpected was that some of the visitors from the restricted regions were searching for the chaotic body, and there were others who were actually searching for Yi Fan's whereabouts. This result left the people of the world shocked once again. This cosmos was going to become chaotic. Everyone sensed the calm before a storm. Someone was going to become an emperor. Chapter 1731. On a Tao platform within God's organization, the old God suddenly exploded. His body shattered into hundreds of pieces, and his primordial spirit also shattered, turning into a large expanse of light rain. He had died a miserable death on this day. This sudden event triggered a great sorrow. All the members wept loudly. The old god had actually died at this time. Some people saw 3 people from Big Dipper passing by on the day of the old god's explosion. This made people have a bad feeling and caused a great commotion. They were experts that came from 3 different restricted regions. Some said that they were ancient supreme beings' relatives, and of course, there were others who said that they were mounts that took human form. There were many different opinions, and those who believed that it was the former occupied the majority. The 3 of them were called the 3 otherworldly deities because this time they came together, advancing and retreating together. This is too terrifying. The old god of God's organization actually exploded. How could this be? Did those 3 secretly take action? God's organization was in chaos. Many people believed that this was most likely a murder and that someone had secretly harmed the old god. However, there were also people who objected. Outsiders didn't know the details of that battle back then, but the experts within God's organization all knew that the old god couldn't hold on for much longer. He had only come back to make arrangements for his funeral. He had lived for another 70 years, which was already his limit. God's organization was in chaos and almost broke into a quarrel. In the end, the white-haired sword god took action domineeringly, splitting the sky with a sword and stabilizing the situation. All kinds of disturbances were incessant. Everyone knew that the universe was about to become chaotic. The peace was about to be broken, and the power structure was about to change. At the old god's funeral, the appearance of a young man attracted many people's attention. It was actually Yi Tong, the eldest disciple of the Saint Physique Yi Fan. He hadn't gone into seclusion during these years and had always been fighting and fighting. He wanted to truly share the burden of Yi Fan and fight shoulder to shoulder with him. He had also been extremely outstanding during these years. 30 years ago he had personally killed the ancient prince and caused a sensation. In terms of age, Yi Tong was only 20 to 30 years younger than Yi Fan. They were master and disciple, but from the perspective of cultivators' long lifespans, it wasn't wrong to see them as the same generation. With his powerful talents, it wasn't surprising that he had obtained such accomplishments. Now, at such a sensitive time, his appearance naturally attracted attention because the entire universe was paying attention to his master's movements. Yi Tong came as a representative of the celestial court. She solemnly bowed, presented flowers, and nodded at the white-haired sword god. Not long after she left. However, he hadn't gone far when an expert chased after him. "Brother Yi, please wait a moment. My master is waiting for you." "Who is your master?" "Yunxia Xinzi," the incomer replied. Yi Tong gazed into the distance and saw a seductive figure standing on the stellar river. She nodded and smiled at him with a smile that could topple cities. She was extremely beautiful and otherworldly, and she held a jade flute in her hand. He ascended into the sky and arrived at the Milky Way. "Don't tell me it's from a life-forbidden region? Why is there an indescribable aura?" Yi Tong's eyebrows twitched. At his level of cultivation, his divine senses were extremely terrifying. Naturally, he could sense many things. He felt that this might be a supreme being's descendant, or perhaps a relative. There was a special type of charm and aura that made even his fine hair stand on end. This person was extremely powerful. If they truly fought, he would definitely be a great enemy. Yi Tong's current cultivation was extremely powerful, but he still felt that this woman was extremely dangerous. "I don't have any ill intentions, only wishing to meet with your master and ask him what his attitude towards the restricted regions is." The woman was extremely calm, directly stating her intentions. "My master has gone to cultivate. No one knows where he is," Yi Tong said. "Is that so?" The woman looked at him, her eyes revealing 7 colors. Then she nodded and said, "I understand." This woman was extremely powerful, possessing a power that could penetrate one's soul. Even Yi Tong, who had personally killed the ancient prince, couldn't help but have a serious expression, facing her seriously. However, the other party didn't reveal any killing intent. With a relaxed smile, she then drifted into the distance. "Master, where are you? What exactly is going on? The great restricted regions are truly concerned about your current situation, viewing you and the chaotic body as people who are going to achieve the Tao." Yi Tong said to himself. During these years they were extremely worried because the 2 times Yi Fan appeared, there wasn't any exciting news. Even though they didn't see him, the people of the world were all talking about how he had aged. The people from the celestial court didn't search for him. Yi Fan had repeatedly warned that no one should set foot on his path. Not long after Yi Tong left, the 3 otherworldly deities arrived. They came from 3 different life-restricted regions, and they walked together, appearing in the starry sky where Yi Tong had stood. "I want to meet the divine physique or someone related to him." Who can provide that information? The three were extremely calm as they spoke outside the gods' organization, asking everyone. Everyone trembled inwardly. These people didn't come with good intentions. Powerful cultivators from the restricted regions had appeared, and if they really came for the celestial court's Yifan, it might lead to a riot. After this day, many people in the cosmos knew that supreme experts from Undying Mountain, Immortal Mausoleum, and Sea of Reincarnation had appeared. They paid more attention to Yifan than the chaotic body. The people of the celestial court were scattered throughout the cosmos and no one jumped out. They also didn't want to cause trouble at this critical juncture. There were only 30 years left and there would be a result. There was no need to resist now. Even Yi Tong didn't provoke them. He deeply understood how terrifying the restricted regions were, and now wasn't the time for a great battle. It could be assumed that the restricted regions wanted to understand Yifan's attitude. However, there were some things that couldn't be avoided even if one wanted to. There would always be people who would come knocking on one's door. In the starry sky, a beam of golden light was flying at extreme speed. He displayed the Rho formula to the extreme, scattering drops of golden blood as he fled for his life. Jianghu had suffered serious injuries, and scarlet blood and golden blood scattered everywhere. He was fleeing in the starry sky. If he hadn't cultivated the Rho formula to the extreme, maintaining extreme speed and protecting his primordial spirit, he would have truly been in danger. Behind him, there was a huge vicious beast emitting overflowing flames. Its entire body flickered with black light, and its scales were dense. It was as savage as a jackal, and it was precisely the heaven-devouring beast from the tyrant body's ancestral star. Buzz. On its back, a spear-like spike flew out, transforming into a beam of black light that pierced through the cosmos as it shot toward Yangxi's back. Not long ago, Yangxi had suffered similar injuries. His cultivation realm wasn't as high as this vicious beast's, and there was a difference of several heavens between them. It wasn't easy for him to survive. Yangxi rapidly evaded, tearing open the sky to evade the black spike. However, this vicious beast was simply too powerful. It was suppressing him purely with its cultivation realm, and it followed him like a shadow. It used a type of secret treasure to lock onto Yangxi. Every time it was shaken off, it would find Yangxi again. "As long as you tell me where Yifan is, I'll spare your life," the vicious beast said coldly. "You're just a mount. Don't try to act like a tyrant. If you have the ability, take me down. Otherwise, don't boast." Yangxi replied. Just like Yi Tong, he had always been tempering himself outside, and he hadn't gone into seclusion. Talented people like him needed powerful opponents to temper themselves. 2 days later, Yangxi's body was covered in blood, and he was almost crippled. He had finally shaken off his pursuers, and he returned to a secret location in the celestial court. There were no heavenly soldiers here, only a few familiar friends. Mother asterisk Kerr. What happened? Who did this? The Black Emperor was hopping mad. It's a heaven-devouring beast from the Overlord body star. It's the mount of a first-rate Overlord body. Yangxi said. Go and summon Yi Tong, the Sacred Prince, the Human Devil, and the Mountain Phoenix. Let's kill it together. The Black Emperor was furious. Before Yifan left, he had asked him to protect everyone, and he had left everything to him. He had believed that the Black Emperor, who had followed Great Emperor Wuxia for many years, had many ways to deal with this. But today Yangxi had almost died outside. How could he not be furious? Not long after, news arrived that the Sacred Prince had also been ambushed, but he was safe and sound. He had returned to the celestial court. Maybe it was the 3 otherworldly gods. They didn't show themselves, and I only managed to block them with my immortal iron rod. Mother asterisk Kerr, let's all move out and get rid of the heaven-devouring beast first. Since we're enemies, we'll clash sooner or later. Let's kill it first. No one would have thought that the celestial court would react so fiercely. In the era when Yifan had disappeared, they had scattered and kept a low profile. But now they suddenly flew into a rage. If we want to kill it, let's kill it thoroughly. Everyone gather up. All right, go and report to the first Divine General. Ask him to keep an eye on the Overlord body ancestral star. We've never been afraid of trouble. In a short half a month, the Human Devil, Yi Tong, Komatsu, the Black Emperor, Pang Bo, the Mountain Phoenix, the Sacred Prince, and the other Quasi-Emperor level forces were all mobilized. According to the Black Emperor's protective nature, he even wanted to invite the victorious Fighting Buddha and Gu Tianshu. He had already learned from Yifan that the two were on the ancient Amitabha planet. This was the battle that the Quasi-Emperor mobilized the most in the past 70 years. They cast a net across the cosmos and secretly searched for the high-profile heaven-devouring beast. In the end, they decisively took action. This battle was extremely bloody. No one had expected that the Celestial Court, which had been silent for 70 years, would be so terrifying. They weren't ordinary experts but a group of quasi-emperor rebels. Old thing, do you think you can do whatever you want just because your realm is high? You're just a mount, yet you dare to kill in all directions. Today I'll kill you. Pfft. The heaven-devouring beast's front leg was directly smashed by everyone and turned into a large expanse of bloody mist. This was an ancient beast that had once accompanied the Supremes to conquer the cosmos. It had seen all kinds of grand scenes, but today even it was terrified. A group of quasi-emperor went crazy and attacked it, causing it to suffer a great loss in the first exchange. Its realm was indeed high, but it couldn't resist the powerful killing weapons in the other party's hands. They smashed a broken emperor weapon at it, beating it until it didn't even have the slightest bit of temper. "Who dares to fight me alone?" the heaven-devouring beast shouted. "Fight your sister. Let's reduce your realm to the same level as us. We can go up one by one and beat you until you go crazy. Right now we're ganging up on you." The Black Emperor went berserk. "Old thing, who told you to bully my nephew again? Today this old phoenix grandpa will beat you to death." The mountain phoenix revealed his true form. All the feathers on his body stood erect and then all of them shot out. At this moment, he had simply transformed into a large pheasant that had shed its feathers. He was very wretched and terrifying. Almost all of his feathers stabbed into the heaven-devouring beast's body. "Nephew, take it easy. Don't ruin my new clothes." The old pheasant saw Jianghu smashing the heaven-devouring beast with the immortal iron rod given to him by the sacred prince. Jianghu was so excited that he was trembling. He had thoroughly crippled the large success tyrant body mount. There was no suspense in this battle. The heaven-devouring beast was killed. In the end, the human devil and the sacred prince who hadn't made a move yet came forward and dissected it, turning it into a pot of delicious food. After this matter spread out, the entire cosmos was shaken. The strength of the Celestial Court was too terrifying. Even if it was disbanded, it still couldn't be provoked. After hearing this, the three otherworldly gods became quiet. They didn't look for Yi Fan or anyone related to him in a high-profile manner. Of course, after this battle, the people of the Celestial Court also disappeared, never to appear again. The tyrant body ancestral star went berserk. But on this day, a white-haired youth appeared. He sat cross-legged on the star with a terrifyingly hard bow across his legs. "I still have 30 years to live. If you're not satisfied, then break open your immortal source and come out to fight. Let's see who's more ruthless." He sneered. "As long as the sacred body passes the tribulation, the two of you will die," someone said coldly. "Is that so? Oh wait. I can still wait for 30 years. Chuan Ying faced the tyrant body ancestral star and then turned to look in the direction of the underworld. 10 years, 20 years. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 100th year had arrived. Chapter 1732. 100 years passed in a hurry. A generation of mortals had turned to dust. The passage of time had obliterated many things. Yi Fan still hadn't appeared. It was as if he had vanished from the face of the earth, never to return. There was no news of him at all. Many people sighed. Was he going to die just like that? After suffering for 100 years, he still couldn't defy the heavens. In the 100th year, Yi Fan didn't appear as scheduled. This made people feel deeply regretful. Everyone knew how competitive he was in the struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's road. He had endless potential, but under the enormous pressure of the ancient supremes, he ran into a big problem. Some people were happy, some were worried. Their standpoints were different, so their reactions were naturally different. Haha. The old killing Saint Chi Luo laughed sorrowfully. This result was too cruel. The people of the Celestial Court had endured humiliation for 100 years, waiting for the day Yi Fan returned. They had never thought that this would be the result. "Master." Komatsu's eyes were red. He stood on a cliff and gazed at the starry river. Around him, the pine trees rustled. Large drops of tears rolled down his face. Did he die just like that? In the underworld, the vast underworld was drowned in black mist. A cold voice came from the prison suppression palace. "What a pity." Someone sighed in the Tao Palace. "Did he really fail? This saves me a lot of trouble." A ruthless voice reverberated in the starry sky from the ancestral star of the tyrant heavenly bloodline. 100 years of waiting, 100 years of waiting, 100 years of silence, and finally, it ended in such a way. It was plain and indifferent, not even a ripple was stirred up. In general, Yi Fan's influence in the universe was huge. An entire generation had been influenced by him, fighting against the ancient supremes and conquering the dark chaos, leaving behind an illustrious name. His failure, his sad ending, made many people feel sad. Many youths had once made him their goal, but in the end, the person in front of them had fallen. This was the end of an era. The glorious era belonging to Yi Fan had come to an end. You said you would return. That was the promise you made with me. On the mountain peak, the snow orchid trees swayed in the wind, scattering large patches of white petals. Jizua's face was filled with tears, looking dejected. She did not cry loudly, but her tears fell silently. She had experienced too many parting of life and death. Her tolerance was already very strong, but her heart still ached. Yi Fan, you bastard. Hurry up and come back. If you die like this, will you be able to face Ziyue and us brothers? Pang Bo roared. Yi Fan, what did you promise us back then? You'll definitely come back in 100 years. We don't hope for you to break through, we just want you to live. Li Heishui also roared towards the sky, tears streaming down his face. Within a private room there was a soul lamp. Many people rushed in to see what was going on. It's broken. The sacred prince sighed. When they heard these words, everyone felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their faces became pale. Was there really no hope at all? When he left back then he crushed it himself, the Black Emperor said. Before Yi Fan left, he secretly shattered his own soul lamp to not let others know if he was dead or alive. What did he do like this? Maybe he had already predicted the ending. Without a soul lamp he gave everyone some hope. How can this bastard do this? He said he would come back, he said he would come back. Pang Bo roared. He then hugged his head and squatted on the ground. Tears flowed down continuously. He and Yi Fan came from the same place and had gone through life and death together. They had experienced so many hardships, seen blood and bones, and reached this day with great difficulty. In the end they were separated by life and death. It was hard for him to accept this. 100 years had passed, and the various departments of the Celestial Court were all restless. They had waited for too long, but when the agreed date arrived, Yi Fan did not appear. There were many rumors in the outside world, but one thing was pretty much the same. Yi Fan had failed and died on the path to Emperor Ascension. His soul had already returned to the earth, and it was impossible for him to return alive. How could it be like this? We don't believe it. The great banner of the Celestial Court still has a day to rise again. We want to conquer the 9 heavens, and even the restricted regions are not our destination. We want to enter the immortal domain, and there is a boundless battle map waiting for us. How could it be like this? The Celestial Court had dozens of battalions, and each division had over 10,000 people. 100 years had passed, and they had already begun to reunite. But now it was all for naught. I still want to see for myself. Unfortunately, he's a short-lived ghost. I won't have the chance to take his head, ha. Under the starry sky, someone laughed loudly. Moreover, he was standing in the original headquarters of the Celestial Court. Now this place had long been abandoned, and there was only a spacious palace left. During these years, people continuously came out from the restricted regions. There were ancient supreme beings' mounts, personal guards, and bloodline descendants. All of their identities were astonishing. After the Black Emperor Yi Tong Yangshi and the others killed the heaven-devouring beast, the world had been quiet for a period of time. But after they went into seclusion, these years were not peaceful again. So it's a Tao brother from the Sea of Reincarnation. Are you here to express your emotions? The master of reincarnation of your bloodline has fallen. It is said that the holy physique Yi Fan from more than 400 years ago, although he was not strong, he still played a role in it. A woman descended from the starry sky. She could not be considered beautiful, but she had an otherworldly aura. There was a third vertical eye between her eyebrows, and her aura was oppressive. The ruins of God are not much better. Even the Thunder God Prince who came out later died in battle. The young man from the Sea of Reincarnation turned around and looked at the woman. He said, "Are you the daughter of the ruins from back then?" "That's me." "Are you brother Wangxing from the Sea of Reincarnation?" The woman asked indifferently. "Correct." "It seems that you don't want to attack me, do you?" Wangxing said. The daughter of the ruins said, "Why would I attack you? I heard that there are 3 old guys who have joined forces and come together. They are called the 3 gods outside the world. They are looking for the chaotic body. We can't do nothing." Wangxing immediately laughed and said, "I also want to attack. I heard that the Celestial Court has an extraordinary background. Why don't we join forces and destroy this bloodline?" "That's exactly what I want. Even the holy physique Yi Fan is no longer here. I think we should completely turn this school into ashes. I hate this name. The daughter of the ruins said. Yes, I also hate this name. The masters cannot come out, so only we can wipe them out. Wang Xing laughed and his snow-white teeth flickered with cold light. When this matter is over, the universe should be peaceful again. At that time, the other immortal path should be about to open. I hope that this time I can see the immortal domain. The daughter of the ruins said with a smile. The light in her eyes was extremely frightening. After this day, a portion of the restricted region's disciples came together, forming an alliance. They were going to kill Yi Tong, Komatsu, Yangshi, and the others. They were going to eliminate all of them. They decided to eliminate the Celestial Court completely. This was a terrifying decision as well as a terrifying alliance. Every single one of these people had astonishing origins. Even though there were only a few of them, they were enough to sweep through the universe. There weren't many who could match them. The Golden Lion Army has been wiped out. They were completely wiped out. Only the Lion King was pushed into the Realm Gate and luckily survived. More than 10,000 people were wiped out. The Black Emperor's face was frighteningly overcast. After receiving this grievous news, he almost jumped up, almost summoning all of the quasi-emperors to attack together. However, he endured it. The other party was forcing them. The children of the restricted region joined forces to eliminate important figures like them. Now, they were going to use a great slaughter method to force them to appear. The Sky Scorpion army has also been wiped out. This time it was even more thorough. Even the Sky Scorpion saint who had followed Yi Fan on the ancient starry sky path had died. His head had been crushed by the reincarnation sea's deceased prince, his body and soul extinguished. This was an iron-blooded massacre. It made the troops of the Celestial Court furious. They had already endured. 100 years had passed, and they were scattered in all directions. Now there were still people who wanted to kill all of them. Only a few battalions have reunited, but they were wiped out just like that, Yi Tong said in a low voice. Order them to endure and not gather together. The enemy is too strong. Now is not the time to fight them head-on. The Black Emperor held back a mouthful of blood and forcefully swallowed it. 2 battalions, tens of thousands of people were killed just like that. This made the flames of anger burn in their hearts. They wanted to immediately kill their way out. However, the brothers couldn't hold it in anymore. They felt that they were too angry. They wanted to establish the banner of the Celestial Court and reunite their former generals to get revenge for their fallen brothers. Yangshi said. The dozens of battalions of the Celestial Court and the millions of elites were all furious. Even though they were scattered in all directions, they still reunited after receiving the news and were about to act. Those people from the restricted areas also want us to go out. Isn't this playing into their hands? The Black Emperor said coldly. He was murderous. Then he looked at the sky and said, Don't forget, this is the 100th year. There is still 1 year left. The 101st year hasn't arrived yet. Master, can he still come back? The voices of Yi Fan's disciples were trembling. They had been burning with anxiety these days and were filled with sorrow. However, they could not show it because they still had to deal with all kinds of battles. Wait, tell them to endure for another year. If Yi Fan dies, this emperor will go all out and lead them to turn this universe upside down. The Black Emperor said viciously. It had to be said that the Black Emperor had a certain level of authority. He had followed Great Emperor Wuxia before. When he became serious, the battle generals of all the battalions felt slightly fearful. All right, we will endure and wait for the Celestial Court's banner to rise again. Many battalions endured the pain and replied. We know that we are no match for the children of the restricted areas. We hope that our Celestial Court's quasi-emperor will lead us out as soon as possible. Since we still have to endure, we will obey. They were filled with unwillingness and sullenness as they waited for the order. Is that so? A few children of the restricted areas have joined hands and want to eradicate the Celestial Court. Very good, let the descendants with the tyrant ether blood flow in their bodies go out and attack with them. Kill them all for me. On this day, a few people walked out of the tyrant body's ancestral star. Although they did not have pure tyrant blood, they were still incomparably terrifying. 2 of them had even broken out of the ancestral cave. The Immortal Crane Battalion's commander was killed by someone. He was unable to reform his battalion and was only discovered by someone with tyrant blood flowing in his body. He was killed by someone with tyrant blood flowing in his body. When they received this news, all the battalions of the Celestial Court were furious. 30 years ago, they were so furious that they killed the tyrant body's mount that they became famous in the universe. Who would have thought that this clan would make a move again today to kill their heroes? One of the battalions could not endure it and used an incomplete emperor formation to attack. However, it failed and was massacred by the tyrant body bloodline. More than 12,000 of our brothers died and blood dyed the starry sky red. When he received this news, the Black Emperor was furious. He let out a loud roar that shattered the main hall and stood up. During this period of time, tens of thousands of members of the Celestial Court were killed. They did not die in the glorious war of the past, but were sullenly killed by someone who came knocking on their door and killed in a dignified manner. You humiliated my celestial court and killed my comrades. I must take revenge for this. The Black Emperor swore. He began to speed up the arrangements and prepared even more terrifying Great Emperor formation patterns. At the desolate edge of the universe, on a piece of chaos stone, a white-haired man stood horizontally. His hair was snow-white and his body had long lost its luster. It was dim and yellow, and there were traces of his bones penetrating through his skin. He was very weak and had one foot in the grave. He did not have any signs of life and there were no fluctuations. It was as if he had died 10,000 years ago. Chapter 1733. Many battalions can't hold it in any longer. They are crying out in sorrow, asking us to start the war. With the Quasi-Emperor leading the way, we will kill those tyrant blood experts and kill the children of the restricted areas to take revenge for our fallen brothers. In the past, the Celestial Court was so glorious. Wherever the army went, the invaders would turn to dust. Who dared to oppose them? But now that they were disbanded, they were still attacked. This was a kind of humiliation and even more so a great grievance. Many people would rather fall in the glory of the past and die in battle than be like this. I know that the brothers are very angry and wronged, but the Celestial Court has long been thoroughly studied by others. If they dare to act like this, I think they definitely have a powerful backup plan. You have to know that those people come from the restricted areas. They have emperor weapons and divine formations. They are just waiting for us to jump out and capture us all. The Black Emperor said with a gloomy face. He had followed the Great Emperor before, and no one knew better than him how terrifying these people were. Now that these people had joined hands, how could it not be shocking? It was doing all it could to have all kinds of backup plans and power. If it really can't be done, let Nan go out. Jianghu said fiercely. He was in the pro-war faction and really wanted to turn the world upside down. When little Nan was mentioned, more haze appeared in the Black Emperor's eyes. He sighed and shook his head in denial. Before Yi Fan left, he didn't hide anything from it. He told it about the corner of the future he saw and evolved it for it. He told it to be careful. Even though the trajectory of the future had deviated and changed, it hadn't been completely overturned. Otherwise the old god wouldn't have died. In that corner of the future, little Nan moved out, but she provoked more than one ancient ego. They wanted to swallow her and refine her as a supreme Tao fruit. Thus, it triggered a great war that had never been seen since ancient times. The degree of bitterness could no longer be described with words. The universe collapsed and all the experts fell. There weren't many life stars and traces of experts left. The future that Yi Fan saw, in the end, did not have little Nan. After the Black Emperor learned of this, his heart jumped. He didn't dare to really push the little girl out anymore. He was afraid that a tragedy would happen again. He was afraid that there would be no turning back. Master, you must come back. Komatsu said softly. There was still 1 year left and the deadline would be over, but Yi Fan hadn't even survived a single calamity. Up until now, almost everyone thought that he was doomed, otherwise he would have appeared long ago. The situation didn't change. Occasionally there would be generals of the Celestial Court who were killed. Even though the Black Empress had given a strict order to hide and not gather, there were still people who were found and died in battle in the starry sky. In the end, the demonic man couldn't bear it anymore. He took the stone artifact that was close to the Emperor realm and went on a killing spree. In the end, he suffered a bitter end. The people in the Forbidden region were indeed prepared. They were serious. This time they brought out Imperial formation runes, and some even brought out magical artifacts of this level to encircle the old man. If it wasn't for his unparalleled Xian art and the great improvement in his cultivation in recent years, he would have definitely died outside. Even so, he still suffered heavy injuries and came back covered in blood. Don't go, I almost accidentally entered the Imperial killing formation. These people have prepared more than one trump card. The old man said with a gloomy face. This result made everyone fall silent. Mother Kurt, don't make me go crazy, the large black dog shouted fiercely. What other trump cards do you have? Use them all. If you can destroy them, use them as soon as possible. Wahua said. You can destroy them, but I will also disappear and you will never see me again. Do you want that? The Black Empress revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth as she looked at her. No. Hua shook her head. While the celestial court was covered in dark clouds, various major events were also happening in the outside world. The three otherworldly gods found the traces of the chaotic physique, and chased after him. Unfortunately, they only saw his back, which they recorded with the heaven-reflecting crystal. The appearance of the chaotic physique distracted the attention of the children of the Forbidden Region. They also chased after him, wanting to get to the bottom of this. This was because this was very important. In the era of legends, the chaotic physique was the most transcendent bloodline, and it was said that once it appeared, it would definitely be invincible in the world. In a sense, the appearance of this person took some of the pressure off the celestial court. Many people in the world were speculating that since the chaotic physique had reached the quasi-emperor realm, it was impossible for it to remain silent for so many years. It must have come out to gain experience and someone should have seen it. It's him, we've seen that person. The little Taoist master Zhang Qingyang said in surprise. Within the celestial court, there were also people discussing the chaotic physique. Even the Black Empress admitted that perhaps only the innate holy physique could be on par with the chaotic physique. When we came to the celestial court back then, we saw him crossing the tribulation, chasing the tens of thousands of kilometers long azure dragon, snake and others. The chaotic energy was boiling, and it was incomparably terrifying, Long Yuxuan added. That day they came to cross the galaxy with Zhang Wenchang and rushed to the celestial court. On the way they captured the scene of a young man crossing the tribulation, and it was also the back view. Now, comparing the scene with the heaven-reflecting crystal, they recognized that it was the person they had seen that day. That man's spiritual sense was terrifyingly sharp, and he had even chased after them back then. If they hadn't been in the spatial passage, the three of them would have died. Unfortunately, even they hadn't seen that person's appearance. It was too far away and it was all a blur. This person's realm shouldn't be as high as Master's, so he hasn't been sensed by the Supremes yet. But if he's crossing the tribulation again, it might be soon. The appearance of the chaotic physique and the disturbance caused by Yi Fan made the Sea of Stars feel like a storm was coming, and people always felt that there would be a world-shaking battle. Several days later, the chaotic physique showed up again, and one of the three otherworldly deities chased after it. A great collision occurred and that deity was seriously injured. This result caused a huge uproar. Every part of the universe was in an uproar. This person was indeed amazing. Even one of the unfathomable three otherworldly deities had been defeated and was no match for him. Moreover, through this battle, it was clearly confirmed that he had the chaotic physique, and it wasn't just a rumor. Overnight, the chaotic physique shook the universe and his fame skyrocketed, making people feel his strength and endless potential. It was like another young great emperor was rising on the emperor's path. 100 years had passed and the two people had two different fates. Yi Fan had also been shining brightly, and many people had placed endless hope on him. But now his life and death had become a mystery, and he hadn't appeared yet. The other person soared into the sky in this chaotic world, and it seemed like he would fly out of the sky. The eyes of the whole universe were focused on him. Is this fate? I thought highly of you, but unfortunately you didn't come back. Now another person has appeared and he's so dazzling. If the chaotic physique really achieves the way, he might be able to compete with venerable sovereigns, right? Outside the underworld, a youth sat cross-legged, facing the vast black underworld earth alone. Although he had a baby face, he already looked old and his hair was snow-white. Many years had passed and he had returned to this place, intimidating the underworld emperor in the underworld. He was facing the most ancient great force alone, and this could be considered a kind of unparalleled power. Unfortunately, his life had finally come to an end, and his life flame was about to be extinguished. He felt a little regretful and sad as he looked into the depths of the starry sky. It's time for the curtain to fall on me. The chaotic physique appeared briefly and disappeared not long after, never appearing again. He had completely broken free from the pursuit of the experts from the restricted area, but there was no end to the topic of his divine ring and body. As he disappeared, the pressure on the celestial court multiplied again. The children of the restricted area and the people of the tyrant's bloodline were all chasing after his traces, wanting to eliminate him. The Black Bear Saint has died in battle. What, the old bear has been killed? *CK their grandpas, I'm going to fight it out with them. Longmo was anxious. Only a few of the 12 saints from back then were left now, and they had been killed like this. It made his blood boil with anger. The only fortunate thing is that the various combat divisions are no longer restless and have all endured, scattered to various parts of the universe. There shouldn't be too many casualties. said the killing Saint Chi Luo. Despite this being the case, the troops of the Celestial Court still felt heartache. Quite a few people had died in the end, and every one of them had a flame hidden within their hearts. They wanted nothing more than to immediately start a massacre. If Yi Fan dies, this emperor will throw caution to the wind and lead the brothers in a massacre. We will pierce through this universe and get revenge for our fallen brothers. In the end, the Black Emperor expressed his stance, using his life as a guarantee. The casualties decreased, but the storm never calmed down. Those children of the restricted area rampaged through the cosmos, directly threatening to wipe out the Celestial Court. They wouldn't give them a chance. That's right, the Celestial Court must be destroyed. This was their voice and decision. It could be said that they were bullying others intolerably. They massacred the troops of the Celestial Court, and they were still so high profile, acting unrestrained in the starry sky. They didn't put the Celestial Court in their eyes at all. The people of the world all sighed. This world's most powerful power was indeed a life-restricted area. They were incomparable, and who could contend against them? The tyrant bloodline was even more direct, never stopping, not even letting heavenly soldiers go. During this period of time, they used all of their power to search for them, slaughtering the troops of the Celestial Court. Their savagery, the blood on their hands, was even greater than that of the restricted area children, even more hateful. Only in the end, when it became difficult to find the people of the Celestial Court, did their steps slow down a bit. The world was in chaos, the smell of blood becoming more and more intense. Great chaos was about to rise, Tao disaster about to arrive. Even the restricted areas weren't at peace. This made the people of the world feel suffocated. In the desolate border of the cosmos, on top of the primal chaos stone, that weak figure moved. He slowly got up, sitting up. Even though he was no longer in his prime, his youth fading, his eyes still released two streaks of cold lightning, sharp and world-shocking. He didn't die, instead as if he woke up from some type of Tao comprehension state. His face had traces carved on it by the blades of time that were difficult to erase, but his spirit didn't decrease. 100 years passed in a hurry, yet it feels like 10,000 years, he said to himself. Immediately afterwards, he took steps, leaving the desolate border of the cosmos, entering the depths of the boundless sea of stars, walking towards ancient lands of life. Someone with the tyrant Empyrean blood flowing through his body? He heard some rumors along the way and his brows furrowed. When his eyes opened and closed, the beams of light were astonishing, suppressing the sun and moon. "Oh, old man, be careful. You can't go to that star domain up ahead. I heard that the troops of the Celestial Court are hiding there, and the tyrant bloodline is currently investigating and hunting them down." The white-haired man didn't pay him any attention. He took a step out, disappearing from this place, directly entering the river of stars up ahead. Something's not right. That person just now looked a bit familiar. Heavens, could it be him? Damn it, I can't be seeing things right. Under the river of stars, there were experts of the tyrant bloodline's ancestral star overseeing it. Countless great armies were heading over here, searching for the few military divisions hiding in this star domain, wanting to cleanse them with blood. "Who are you?" someone shouted. Then a group of fighters rushed over. The white-haired man's eyes blazed, and in an instant, they lit up as he stared forward. A terrifying thing happened. These people actually seemed to have encountered the wrath of an immortal king, and all of them collapsed, turning into blood and bones. Up ahead, the great army was shocked and roared as they charged over, but the white-haired man's eyes blazed. As he swept his gaze over, swathes of people were directly turned into ashes, exploding in the cosmos, turning into blood mist and turning into fine powder. This person was simply like a deity descending to the mortal world, looking down on the common people. Any movement, any kind of fluctuation or even his gaze, could cause this world to collapse. Chapter 1734. This person's white hair was like a waterfall, draping over his chest and back. The light in his eyes was like a torch, and the army in front of him was turned into ashes. Wherever his gaze passed, all the experts suffered. The reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor. This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind when they saw him. He was too terrifying. Just his gaze alone was enough to turn an entire army into ashes. How could they resist? Formation. Someone shouted from behind, but what was the use of that? The one who came was cold and emotionless. He looked forward. The starry sky collapsed, the sun and moon exploding, this place splitting apart. Heavens! This scene made their scalps go numb and all of the fine hairs on their bodies stand on end. A few people knelt on the ground. This was a miracle. How were they going to fight? The two sides were not on the same level at all. The difference was like heaven and earth. Everyone was in despair. This was an unrivaled hero. Even though his hair was white, who could face him head-on? Even the appearance of an ancient supreme being was nothing more than this. Everyone's hearts turned cold. They were people from two different worlds. Even if there were 1,000,000 of them, they would not be able to harm a single hair on the other party's head. "Who are you?" A loud shout came from afar, and a figure quickly approached. This was a middle-aged man with a head of purple hair. His eyes were resplendent like golden lamps. In his hands was a bronze heavenly spear, battle intent surging. He was a powerful quasi-emperor, and he was full of anger. In this great world, who dared to violate the life-forbidden zone? The person who came was actually so fearless, starting a massacre. However, when he saw Yi Fan's appearance, he instantly felt as if he'd fallen into an ice house, and all his rage transformed into cold air. He felt cold from head to toe, and his entire body trembled. "You are the holy physique Yi Fan. You are still alive." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a clap of thunder that exploded in everyone's ears, causing their blood to almost freeze, and all of them turned pale with shock. The main character still didn't die, actually coming back. This person's reputation during the past several hundred years was too great, his might shaking the cosmos. He killed ancient princes, fought against ancient supreme being bloodlines, his hands covered in blood. To enemies like them, this was a peerless demon king. There were traces of age on Yi Fan's face, but his majesty didn't diminish. Instead, he gave off an unfathomable feeling. His eyes were as deep as the sea of stars, making people sink into them at first glance. Even their souls were about to be lost and collapse. No one dared to look him in the eye. Moreover, how could that type of aura be so terrifying? It was almost comparable to that of an ancient supreme being. The person in charge of the tyrant body's ancestral star was a powerful quasi-emperor who had broken out of the ancestral cavern and followed the tyrant body. What had he not seen? But from the moment he laid eyes on Yi Fan, he couldn't help but tremble. He knew that things weren't looking good. "Go!" he shouted loudly, ordering everyone to quickly retreat. It was because he understood that staying here meant certain death, without the slightest bit of hope. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their backbone, the strongest quasi-emperor, was scared to this extent. Just how terrifying was the other party? Could he be a true great emperor? The army of tens of thousands rushed in all directions, wanting to escape. There were even people who tore open the void and crossed the universe. However, everything was futile. Although Yi Fan's white hair was disheveled, he was incomparably powerful. With a flick of his sleeve, a rumbling sound was heard as it covered the entire starry field. Tens of thousands of people were sucked in, and some of the sun, moon, and stars were also sucked into his sleeve. This scene was too terrifying. Those were great stars, and they were sucked into the sleeve along with the army. The entire universe was in the palm of his hand. Bang! With a flick of Yi Fan's sleeve, the army of tens of thousands of people turned into ashes. There was no lack of sages among them. They turned into powder along with the star fragments, and the ashes scattered into the cold universe. You killed them all. With such a heavy killing intent, aren't you afraid that the heavens will punish you when you cross the tribulation? The quasi-emperor from the ancestral cavern of the tyrant body roared. His eyes were red. When you killed the troops of my celestial court, did you ever think like this? Yi Fan did not speak, but there was a powerful will spreading between heaven and earth. It was as if the divine sound of the great Tao was rumbling, resonating with this part of the universe. The path of cultivation is to break the eternal, to go against the heavens, to seek immortality. Having reached this step, will I still follow the rules set by the heavens? A boundless will rippled out, as if a supreme deity was asking a question. Yi Fan stood there, not opening his mouth this entire time. Everything in this world, even the cosmos and stellar rivers, were ringing for him, rumbling with noise. If you want to achieve the Tao, you will definitely fall on the day of tribulation. The expert from the tyrant body's ancestral star shouted, but his eyes were filled with fear because he saw a huge hand pressing forward and covering him. All divine arts and techniques were useless, and he could not escape. Pfft. His body exploded and turned into a bloody mist, scattering in the universe. Sect Master, is that you? Brother Yi, is it really you? The heavens have pity on you. In the distance, a figure appeared. There were many troops of the celestial court in this star region, or else the tyrant bloodline would not have come to wipe them out. The nine-tailed crocodile was covered in blood. 8 of its golden tails were broken, and the horns on its head were shattered. It was dripping with blood, and its scales were torn in many places. It was a miserable sight. But now it was laughing and tears were flowing out. Behind it, the veterans of the celestial court gathered, all of them trembling with excitement. They could not help but roar and shout. Ha! Oh, the celestial court will have a day of reunion. Many people laughed and cried. They had waited for too long and they finally saw the light of day. Yi Fan's strength just now was enough to prove that the celestial court was going to prosper. Bloody light rushed out of Yi Fan's skull and turned into huge dragons, entering everyone's body. In the blink of an eye, all the veterans' injuries were healed, and their blood chi reached the peak. The starry sky was filled with his aura, and his blood chi permeated the sun and moon, enveloping the galaxy. Brothers, it's been a long time. From this day on, the celestial court will return. These were Yi Fan's first words. Rebuild the celestial court. Everyone's blood heated up and they roared at the sky. They had waited for this day for too long. I've let you brothers suffer. Please tell me who is targeting the celestial court? Yi Fan asked calmly. When this question was brought up, many people's eyes turned red. Too many people had died and several combat divisions had turned to dust. The Black Bear, the Great Sage and many other generals had died a violent death. The Forbidden Zone Children's Alliance. In the starry sky behind Yi Fan, the first cultivator who had warned him out of kindness shouted and rushed into the distance. The divine physique Yi Fan has returned. Many figures were startled in the galaxy where he was. Then news spreading to all places, spreading with the fastest speed possible. Crack. In the universe, dozens of stars experienced abnormalities, and the great Tao formation patterns inside them collapsed. At the same time, runes appeared in the secret room of the celestial court, and they rushed out with astonishing light. Those were the coordinates of the galaxy, shining with divine light in the brilliant light. Go and bring the children back first. The Black Emperor and the others knew that Yi Fan's 100-year seal had expired, and the heavenly source formation had automatically disintegrated. Even though they were sad, everyone still rushed to the major galaxies. These children were the hope of the celestial court, and they represented the future. They must not be lost. Mother, how long have I been sleeping? Where is father? Why didn't he come to pick me up personally? Little Z came out of the source, opened her eyes in a daze and looked at Jianghu. Your father is in seclusion, and it will be a while before he can return home. Jianghu resisted the urge to cry, but in the end crystal-clear tears rolled down her cheeks. Mother, you're crying. Where is father? Don't lie to little Z. The child was precocious and he had a premonition. He woke up completely, opened his eyes and shook Jianghu's arm with all his might. The children of the celestial court had returned, and all of them had received great benefits. They were divine acupoints that gathered innate essence one after another. After being nurtured for 100 years, the foundation of the group of children had improved greatly. Even though they were in grief and even though they felt uncomfortable, everyone was still shocked. They couldn't believe all of this. Yi Fan's Genesis technique was superb, and he could recreate heaven and earth. It could be said that his means were extraordinary, and all the children had received great benefits, making up for their innate deficiencies. Where's Uncle? Why isn't he back yet? An older child asked. Father, where are you? Mother, don't lie to me, I want to see father. Little Z cried, wiping her tears with her white hands. Everyone was silent, speechless. Suddenly a loud shout came, Yi Fan is still alive. As soon as the voice came out, the celestial court was in an uproar and everyone rushed out. Li Heishui returned, bringing the latest news. He shouted excitedly, he's been found, everyone outside is talking about it now. In the next moment, a figure flashed in the celestial court, and a white-haired man appeared. Little Z broke free from Jianghu's embrace and rushed over, shouting, Father, I miss you. The group was stunned and then they all rushed over. Yi Fan's return made the place boil. Yi. Master. Yi Fan. Everyone was extremely excited. This was like a dream. Yi Fan appeared in real life. It was just too sudden. Although he looked old, they were also satisfied. It was good that he could come back alive. Jianghu was so happy that she cried. Yi Fan helped her wipe her tears, hugged little Z and said to everyone, I'm going to deal with the great calamity. Don't come out, wait for me, we'll meet again soon. After saying this, he put down little Z, turned into a blazing light and disappeared from this place. Wu, the celestial court should be destroyed, that's what we're going to do, get rid of them. What can anyone do? The path that the children of the restricted area walked on was filled with blood, and no one dared to oppose them. They were unrestrained, directly declaring without any concealment. What, holy physique, Yi Fan is still alive. How unexpected, I thought he had transformed. When they received the news, they were all stunned. This news is a bit shocking, we need to report it. The children of the restricted area felt restraining fear. Some people were on the way back, and they naturally didn't dare to treat Yi Fan like they did the people of the Celestial Court. He wasn't someone they could kill just because they wanted to. On the way to the Big Dipper, a blazing light descended from the sky. A foot stepped down, directly trampling towards Reincarnation Ocean Prince, Reborn, even more arrogant than him. You dare. Reborn stepped on the path of return. He never expected that this type of secret would still be discovered by someone, moreover coming to kill him. Reborn opened his mouth, spitting out a forbidden artifact refined by an ancient supreme being. It smashed murderously towards that large foot. However, something that left him shocked happened. Yi Fan swung out his sleeves, directly collecting the forbidden artifact, not displaying the slightest bit of fluctuation. That large foot trampled down with unstoppable force, landing on his body, breaking his bones and snapping his muscles. Not even the ancient emperor's bloodline could hold on. He opened his mouth, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. That foot stepped on his face, forcing him to kneel down. Meanwhile, the other foot also descended, stepping on his chest, making him fall weakly onto the ground. The one who came lowered his head to look at him, saying, "Were you one of the ones who killed my troops? So what if I was?" He pretended to be unyielding, loudly asking. Yi Fan raised his head, no longer giving him a look, instead gazing into the starry sky. Reborn immediately had a bad premonition. He cried out in alarm, saying, "Wait a moment." Unfortunately, Yi Fan didn't pay him any attention. His foot exerted a bit of force, sending bloody mud flying high into the air. Reborn released a miserable cry, his face full of fear, and then he exploded. Under another starry sky, the Ruins girl's face was as pale as snow. She personally witnessed this process. She was also secretly hurrying towards the Big Dipper, but her path forward was similarly cut off. Chapter 1735. There's also you, right? Scarlet blood splashed out from beneath Yi Fan's feet. This was the blood of the ancient emperor's bloodline. Divine light erupted in an extremely dazzling manner. However, he didn't even give it a single look, as if he was crushing a bug, not treating it like anything important, only staring at the Ruins girl in the distance. This scene was a bit terrifying. That was a glorious ancient prince, someone who was high up no matter what era it was, yet today he couldn't even take a single blow, truly like a chicken or a dog under Yi Fan's feet. It wasn't that this type of thing hadn't happened before, but it was extremely rare. Only the great emperors when they were young could do this. They were all recorded in the most important historical records, things that couldn't be lost. The Ruins girl's heart was pounding, color completely draining from her face. She was the pride of the heavens, yet when facing this matchless demon king, she couldn't even produce a trace of superiority. Even she herself didn't know that she was backing up. This was her soul's instincts, feeling great fear when facing the one before her. How could she normally be like this? The ancient emperor's bloodline was prideful, conceited. Yet now her soul was throbbing, full of unwillingness. Her body was betraying her will. Holy body, wait a moment and listen to me. There are supreme beings watching you right now, so if you cross tribulation, you will definitely be discovered, provoking a great disaster. The Ruins girl said, forcefully putting on a calm front. Do I need you to teach me these things? Yi Fan pressed forward, his white hair like snow. Meanwhile, the Ruins girl's face was also like snow. She felt great worry inside, a bad omen rising, becoming more and more fearful. She was the daughter of a supreme being, her bloodline noble. She had never placed the experts of the mortal world in her eyes, because no one dared to provoke them. They were above the rules of the mortal world. The so-called restrictions, the so-called human realm's rules, were all a joke to them. However, today she was lacking in confidence. Your father's generation was previously respected by others, but now he abandoned this world, walking towards decay. As for you all, Yi Fan sneered. He closed in with a single step, loudly shouting, "Since you're here, then let's end this." He didn't make a move. With a loud roar, the surrounding stars collapsed and the world exploded. The daughter of the Ruins screamed and the secret treasure in her hand flickered as she resisted. This was a magic treasure that the ancient emperor had helped her refine, but now it had exploded. It was completely useless. She could not withstand the sound waves and pressure. She covered her ears with her hands and knelt there, screaming like a madman. Blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. This type of scene was too terrifying. The high and mighty empress didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Her body exploded inch by inch, her face full of horror. Then she froze, and with a pu sound she shattered under this starry sky. Who is it? This vast sound wave shook the universe. Even the slumbering paragon sensed it. In front of the underworld, the number one general of ancient heaven, Chuanying, opened his eyes. He was already extremely old, with a head full of white hair. At this moment he stood up and said, "I should bury myself. I can't hold on much longer." This carefree and domineering divine general, even in his old age, still had a baby face, but there were wrinkles engraved on it. His life reached its end, difficult to continue. "You appeared alive, only I don't know if you will succeed or not." He released a sigh. He looked into the cosmos' starry sky and said, "This world of mortals really makes one yearn for it. What a pity, since the ancient times, there hasn't been a single person who could truly live forever." He straightened his back and laughed loudly. "Ning Fei, do you still need to listen to me? How can people like us silently die? Even if we die, we have to make heaven and earth tremble, cry out for us." He held the stone rod in his hand, the black longbow on his back. He walked towards underworld earth with large steps. He wanted to end this glorious battle. "Senior, where are you going?" A voice sounded from behind him. A white-haired person appeared. Yi Fan arrived. Ancient Heaven's number one general turned around. He laughed and said, "You aren't bad reaching this step. You should go deal with the great calamity. I don't dare speak of other places, but I will help you defend the underworld. Go." "No, I will deal with it myself." Yi Fan spoke. He didn't want to see Ancient Heaven's number one general die. "I've already lived long enough. If I don't kill the undying Sky Emperor, my obsession won't disappear. However, right now I can't find him, so just let me end things here in the underworld," Chuanying said. He had a smile on his face, turning around to look towards the underworld. "Senior, please drink this blood." Yi Fan opened his mouth and palm. A sphere of scarlet flames jumped about. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this was bright red blood. However, it was moving like a flame, moreover extremely sparkling and brilliant. "I've drunk the Emperor's immortal blood, and 100 years ago, I also bathed in the undying Sky Emperor's blood. It's no longer that useful. Right now, I only wish to fight to my heart's content," Chuanying said. "Then that's good. I will accompany Senior to the underworld. We'll deal with this place first," Yi Fan said. "You can't suppress it anymore. Don't waste your strength here. Otherwise, when all of the supreme beings lock onto you, there really won't be any hope left." Ancient Heaven's number one general shook his head and said, "Save some strength. I will help you defend and block this place." Yi Fan remained silent. Then he turned around. This was the last time he saw Ancient Heaven's number one general. This carefree, heroic hero was ultimately defeated by time. From this day forth, there would no longer be Chuanying under the heavens. The astral winds of the universe blew over. Yi Fan's white hair danced in the wind. He passed through one river of stars after another. In his eyes, there were the destruction of the sun and moon, the collapse of the river of stars, the scene of the beginning of the world. Right now the cosmos was in great chaos. Yi Fan's return stirred up great waves in the various lands. Meanwhile, the news of him wiping out the tyrant's blood army with a raise of his hand had long spread. Moreover, not long ago, the matter of him stepping on death to return to life, roaring at the ruined Shatterer girl, was also discovered by someone through the ancient supreme treasure Heavenly Dharma Eye, shocking the entire cosmos. The Heavenly Dharma Eye was originally Big Dipper Demon Imperial Palace's unmatched divine object. Now it was lost in the starry skies. Even back then, when Yi Fan and the others were dragged into Big Dipper by the 9 dragons, they were still sensed by it. When the news spread, the restricted region children's faces all paled. Everyone was in danger, all of them going into hiding immediately. This was especially the case when Yi Fan strolled through the starry skies, passing by where they were. These people's hearts were all raised to their throats, fearing that they would be discovered. That day Yi Fan set out. The people who walked out of the life-restricted region were all quiet, not a single one daring to jump out. They all fled into the stellar streams. It could be said that they were fleeing at the sight of the wind. The people of the world simply didn't dare believe all of this. The previously insufferably arrogant restricted region children, so conceited, were now scared to this extent. It was truly shocking. However, this was also understandable. Up until now, the restricted region children who died under Yi Fan's hands numbered at least 8 or 9, if not 10. How could they not be scared? Gone Born and the ruined Shatterer girl died not too long ago. There wasn't a single person who wasn't scared after being taught a bloody lesson. Even those who had previously threatened to wipe out the celestial court all obediently lowered their heads, going into hiding, not daring to utter a single harsh word. In reality, Yi Fan's attention wasn't placed on them at all. He was making his final preparations. To put it a bit more bluntly, the restricted region children already didn't enter his eyes. The path he walked through was quiet, all of his enemies fleeing at the sight of the wind. In the end, Yi Fan chose a dim starry sky. This place was full of dead stars, lacking life fluctuations, nor were there any traces of cultivators roaming about. He sat in the void, his entire body starting to shine. Within the rumbling sounds, there was blood surging, rivers and seas roaring, deafening. A type of strange fluctuation spread, affecting the surrounding stars, making them all tremble, resonating with Yi Fan's breathing. Yi Fan's body was shriveled up, his hair snow-white, looking extremely aged. However, at this time, a wave of powerful life force suddenly appeared. It was just that abrupt. Pooh! Yi Fan's body almost exploded, flesh and blood badly mangled. A scarlet-red streak rushed out from the crown of his head, a cauldron appearing above his head. Red radiance rushed into the heavens, submerging the sea of stars in an instant. Inside that cauldron was actually endless scarlet blood. It was like a sea, the life force boundless, shocking past and present, leaving others in disbelief. Yi Fan's withered body continuously cracked apart, drop after drop of golden blood flowing out. Moreover, he even more so opened his mouth to spit out a golden streak. That was golden blood, splashing everywhere. He was removing the golden blood, and within the cauldron above his head, blood surged crazily like a waterfall. Scarlet blood poured down, all of it entering his body, the scene terrifying. After all these years, there were two important reasons why Yi Fan aged. The first was that he could see a corner of the future, turning it into a true scene in his mind. 100 years of time, he felt like he experienced 10,000 years. He fought intensely on the battlefield, comprehending the Tao, exhausting all of his mental strength. The second was that he refined the scarlet blood, continuously extracting it from his body, and then sealing it. He used the divine will in the cauldron to guard it, excavating and squeezing out his own body's potential. Now the cauldron seal was undone, essence blood returning. It poured down like a sea, returning to his flesh. Yi Fan's flesh seemed like it was about to explode. His bones broke and reformed, the golden blood completely discharged, his body becoming a bright red expanse. What was even more important was that at this moment he began to transform. His withered body began to shine, old skin peeling off, broken bone pieces squeezed out. This was a cruel transformation, shedding the mortal body and exchanging the bones. It was extremely domineering, unbearable to watch. Yi Fan's true blood returned, his aged state immediately changing. His white hair turned to ash, scattering downwards. His flesh erupted with radiance, white bones sparkling with brilliance. A tall and sturdy body was being formed, flowing with precious splendor. Of course, following this transformation, heaven and earth also began to move. Stellar streams exploded, lightning radiance exploding at the very top of the heavenly dome, starting to descend. As his true blood returned to his body, his entire body began to flourish with vitality, his constitution transforming. The great calamity was about to arrive, and now there were already signs of it. The precious blood in the cauldron was endless, practically a sea of it. It all entered Yi Fan's body, flowing towards his limbs and bones. His body was shining, blazing like a sun. Intense changes continued. Bone pieces, old skin and other things continuously fell. This type of body transformation was too intense, and normally, it was done in an orderly manner. Who had ever seen it being carried out like a blade or axe? Finally, the shedding of the mortal body and exchanging bones concluded. Yi Fan's body was sparkling and shining like a divine glass lamp, brilliant and dazzling. His hair was pitch black and thick, flickering with luster. His body was tall and sturdy, full of power. Meanwhile, his pupils became even more deep, as if they were immeasurable like a sea of stars. At this moment, his aura could no longer be hidden. Violent lightning flickered in the heavens above. This type of scene was too terrifying. This entire cosmos was covered, completely submerged. The great calamity had arrived. Chapter 1736. Blood condensation, bones forging, rebirth. Yi Fan reached the most powerful state he could currently stand in. His body's constitution was improved in all aspects, and even his primordial spirit was sparkling and full, incomparably abundant. At this time he was like a heavenly deity, his entire body shining, flesh sparkling and brilliant like a bright lamp in the immortal realm, illuminating 10,000 mountains and rivers. His body was untainted by even a speck of dust. This was the most powerful state of his life. The crown of his head shone with bloody light, illuminating heaven's will. Scenes appeared one after another, shooting into the heavens. A supreme being was rising up, stepping on the path towards the imperial throne. This scene was a bit terrifying, leaving one shocked. The crown of Yi Fan's head shone, illuminating heaven's will, shattering mountains and rivers, shattering the universe. A small golden figure walked out from the space between his brows, ascending into the sky. It released a long roar, devouring all of the scenes of heaven's will, turning them into nothingness. He ruled over everything, not acknowledging heaven's will, not accepting the imperial decree. Everywhere, an oppressive aura descended, filling up this cosmos. This was an endless sea of lightning, turning into the greatest tribulation Yi Fan had ever seen. Wenglonglong. A muffled sound rumbled like a war chariot from the heavens, crushing over. It was as if a ruler had descended, personally dealing with Yi Fan, suppressing and killing him. Endless lightning radiance descended, the 81 Great Purple Sky Tribulation. This was the light of the Great Tao, turning into purple pressure as it descended. It was supreme, boundless and incomparable. One could see the 99 Great Tribulations, each one like a layer of the heavens, purple energy hazy, crushing down until the rivers of stars collapsed, the cosmos shattered. This was just the beginning, yet all of the great stars in this cosmos exploded, turning into powder, not a single one left. This scene made one tremble, their blood run cold. There was no great tribulation like this, destroying this cosmos as soon as it appeared. At the very least, ordinary cultivators had never seen it before, Yi Fan had never faced it before. His great tribulation had arrived, because his body had reached the peak state of his life. His blood and qi were exuberant, surging like a sea, unable to be suppressed any longer. He was going to cross the tribulation. Rise! Yi Fan roared. The cauldron above his head flew up into the air, filled with primal chaos energy. The mouth of the cauldron expanded rapidly, swallowing up all 81 bolts of violet night tribulation lightning. Heaven and earth became a vacuum with nothing left behind. This scene was too horrifying. If there was a cultivator here, they would definitely go crazy from fright. Just how great of a magical force was this? The sea of lightning that filled the sky disappeared. One had to understand that this hazy purple energy even shattered this cosmos, stellar rivers scattering, turning into fragments, ultimately never to exist again. The cauldron suppressed all things, devoured heavenly punishment, completely the methods of a supreme being, exceeding the understanding of the people of this world. Meanwhile, at the same time, the various parts of the cosmos couldn't calm down anymore. Such a great disaster was about to happen, shocking all lands the moment it appeared. This was especially the case when the supreme beings in the life-restricted regions woke up. They sensed a familiar aura because they had all walked through this step before. It's going to be a great disaster. This person might become an emperor-level master. Such a great tribulation, its potential is limitless. If it ascends another level, it will be unpredictable. When the Great Tribulation appeared, it was useless no matter how one tried to hide it, not even heaven-deceiving formation patterns. It was because a sea of lightning of this level was too boundless, impossible to hide at all. The Great Tribulation became even more ferocious, mysterious light eradicating the world, vast and boundless. This shattered cosmos became the source of destruction, everything being destroyed, nothing existing anymore. The sea of lightning was boundless, exceeding the imaginations of the people of this world, incomprehensible. It turned this place into vile earth. As long as life entered, they would inevitably be hacked to pieces. Yi Fan's expression was grave, carrying out resistance. This was just the beginning, yet the Great Tribulation was already so berserk, enough to blast Quasi-Emperor into ashes. No matter how powerful he was, he still had to treat this carefully. The cosmos wailed, the sea of lightning overflowing into the heavens, its light filling all directions. There were no stars flickering about, every strand of blazing lightning interweaving and surging. The traces formed from the cosmos' most fundamental natural laws hacked apart everything. This was the opening of the heavens. The aura of the absolute beginning surged, and the world-destroying divine force was also surging. This great tribulation didn't stop, other divine tribulations descended. Several dozen types of tribulations descended, roiling about. Yi Fan opened his mouth and released a clear roar, fiercely resisting. This place became the most terrifying place in the cosmos. Nothing could be seen anymore, blazing light illuminating past and present, heaven and earth trembling. It was as if the ruler of the underworld had arrived here, incomparably dignified, about to suppress and kill Yi Fan. Break. The space between Yi Fan's brows shone. The golden little figure soared into the heavens, opening its mouth to take in and spit out all types of lightning radiance, cleansing itself, refining the primordial spirit, and then guiding it towards the flesh. This great tribulation was a type of test. Yi Fan refined his body, refined the cauldron, and forged his primordial spirit under the most terrifying lightning radiance, making himself stronger, becoming a living true deity. This was without a doubt an intense process full of danger. He could be turned into ashes at any time under this rarely seen blazing lightning, but if he made it through, it would be difficult for him to have any great enemies under the heavens. Lightning radiance was like a waterfall, continuously descending into the cauldron, leaving behind all types of engravings on its surface, becoming a part of the precious cauldron's great Tao symbols. This was a natural construction, not intentional. The cauldron rose and fell, undergoing a baptism together with the golden little figure. All life source energy hung down like a curtain, replacing the stellar river, making this place grand and magnificent. Yi Fan raised his head. His flesh was like a bottomless pit. As he resisted the endless sea of lightning, he also continuously opened his mouth to swallow the lightning radiance. Meanwhile, every inch of his flesh was like a precious vase, long absorbing who knew how much lightning. His flesh and primordial spirit were undergoing a terrifying transformation. Now, every drop of blood contained the secrets of opening the heavens, thunder rumbling within. As long as any drop of blood flew out, it would inevitably destroy the stellar river, blasting apart the great sage. Within the heavenly punishment, the primal chaos bell rang, disturbing time. It was as if an endless amount of time had passed, making even Yi Fan's body go rigid. At this moment he felt as if an entire life had passed, his body aged, turning into dust. Then, along with the dust, he reincarnated into plants, beasts and others. Duo. Yi Fan released a loud shout, making the golden little figure calm and clear. He operated the highest divine technique, stabilizing his body. He disregarded the chaos of time, immediately calming down. Then the space between his brows shone. The front and action characters were operated, activating the taboo power, time. It pressed towards the heavens, opposing each other with equal harshness, resisting the heavenly tribulation. This was a terrifying place. All types of natural laws interweaved, power surging. The quasi-emperor battle-clothes Yi Fan refined had long turned into flying ashes. When the lightning hacked down, it couldn't be preserved at all. Now, only his flesh wasn't broken and the cauldron could exist forever. Other artifacts, under the lightning strikes, not even something as powerful as the quasi-emperor artifact could do anything. They would inevitably turn into flying ashes. This type of boundless great tribulation was rarely seen since ancient times. Kacha. The great Tao evolved, turning into a true form, throwing itself over murderously. There were all types of creatures, including the vermilion bird, deities and others. They fought intensely against Yi Fan, fighting together. The terrifying scene was incomparable, making one tremble. Every type of heavenly tribulation was enough to wipe out the quasi-emperor of the world, but in this place there were more and more of them. Starting from the 81st Great Purple Night Tribulation, the number of lightning tribulations had been decreasing, but it became even more terrifying, suppressing downwards in an unending stream. With a boom, the 5 elements immortal light rushed into the heavens, drawing out an indescribable aura in the cosmos. The great 5 elements tribulation had appeared. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth evolved together, merging into one. In the end, they forged a world-grinding plate, crushing downwards, posing a great threat to Yi Fan's flesh. Moreover, there was a demon head on the millstone, a real head that had been severed from the neck. It was dripping with blood, and at the very top of the millstone, fangs were spitting out from its mouth, hair disheveled as it stared at Yi Fan. There were records in the ancient texts that in the most terrifying Great Tribulation, there would be all types of indescribable things that couldn't be explained clearly. For example, some people said that this was a type of sacrifice, drawing in the heavens, drawing the most terrifying lightning technique from the ruler. There was a bloody demon head on the millstone formed from the fusion of the great 5 elements tribulation. This was enough to prove how terrifying this tribulation was. As expected, under Yi Fan's head-on attack, specks of blood splashed out from his body. It was worthy of being a forbidden great tribulation that was summoned from the heavens in the form of sacrifice. It was incomparable. The starry sky was crushed, and even the fluctuations that were released spread to the distant star systems, making the stars there explode one after another, turning them into powder. Yi Fan's palms were covered in blood as he faced the millstone head-on. White bones were about to appear. This was something that had never happened before. What a powerful heavenly tribulation, truly rarely seen since ancient times. At the very least, it's difficult to encounter one at this cultivation realm. A cold voice sounded. A figure appeared in the distant starry sky. His figure was over a Jianghu, and his head of purple hair danced about. He stood at the edge of the sea of lightning, staring at the person in front of him. His eyes were like the edge of a blade, and his entire being was domineering and full of aggressiveness. There was a powerful aura that made others feel suffocated. There was no doubt that this was an ancient supreme being. The overlord body of completion had come. Today Yi Fan had reappeared, and the great tribulation shocked the world. He couldn't sit still any longer and personally rushed over. You're very strong and can be said to be a heaven-warping genius. To be able to achieve such achievements at this age, it's rare even if it's not seen since ancient times. The overlord body of completion nodded and sighed. He admired Jianghu from the bottom of his heart. At the very least he knew that he couldn't do it back then. When he transcended the tribulation he was already over 1,000 years old, and his achievements were already praised as rare since ancient times. This is nothing. Some people touched the realm of achieving the Tao at 500 or 600 years old, but after that, it was difficult for them to advance even an inch. Meanwhile, some people only obtained the Tao after a few thousand years and directly became supreme beings. Yi Fan didn't think much of it. He was transcending the most terrifying tribulation, and he had also met the most aggressive person in this world, yet he was still so calm and seriously discussed the matter. He was very calm. The overlord body of completion had a dark mark on the heart of his brows. At this moment, it was slightly throbbing and his gaze became sharper and sharper. The light beams shot out like two bolts of purple lightning as he stared at Jianghu and said, "What a pity that such a talented person is about to fall. You won't be able to see the beauty of the starry sky and the beauty of life anymore. Are you that confident that you can kill me?" In the heavenly tribulation the world millstone plate became even more terrifying. That demon exploded and fresh blood poured out. This caused the divine power of the 5 elements millstone to increase explosively, and its aura shattered the stars. Saint blood splattered everywhere from Yi Fan's fist. He revealed a grave expression as the millstone pressed down on the sky. An apparition appeared on the millstone, and the man and the millstone became one. That was the will of the great Tao of heaven and earth, and it didn't allow him to attack. What confidence do I need to kill you? In the era when I was unrivaled, even your ancestors had to submit. Back then, the saint physique of completion was destroyed by me and collapsed in front of me. That feeling of bathing in saint blood was really wonderful. I haven't felt it in a long time. The overlord body of completion had his hands behind his back as he stood proudly in the starry sky. He looked down on the world and he was incomparably conceited. Chapter 1737. People in this realm were like this. They were confident that they were invincible since ancient times. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to reach this stage. People with this kind of character were not rare in the mortal world. Those who failed would naturally become a laughing stock, while those who succeeded would shine brightly and be strong all their lives. That kind of conceit became a distinctive characteristic of their character. The tyrant body of great success was obviously the latter. He was invincible in the world and it was related to his character. He had always been so confident and he didn't look at anyone else. Pass your quasi-emperor level 8 heavenly tribulation in peace. Otherwise, killing you would dirty my hands, he said softly with a cold expression. He spoke softly with a cold expression on his face. These words were very unpleasant to hear, but in a sense they were also the truth. He had come from this step and was already considered a different kind of Tao. He had personally killed the tyrant body of great success, so he naturally had the right to say such words to someone on 8th heaven. Ah! Ha ha ha! Yi Fan laughed. Even though his fists were bloody, he was still very bold and said, "You still don't know how the word death is written. Today I will hold your head and let you see it clearly." The tyrant body of great success's face turned cold as he said, "If you don't want to live and want to die quickly, I will fulfill your wish." Boom. In the field, the millstone became even more terrifying, and the figure on it became more realistic. This was the will of the great Tao of heaven and earth, and its divine power was matchless. Yi Fan's fist collided with his, and both of them were badly mutilated. White bones could be seen and blood splattered everywhere. Flesh and blood with a form and spirit. What the hell is this? I don't believe it. It's just a lightning carving the spirit of a master in the past. Kill you. Yi Fan shouted, and all the pores on his body relaxed. His body flowed with immortal radiance, and his hands formed a seal. Instantly, an aura that shocked the mortal world came out. His left hand moved, carving a rune in the void. With a boom, the word time appeared, shattering the heaven and earth. There was a sound like the river of time rushing past. Around it, time was chaotic and the world was blurred. Everything seemed to no longer exist. It was thrown into the ocean of time and completely overturned. His right hand formed a seal and began to move. A huge symbol also appeared in the void. When the word void appeared, the universe collapsed and the starry sky trembled. The power of space spread, overturning this place, making the world tremble. This was a type of power that could tear through everything. The sky collapsed and then reformed, changing along with Yi Fan's right hand. This kind of magic technique was too terrifying. The left hand represented time, and the right hand represented space. When the two were combined, wouldn't it be time and space? What kind of boldness was needed to create such a secret technique? The tyrant body had a cold expression on his face. He realized that if this secret technique continued to evolve, it would definitely be extremely terrifying. It would be on par with the 9 secrets, and its prospects would be astonishing. Sure enough, Yi Fan pressed down with his left hand and struck out with his right. The time in front of him became chaotic and space exploded. This forced the foe god to retreat, coughing up blood. Boom. Next, Yi Fan put his hands together and fused them together. It was as if he had passed through the chaos of the universe and condensed heaven and earth. At this moment, it was as if he was creating the world. The world exploded, and cracks appeared on the world millstone plate that was suppressing it. It emitted a terrifying kacha sound before exploding. It was destroyed just like that, and the power of the 5 elements completely dispersed. Yi Fan's golden primordial spirit flew into the sky and swallowed the 5 elements: celestial light and the lightning tribulation. The same was true for the cauldron. It floated there and swallowed the fragments of the world millstone plate. The body of the cauldron became even more ancient. As for his physical body, he didn't need to deliberately control it. All the pores on his body opened up, and every cell was like a bottomless pit that swallowed the 5 elements' divine tribulation. That terrifying tribulation had condensed into a millstone plate. Even the will of the great Tao had descended and turned into a foe god. However, it was shattered by Yi Fan's hands at the crucial moment. The foe god also dissipated. It was imprisoned by the golden primordial spirit, which swallowed it and refined it into immortal essence. He didn't waste a single drop of power and refined it all into his own body to refine it. This was simply unheard of and shocked the world. Who dared to do this? To loot the heavenly tribulation like this, greedily swallowing it, not leaving a single blade of grass behind and not wasting a single drop. This was simply unreasonable because it was difficult for others to survive. Dominator Body Kanglin's eyelids twitched, and he felt that something was wrong. His opponent's strength was too strong and exceeded the scope of 8th heaven. It seemed to be on another great level. Impossible. His eyes burst out as he stared at Yi Fan. He couldn't believe it. The whole world knew that the last stage of the Quasi-Emperor was more difficult than the previous one. One couldn't surpass the last stage and could only cross it one level at a time. Since ancient times, apart from unverified legends, there had never been a single example. No one had ever been able to cross the last 8 or 9 levels of tribulation. They could only go up one stage at a time. Everyone needed to accumulate. That was an unshakable legend. However, why did he feel a little palpitate at this moment and feel a little threatened? A strong sense of danger emerged in his heart. His most acute divine instinct told him that there was a big problem. Boom. Above the 8 levels of heavenly tribulation, another shocking heavenly punishment descended. It was unimaginably large, covering this place and piercing through all the lightning of the 8 levels of tribulation. This scene was shocking. It was like the light of destruction descending from the celestial world, destroying all things. Everything would be flattened and turned into dust. The Great Tribulation arrived, destroying the original 8 levels of heavenly punishment and breaking through the Thunder Sea Great World. A higher level of celestial power appeared, surrounded by primal chaos mist. It was a kind of boundless wave, very strange, very mysterious and endless. One moment it was illusory, the next moment it was misty, and the next moment it was like a vast ocean sweeping across. The most ancient laws of origin were spreading, wanting to recreate the world and destroy this place. Dominator Body Kanglin sucked in a cold breath. He couldn't believe what he saw, but he had to admit that someone had really crossed 2 levels and broken the legend. This was so unreal, like a dream. It made him dumbfounded. A living example was placed in front of him, confirming the legend. Dominator Body Kanglin retreated. He didn't really stain that kind of heavenly punishment. Although he had experienced it before, he didn't want to enter rashly. Ninth heaven. Completion. His eyes were filled with an astonishing light, like the raging flames of the heavens. Today's matter might be the only one since ancient times. Rumble. Blood light burst out from within Yi Fan's body, and his body trembled. His left hand formed the universe seal, and his right hand formed the universe seal. The collision produced the most resplendent light. With a buzz, his blood and bones changed drastically, reaching a higher level. His blood energy covered the sky and earth, drowning the universe. This space and time were collapsing, and the river of time penetrated through. The scene here was incomparably terrifying. Yi Fan had taken a step forward, surpassing the ancients and doing something that even Dominator Body Kanglin couldn't believe, breaking common sense. He didn't hide his realm when facing the number one god general, but he still held back when facing Dominator Body Kanglin. He was strong enough so he didn't have to spend much effort to deal with the great tribulation of the eighth heaven. Now he had triggered the supreme great tribulation of the ninth heaven. So what if it's the ninth heaven? I've already trampled it in the past. Kanglin calmed down. After all, he was a supreme being who had once ruled the world in a great era. Although he said this, he didn't let his guard down and was ready for battle. This was because Yi Fan's monstrous performance had exceeded his expectations. Crossing two heavens was a grand event that had never happened since ancient times. In the past there were such legends such as Ruthless, Void and Wuxia, but no evidence was left behind. This was because there was another kind of legend which said that the celestial bell protected and the ancient desolation tower covered the sky. Today Yi Fan could be considered a real example. As a supreme being, he was the most sensitive to this kind of situation. Kanglin knew that Yi Fan's future was limitless. Perhaps he could really break the curse and become a saint body emperor. Boom. The unparalleled great tribulation of the ninth heaven was truly the end of the world. The heaven and earth were in chaos and lightning swept everything. The sky cracked and everything in the world was destroyed. As powerful as Yi Fan was, he was almost split into pieces on the spot. In just one face-to-face encounter, his flesh and blood flew everywhere. Blood rained down and white bones were exposed. It was incomparably terrifying. Yi Fan's body almost collapsed and white bones were exposed in some places. This was a terrifying scene. Since ancient times, many people had reached this step, but they all died in the lightning tribulation. There was no lack of heroes in the world. Yi Fan's great tribulation was far more powerful than the ninth heaven of others. The strength of the lightning was comparable to that of legends, and it was directly proportional to his strength. This tribulation was among the strongest since ancient times. However, after the huge lightning descended, it suddenly stabilized. It surged in the void and no longer struck down. Moreover, this place seemed very auspicious. There were strands of immortal energy lingering around and drifting over, giving people a feeling that they were going to ascend to heaven and ascend to immortality. This was not an illusion. A large rain of light sprinkled down, and Yi Fan's whole body glowed. His wounds healed immediately, and his essence blood became even more vigorous. Is this the ninth heaven immortal tribulation going to appear? The tyrant body was shocked. Once a cultivator's tribulation was stained with the word immortal, it was absolutely extraordinary and would definitely shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. He felt that the great tribulation was brewing, and the legendary ninth heaven immortal tribulation was really going to appear. This junior from the bloodline of his old enemy made his expression increasingly gloomy. It was now, and it was best to get rid of him as soon as possible. The lightning didn't appear and condensed high up in the sky. Only the immortal mist floated around and the rain of light sprinkled down. Kanglin rushed over and swallowed the rain of light in large mouthfuls. Moreover, all the pores on his body relaxed and madly absorbed these golden raindrops. "You're old." Yi Fan didn't stop him. He only said these three words, very cold and very ruthless. And it was these three words that made Kanglin's body tremble. He suddenly turned around and stared at Yi Fan with eyes as sharp as knives. The other's words stabbed into his heart. He longed for living matter and hoped for this kind of immortal rain so that he could live longer. But if he was the same age as the young man opposite him, how could he be like this? The other party had just started to rise, and his vitality was as vigorous as the sea. He didn't care about these things at all. These three words made his mind uneasy. The other party was right, he wasn't young anymore. Hee. Haha. Kanglin laughed and his purple hair danced in the wind. He pressed forward and said, "Your bloodline is nothing. It's not like I haven't killed a tyrant body in the past. It's just a pile of useless bones that witnessed my glory. I'll kill until you all surrender. Your heart is weak, you can't do it. Yi Fan's words were very concise. Is that so? Kill. A great battle broke out. The two used forbidden divine techniques right from the start. It might take hundreds or thousands of moves to determine the victor, but they hoped to have an instant result. The 9 divine forms of the tyrant body appeared and then merged into one. It was actually a war immortal. This result was exceptionally terrifying and anyone would be shocked. It wasn't without reason that he could dominate the world and be invincible in the universe in the past. Strange phenomena appeared around Yi Fan. His left hand formed the universe seal, and his right hand formed the universe seal. He cut through time and space and violently collided with the war immortal and the tyrant body. Blood splattered and Yi Fan's shoulder was pierced through. A terrifying string of blood blossomed, but he didn't turn his head back and rushed over. Behind him there was even more blood. The tyrant body's entire arm was torn off, and it almost fell off. Only a layer of skin was attached and it was almost severed from the shoulder. And the most terrifying thing was that Yi Fan's strange phenomena merged and condensed into the body of a celestial emperor. It was exactly the same as him, and it looked down on the world and trampled on the war immortal. He forced the war immortal to kneel down and he shouted, "Surrender!" And Yi Fan also turned around and looked at the true body of the tyrant body coldly and emotionlessly. Who exactly is surrendering to who? Chapter 1738. The Heavenly Emperor was unmatched, his divine might matchless, impossible to contend against. He was no different from Yi Fan, his thick black hair scattering down, his eyes like cold lightning. There was callousness but also fierceness, erupting with electrical radiance. Just like that he stood proudly in this world, one foot trampling down on the war immortal's body, suppressing him. He shouted out in submission. That war immortal knelt there, trembling intensely. The might of a heavenly emperor was difficult to describe with words. He looked down on the mortal realm, shocking the world, making everyone tremble with fear, their minds pounding. Pooh! Kenglin spat out a mouthful of blood, and his arm made a cracking sound. He slapped it hard and the broken arm connected together. His bones grew and his face was full of frost. This was a type of extraordinary shame and humiliation. Not too long ago he swept through the world, unmatched in the 9 heavens 10 earths, unmatched in loneliness, yet now he was forced to kneel on the ground by a younger generation member. This was simply unimaginable. This was even more unbearable than killing him. Not only did his body feel intense pain, the humiliation he felt in his heart made him go crazy. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar. The tyrannical blood in his body rushed to the top of his head. Forcing his ultimate godly form to kneel was the same as forcing him to kneel. Such a severe consequence was equivalent to slapping him repeatedly. It was unbearable. Ah! That war immortal roared angrily, fiercely resisting. All of the flesh on his body ruptured, even his bones exposed. He wanted to shake off that foot that was stepping on his body. However, he couldn't get rid of it at all. The foot was glued to his body and couldn't be moved. It made him even more unbearable. Even his head was pressed down and touched his knee. You're going too far. Tyrant body bellowed. He would rather die in battle. He had never been humiliated like this before. Don't you like the feeling of bathing in sacred blood? Why don't you give it a try? Shouted Yi Fan. There was also a wave of anger in his heart. The other party had mentioned time and time again that he had once killed a great perfection saint physique and viewed them as useless bones. It was fine if it was only once, but he actually mentioned it again. Therefore, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Kill. Song Lan roared angrily. That war immortal's entire body shone, igniting a divine flame. He was about to explode. Oh. The celestial emperor, who was none other than Yi Fan himself, looked down coldly. He stamped his foot down, causing Yi Fan's body to tremble violently. At the same time he slapped his palm down. With a pa sound, Yi Fan smashed apart the crown of his head. Blood and brain matter flew in all directions, the scene terrifying. One had to understand that this was a supreme being's war figure. If it was him, he would have been killed just like that. Boom. The war immortal collapsed. With a wave of fury, it turned into a mass of essence energy and soared into the sky. It turned into a dense mist of light and quickly entered the deep-tide true body. His tyrant body shook violently. Although the essence, chi and spirit of his divine form had returned, it had also caused him to suffer heavy injuries. At the same time, the feeling of being forced to kneel down had surfaced in his heart. I'm actually being bullied by a junior like this? Song Lan roared angrily. He thought of the past, of the divine physique that was no longer youthful, and the desolation of being defeated by him. Back then he was high-spirited and looked down on the world. He tore apart that old divine physique and bathed in his blood. How domineering was that? Now it was his turn. With his old body he faced a young and vigorous, shockingly young divine physique. Was this really a reincarnation? Everything back then had been reversed. How sorrowful was this? However, he did not give in. He did not concede to his old age. This was only the first round. Being defeated for a while did not mean that he would ultimately fall in this divine battle. Who would be able to laugh in the end? It was still not certain yet. Song Lan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A dragon flew out from his head, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It roared above his head. He was sullen and unwilling. Then a vermilion bird, a white tiger, a snake. All kinds of immortal beasts and auspicious birds appeared. Within the bloody light, wild beasts and birds of prey soared. It was as if they had entered a mythical world. As long as any one of them walked out, they would be able to sweep through the mortal world. This time he did not turn into a war immortal because it was difficult for a true war immortal to appear in this world. He could not evolve it to perfection. Although his divine form just now was very strong, there were still flaws in the end. Yi Fan found it and directly suppressed it. Kacha. The azure dragon flew down and merged with his head. He had a dragon head, but it was also like an azure dragon helmet that flickered with azure gold. Then the immortal phoenix swooped down and entered his back. A pair of fiery red divine wings spread out from his ribs, covering the sky and earth. Immortal flames surged and scarlet multicolored light filled the sky. Then the white tiger roared. A mountain-like giant tiger rushed down from the sky and quickly disintegrated, merging with his four limbs. The white tiger's claws were sharp and cold, able to easily tear apart the universe. Then a snake transformation appeared. It was unknown how long it was, but a casual swing of its tail could shatter stars. It quickly shrank and entered Song Lan's back, allowing him to grow a giant tail. He was undergoing a terrifying transformation. He was no longer a war immortal because that kind of thing did not exist in this world. Even though its offensive power was great, it had a fatal flaw. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't compare to the emperor of fighting in history. The monkey's father was matchless and unmatched. Back then he almost succeeded, but the instant he merged with his body collapsed, it was still a bit short of perfection. He used taboo methods to break down and reconstruct all kinds of divine forms, finding the most suitable for himself. It wasn't a pure divine form, but a fusion of natural laws and the evolution of the war body. All of these methods were combined together, turning into another type of creature. This was the Overlord body's ancestral body. This monster had a dragon head, a snake tail, white tiger claws, phoenix wings, Chilan armor, black tortoise back. All kinds of advantages were gathered in one body. It was extremely powerful and unstoppable. Sure enough, when this Overlord body appeared, the world erupted. It was a great sin of blood and fire. Even the heavens wouldn't accept it, causing tens of thousands of lightning strikes. As soon as he took a step forward, the world collapsed. The powerful power was unmatched and terrifying. Back then he used this ancestral body to defeat the great completion of the divine body, becoming unrivaled. Young divine blood, I still desire it. Perhaps it can help me prolong my life, place me in a divine furnace and turn me into a 9 revolutions holy pill. Kenglin roared, swooping over. At this moment, not only did he use the ancestral body, all types of secret methods were used as well. The space between his brows shone, becoming as dazzling as a precious wheel, crushing this place apart. Every inch of his body released energy, every cell a divine treasure gate. Tyrant blood surged, divine force surging crazily. Yi Fan's expression was grave. He released a great roar, and that heavenly emperor returned, merging with him. This was himself, displaying a dignified appearance as he overlooked that monster. Pop. That monster was truly terrifying to the extreme. With a casual grab, this part of the cosmos was torn apart, and then with a slash, another stellar river in the distance collapsed, turning into smoke and dust. This was the power of an ancient supreme being. Normal people couldn't understand it. A random strike could destroy a star domain. No expert, even if it was the quasi-emperor, couldn't block this strike. Yi Fan faced it head-on, immediately sending out a palm, colliding with the other party's fist. The heavens collapsed and the earth split, ghosts wept and deities howled. All types of shadows appeared here, belonging to ancient heroic spirits. The two clashed violently, shouting everywhere. In the end, a lot of blood appeared on Yi Fan's body riddled with wounds. However, the large success tyrant body was in an even more miserable state. Its phoenix wings were torn off and several of its ribs were broken, exposed outside. Meanwhile, the snake's tail was even more so broken by Yi Fan. White bones could be seen, blood dripping everywhere. Even the dragon's head was almost pierced through by Yi Fan, and then it was almost cut off. When they met on a narrow path, no one avoided it. They fought a bloody battle. Originally, it would have taken thousands of moves, but now it was condensed and the result was decided in a few dozen moves. There was blood on Yi Fan's body, and even a bloody hole appeared in his chest. However, this was the price he paid. The large success tyrant body was in an even more miserable state, almost torn apart. His ancestral body suffered serious injuries on the verge of collapse. He couldn't understand. Based on how long he had cultivated for, achieving the Tao through a different method, how could he not defeat this younger generation? Even his experience and knowledge were useless. The person on the other side was a natural-born fighter, truly like a heavenly emperor, omnipotent in the domain of confrontation, suppressing him. In reality, Yi Fan didn't have it easy. Even though he had reached the peak of the 9 heavens, almost entering a different domain, he still didn't hold back in the slightest when facing this tyrant blood expert. After all, the other party was a supreme being, shocking past and present. Yi Fan used all of his taboo methods for the sake of intimidation, to let the other supreme beings in the dark understand that if they wanted to stop him, they had to pay the price of blood. Of course, whether or not it was effective still needed to be verified. Right now he had to take action fiercely. If he didn't kill until the ancient supreme beings felt pain, it wouldn't be effective. He had to kill until he was ruthless, kill until the supreme beings were terrified. He had to clearly tell those people that if they dared to stop him, then they had to pay the price of blood and life. Right now he looked powerful, but in reality he was extremely dangerous. Kill? The great completion tyrant body roared. His heart was filled with sorrow. This was the first time in his life that he had suffered such a crushing defeat. He walked arrogantly, coming here to kill the saint physique, yet the result was so bitter. It was clear that another supreme being had risen up, stepping on his corpse to advance. The new generation would replace the old. In reality, there were other supreme beings watching in the dark. Their eyes were cold as they penetrated the endless void and saw the scene here. Everyone was shaken. Crossing 2 great tribulations in a row exceeded their expectations. If they were to stop him now, the price would be great. If it was the saint physique of the 8th heavens, perhaps a few slaps would be enough to make Yi Fan die with a grievance. But now, everyone had to reconsider. This was unprecedented since ancient times. A heaven-defying saint physique had crossed 2 tribulations, making all the supreme beings silent. Should they stop him? If they did, the price would be great. If they didn't, then his future accomplishments would be limitless. Kill? Suddenly a cold voice sounded. A wave of light rushed over from the direction of the tyrant body's ancestral star. Another supreme being made a move to prevent Yi Fan from killing Kanglin. That was a type of extremely powerful Tao ripple, the force of impact astonishing. All of the stars in its path were extinguished, opening up a vacuum passage that led straight ahead. Kanglin moved horizontally, preparing to withdraw from this life and death danger zone. He had never felt such an unbearable sense of defeat like today. This was the first time in his life that he had suffered such a great defeat, and he couldn't even keep his life. What a desolate feeling this was. Buzz. The void trembled and then froze like a picture scroll. Yi Fan's physical body was moving as he brandished the celestial the arch fist. It was extremely firm and yang, breaking through the eternity. It soared into the sky and met the wave of light, blocking it all horizontally. At the same time, his glabella shone, and the little golden person walked in the sky with a small cauldron in his right hand. He was displaying the secret character of line, surpassing the speed of the world and freezing time. At the same time, the golden little person's left hand formed an imprint. The Ian character, profound mysteries were raised to the extreme, displaying it to the extreme, also affecting time. His primordial spirit merged with the Tao, controlling the cauldron to attack, catching up to Kanglin. With a pu sound, this type of attack power was too domineering and ferocious, blasting his entire body until it broke apart, bones breaking and muscles snapping. Even someone as powerful as the tyrant blood supreme being couldn't endure it, immediately about to break apart. One had to understand that he was an existence that could face emperor weapons head-on, yet now he was about to break apart, entire body covered in blood, white bones broken, body about to explode. In the sky, Yi Fan scattered that giant wave of light. He turned around, his primordial spirit and flesh merging as he dove over. Pooh! He tore apart the great completion tyrant body, bathed in blood, stepping on his body, coldly looking down on him. He slaughtered a supreme being. The universe trembled, 10 wastelands in turmoil. Chapter 1739. This was a reincarnation. Great completion tyrant body Kanglin let out a desolate sigh. Before his death, he didn't think of his glorious life, but rather the scene of him killing a great completion saint physique. It was just like today, only their identities had been swapped. This day has finally come for me. This was his final voice. It was full of desolation, unwillingness, and despair. He was old and no longer the same as before. He couldn't defeat the young saint physique. Moreover, there was a hidden worry in his heart. The saint physique of this generation was exceptionally powerful, perhaps unprecedented. Even if he recovered to his peak, he still wouldn't be his opponent. Pooh! Under Yi Fan's guidance, the primordial spirit that was already torn apart couldn't escape at all. It was cut into ashes, and the life of the tyrant blood supreme being ended just like that. A great completion tyrant body died. He was known as the mortal enemy of the saint physique lineage. He was truly exceptionally powerful, but he still reached the end of his life. This was undoubtedly a storm. Yi Fan relied on his own strength to kill an ancient supreme being. He truly stepped onto the path of invincibility and rose up from this day onwards. He had the qualifications to devour the universe and aspire to the top of the world. It sounded simple, but the impact was incomparable and extremely great. Any supreme being was the strongest expert of an era. Now, one of them was actually killed. This was a great event that shook the entire universe. It was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. This was a war between deities. The world was shocked to see a supreme being killed. Such a great event shook every region and the entire world. All cultivators knew what this meant. The great power of the saint physique had been formed, and few in this world could contend against him. At the very least, the people of this world couldn't face him head-on. Not too long ago, when the darkness was in chaos, no one could stop a supreme being. There would inevitably be mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Millions and millions of creatures would be executed, and all living beings would wail in helplessness. But now, the tyrant blood supreme being was killed by someone without any suspense. It wasn't a great emperor or an ancient sovereign, but a young expert who hadn't cultivated for a long time. This indicated that the glorious path of the saint physique had begun. This would be his era. A powerful character comparable to a supreme being had appeared. All kinds of fluctuations came from all parts of the universe. The supreme beings in the restricted regions were silent, but there were also astonishing lights shining from their eyes as they stared over. Countless creatures on the overlord body ancestral star were wailing. One of their ancient ancestors had died. Countless years ago he was unrivaled under the heavens. During the chaos of the darkness, he had stood toe-to-toe against an emperor path expert. How glorious was he! But now it had come to such a miserable end. Blood dyed the starry river red. Inside the tyrant blood ancestral cave, there was a wave of powerful fluctuations rippling outwards. There was someone who wanted to blast apart the sky dome, rise into the air to kill Yi Fan. Wait, he is already a 9th heavenly layer, reaching great heights. If we go now, we might as well let him cross tribulation first and take action at the most crucial moment. Another emotionless voice sounded. I won't let him pass this smoothly. At this moment, the great Tao laws of heaven and earth became chaotic, turning into primal chaos. Something strange happened where Yi Fan was undergoing tribulation. Someone was interfering, trying to change the 9 heavenly tribulations. Roar! At the same time, another Imperial Tao expert took action, releasing a grand Tao roar that transformed into a heavenly sound that surged over, disturbing the heavenly tribulation and affecting Yi Fan's attainment of the Tao. It was because there were many insights, many immortal Tao imprints hidden within the lightning tribulation. They didn't wish for Yi Fan to reach perfection. Lightning radiance erupted, not affected by the will of the supreme beings. The world-shocking Great Tribulation finally arrived. It didn't change, just happening ahead of time. This type of tribulation was too terrifying, its power endless. As soon as it made contact, Yi Fan's flesh flew everywhere, white bones exposed, almost hacked apart. This was a heavenly punishment that took the life of a saint body, rarely seen since ancient times. Yi Fan didn't feel any fear. He operated the secret character, his entire body shining, his body immediately becoming sparkling and undying, releasing auspicious light. Even his primordial spirit was like this, like a divine lamp that was fixed there. His blood energy was unmatched, immediately recovering his injured body, returning to his peak state. The life-restricted region's supreme beings withdrew their hands, watching coldly from the sidelines, calmly watching the Great Tribulation. A few of their eyes were extremely cold, their emotions rising and falling. There were some who were thinking that they had to kill Yi Fan today, or else they would never have a chance in the future. It was clear that the people in the Tyrant Body Ancestral Cave definitely had this type of attitude. The Great Tribulation strengthened. 9 Taoist temples appeared in the sky, incomparably grand and majestic. They were in different directions, each carrying a layer of the heavens, ultimately stacking together. 9 Heavenly Tribulations. Someone in the life-restricted region sighed, his expression changing slightly. 9 Heavenly Tribulations, also known as the 9 Heavens Great Tribulation. Only a few people had passed it since ancient times. Not all Emperor Realm experts had seen it before, its power varying from person to person. It was clear that it was extremely powerful. The 9 Taoist temples were ancient and stood apart in the 9 heavens. There was a living being sitting cross-legged in every Taoist temple that looked down below. They were either incomparably dignified or sharp like blades or illusory or indistinct. Their temperaments were all different. The 9 heavens descended, the 9 Taoist temples suppressing the sea of lightning. Yi Fan suffered the most terrifying attack. The first one to take action was a large hand with thousands of transformations, immediately sealing off all of his paths. The killing method was unmatched, endlessly evolving. This was actually the Battle Saint technique, reaching the realm of perfection. It could be said that it could recreate an extreme immortal, displaying that type of profound mysteries without restraint. Yi Fan's expression changed. He vaguely knew who he encountered. He did everything he could to resist, rushing towards the heavens, wishing to fight his way into that Taoist temple and carry out a slaughter. On the other side, a Taoist glabella shone brightly. His primordial spirit emitted immortal light, turning into a divine waterfall that rushed towards him, slashing at his primordial spirit. This was the light of the secret word 4. The Law and Tao were boundless, able to move the other shore of the starry sky with a single thought. It was impossible to defend against. Yi Fan was certain that he had encountered the 9 great celestial beings of the mythological era. Their laws and Tao had turned into 9 heavens, imprinted with Dharma bodies, blocking his path here. So this was the 9 heavens tribulation, the appearance of these 9 people. This was even more terrifying than the great emperors of the past, because they had mastered the 9 secrets, representing the pinnacle of the 9 realms. They could fuse with each other, and once they became one, they could kill gods and immortals in their way. They were not isolated, not scattered, and could be smelted into one. This was shocking. Without experiencing this kind of tribulation, it was difficult to imagine how terrifying the appearance of the 9 Supremes would be. It was called the terrifying 9 Heavens Tribulation, and it was worthy of this name. The only thing that made people rejoice was that they did not stand up and had always been sitting cross-legged in the temple. Otherwise, even if a venerable emperor were to be born, he would still have to nurse a grievance and die. There was a limit to one's strength. No matter how strong one was, it was impossible to fight against the 9 great celestial beings of the mythological era alone. Even immortals would be afraid. Yi Fan did not hold back at all, his strength exploding to the extreme. Even though he was covered in blood, he did not retreat. His thick black hair draped over his shoulders, and his slender and sturdy physique blossomed with precious splendor as he began to fight the ancient venerables. Their strength actually changed with Yi Fan. The stronger he became, the stronger the 9 became. They would always be able to fight on equal footing with him. Boom. When the thunder exploded, the 9 secrets appeared, and the world changed dramatically. It was about to become the initial battlefield when the heavens opened. This was not a good sign. If this continued, Yi Fan would be exhausted to death. However, this was not the first time he was in such a passive position. He had encountered such a scene before, and he had already experienced it when he fought the 9 emperors back then. The human was alive while the heavenly tribulation was dead. There were loopholes to be found. He weaved through the 9 temples, activating the passing self and Tao self. Yi Fan did not suppress his realm and instead did everything he could to raise his strength to the peak. He stood at the critical point of the great completion divine body. He was examining his own Tao fruit. There were existences in the life-restricted regions that frowned. Was this still a younger generation that had just entered this domain? This was the peak of the great completion divine body's reconstruction. It was the same as achieving the Tao, entering the most mysterious and mysterious realm. Enemy of supreme beings. Only these 3 words could explain why Yi Fan was not much weaker than them. He could already contend against ancient supreme beings, reaching the most glorious peak of his life. If he took another step forward, then he would shatter the everlasting and create a miracle. He crossed 2 tribulations and almost entered the 3rd one. This is unprecedented. There were people in the life-restricted regions who sighed in admiration. Their eyes burned with radiance as if they couldn't sit still and watch. If they allowed him to continue growing, he might establish an unprecedented future. Meanwhile, there were some among them who were destined to stand against Yi Fan. They were enemies. Several hundred years ago, during the dark chaotic era, there had to be one side that fell. However, now wasn't the time yet. They had to wait. Once Yi Fan became weak, revealing fatigue in the Great Tribulation, that would be the time for his blood to scatter across the starry rivers. Yi Fan suffered a tribulation. This was just the beginning, yet the 9 great celestial beings already appeared, carrying out a slaughter. It was still unknown what was coming next. His entire body was covered in blood. He sensed danger. If he was even a bit careless, he might nurse a grievance and die under the lightning tribulation. One could imagine that what came next would be even more terrifying. This type of great tribulation was extremely difficult to cross, but he had no choice but to do so. It was because it was related to his life's glory, his life, his loved ones, and everything else. He couldn't fail. Yi Fan saw that even though the 9 celestial beings all had human bodies, they weren't all humans. They each had their own unique characteristics. The legends of later generations were clearly wrong. Some of their races were extremely special, something he had never seen before. Ha! Laughter could be heard from the underworld. It belonged to the number 1 divine general of ancient heaven, Chuanying. He also took action. He sensed that Yi Fan had transcended the 9 layers of immortal tribulation that had only appeared a few times in history. He couldn't stop laughing, feeling gratified from the bottom of his heart. He began to attack wildly. His laughter became eternal, echoing through the starry river. The black underworld trembled violently. He stopped the underworld emperor from coming into being. Heaven and earth split apart as they fought bitterly. One day later, he disappeared, and the underworld emperor didn't rush to the scene of Yi Fan's tribulation. Yi Fan narrowly escaped death. The 9 layers of immortal tribulation were worthy of its name. The 9 supremes took action, their strength equal to Yi Fan's. Each of their magical power was heaven overflowing, and each of them had a secret. They were simply going to break through the undying and seek immortality. In the end, the 9 secret techniques swept over together. Yi Fan collapsed several times. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't withstand it. In a daze, he saw the faces of those 9 people. They were actually himself. 9 people with similar strength to him, each used one of the 9 secret techniques. 9 types of immortal techniques merged into one. They were omnipotent, splitting apart heaven and earth, inflicting serious injuries on him. The great battle continued. His body and spirit were almost destroyed several times. He knew that even though the appearances of these 9 people were exactly the same as him, they definitely weren't him. It was the celestial venerable who possessed the secrets of his past self that attacked his primordial spirit, causing him to have an illusion. Yi Fan collapsed once again. This great tribulation was unprecedented. It was too difficult, never as dangerous as it was now. It surpassed the past because these 9 supremes were a whole. Kill. Yi Fan roared. All types of secret techniques were used. 9 secrets, irregular phenomena, Wuxia technique, flying immortal art, heaven-devouring art. All of the scripture's profound mysteries were displayed as he fought against celestial being. At this moment, his immortal techniques were advancing. Magical techniques and Tao laws merged, battle techniques and emperor techniques merged. They were merging into one, smelting within a furnace. He himself had always been creating techniques. To be able to reach this step, he relied on himself to open up a different path. The scriptures within his body were endless. At this moment, immortal light erupted. His Tao was about to transform into a fetus, waiting to break out of its cocoon. Chapter 1740. Yi Fan transformed. Every part of his body shone and the scriptures were deafening like thunder. Boom. Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation burned. The entire sea of bitterness and the wheel of life rotated, turning into yin and yang fish that swam about, entangling with each other. There was no need for a green lotus where the two intersected. The 2 opposing life and death energies formed a perfect structure. The reincarnation scripture he created reached perfection. At this time, scripture sounds rang out incessantly in the Tao Palace. There were 5 immortal palaces there, grand and majestic. 5 void deities sat in the middle, chanting scriptures. Runes flickered as they flew out of the palace. This was the most mysterious place. It was believed to be the hidden treasure of the human body. Once it was opened, it would possess endless divine might. At this time Yi Fan transformed. The palace residence naturally wasn't calm. Immortal essence erupted and boiled violently. In the end, the 5 deities appeared, turning into the 5 elements of immortal light. They formed the 5 fundamental elements of the world. This was the most simple light beam, the 5 elements balanced. Of course, this wasn't the end. The 5 void deities collided together, releasing intense light. They didn't take form but truly disintegrated. This was how Yi Fan's Tao Palace was. The void deities no longer existed and they only had the form. What was truly hidden here was the past self, the Tao self, and the true self. The divine light of the 5 elements spread and the 5 great divine organs were nourished. There were no more void deities, only the true body. And at this time the Tao Palace was filled with divine sounds. The past self was chanting for this life, unseen because he lived in the past. The Tao self was comprehending the Tao, praying for this life, unseen. Only the true self could take form and appear. In the present world only this self was supreme. This was what Yi Fan advocated. He only respected this life, only looked at this life. That was why there was only one true self. Whether it was the past self or the future self, they were all a form, a method. They were the embodiment of his true self's power. The 5 elements Tao Palace shone, resonating with the sea of reincarnation. Then it spread to his limbs and bones, creating a rumbling sound. This was the manifestation of the 4 extremes of the world, the 4 extremes supporting the heavens. The universe shattered and the world was split open. A huge dragon rose up from Yi Fan's back. His joints crackled like beans being fried. The golden back of the dragon swayed as it rushed up high, wanting to bite down on the immortal platform. Yes, this great dragon between the vertebrae had drawn upon the power of the yin-yang sea of samsara and had also grabbed onto the 5 elements Tao Palace's immortal essence. Its 4 dragon claws had also obtained supreme blood energy from the 4 extremities. It wanted to pierce through Yi Fan's head, the immortal foundation. Yi Fan wanted to break through to the Emperor Tao realm, breaking through his immortal foundation and stepping into a supreme domain. Countless runes appeared, imprinting themselves on his flesh and blood. He was undergoing a transformation. Within his entire body, there were countless Tao patterns. All sorts of magical images appeared, resonating with each other. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan's body was like a cocoon, nurturing a Tao embryo. He only lacked the fusion of his immortal foundation and it would be perfect. During this process his entire body glowed, and a strange phenomenon appeared. He was impervious to all magic, and the 9 great celestial beings temporarily did not attack. Roar! The great dragon roared. Yi Fan's body grew even more resplendent. His sea of samsara, Tao Palace, 4 elements and dragon transformation fused together, attempting to break through to the immortal foundation. This was extremely shocking. He wanted to barge into the Emperor domain. And that dragon head finally broke through the barrier, entering Yi Fan's head, wanting to fuse with the immortal foundation and nurture its own Tao embryo. At this moment, the paragons of the various forbidden zones could no longer sit still. This wasn't 2 tribulations but 3. He wanted to become an emperor. After not seeing him for 100 years, his accumulations were actually so deep, surpassing the expectations of everyone. The expressions of the paragons from the forbidden zones all changed. This was a miracle. Naturally, it was impossible for it to happen in a short period of time. Firstly, the 9 layers of immortal tribulation erupted. The 9 paragons all let out light roars as they acted together, wanting to kill Yi Fan. His body was like a cocoon wrapping around his Tao. The flying immortal art, 9 secret arts, Wuxia art, the essences of the scriptures didn't need him to use them, they automatically circulated to defend against the enemies. Yi Fan's body was sparkling and resplendent, his flesh and blood translucent. His Tao embryo was like a dragon and also like a kunpeng. After that, it transformed into himself, transforming into a heavenly emperor. This was his Tao embryo. He did his best to break through, wanting to break through to the immortal foundation. But this time around he ultimately failed. The 9 celestial beings acted together, they were invincible under the heavens. Their attacks landed on his body, causing his body to explode apart. Even his primordial spirit was lacerated, and that Tao embryo naturally disintegrated. The only thing that made people rejoice was that Yi Fan left some leeway for himself, protecting himself. The power of the word, swordsman, circulated rapidly, reconstructing his body. The word front focused on his primordial spirit, and after the reconstruction his countenance was extremely pale. This was a setback. Although he managed to take half a step into the immortal foundation, this great dragon ultimately couldn't completely coil around his body and was forced to retreat. This trial was extremely difficult to pass. Even if the celestial being didn't rush over, Yi Fan would most probably be stuck here. It wasn't just a joke that a saint physique couldn't break through to the immortal emperor realm. He predicted that he would only be able to probe half of the dragon's body into the immortal foundation. And now, the 9th level of the immortal tribulation was so terrifying. This caused his path to be even more difficult. It was extremely strenuous for him to even probe the dragon's head. All the paragons in the Forbidden Zone heaved a sigh of relief. The scene earlier caused them to be unable to remain calm. If Yi Fan really managed to barge in, things would definitely be extremely troublesome. I'm unwilling to accept this. I shall continue to attempt the tribulation. Yi Fan adjusted his condition and continued to rush upwards. Just like that he tried 8 times consecutively. In the end he was smashed apart 8 times, his bones were crushed and blood flowed everywhere. It was an extremely miserable sight. One must know that in the current era, even if a paragon were to appear, it would be extremely difficult for him to continuously tear apart a saint physique. The bloody scene was extremely cruel and terrifying. However, every time the dragon body probed into the immortal foundation, it would be a little more than the previous time. He was getting closer and closer to success, but this was at the price of his own body. He was almost destroyed. For the 9th time, even the 9th level of the immortal tribulation dimmed. The 9 majestic Taoist temples and ancient venerables were about to disappear because the tribulation had persisted for too long. Again? Yi Fan roared. He was on the verge of going crazy. The grand completion was already set in stone, there was no way to change it. However, he wasn't satisfied. He wanted to defy the heavens and truly become an emperor, stepping into that forbidden zone. Even though the hope was bleak, he didn't want to give up right from the start. If he didn't try and struggle, how would he know that it wouldn't work? For the 9th time Yi Fan's flesh and blood became transparent. His flesh shell once again transformed into an immortal cocoon. The Tao embryo in his body rushed forth, wanting to fuse with the immortal foundation. The dragon on his back surged upwards, radiance towering into the heavens. This time around there really was a possibility of success. His Tao was evolving, his primordial spirit was transforming. His flesh became sparkling and translucent. The primordial spirit shed off and a new primordial spirit was born. The two sides worked together. The great dragon on his back moved upwards, the immortal foundation and primordial spirit moved downwards, about to fuse together. The 9th level of the immortal tribulation descended. It was no longer as powerful as before and was about to disappear. The final strike couldn't pose a destructive threat. However, at this moment the ancient supreme being couldn't sit still anymore. A loud roar sounded from the overlord body ancestral star. An enormous fluctuation surged over. That was the light of the great Tao. It covered the sky and earth, rushing into the heavenly punishment and making up for the deficiency of the 9th level of the immortal tribulation. Yi Fan's body cracked apart. Streaks of blood appeared. He was trying to break through and didn't want to miss out on this chance. He endured the pain of life and death with great difficulty. Boom. Not only the overlord body ancestral star, even the direction of the Big Dipper was affected. It was incomparably ferocious and incomparably terrifying. Countless symbols exploded here. Yi Fan coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He couldn't hold on any longer. His flesh broke apart and the new and old primordial spirits split apart, suffering serious injuries. Unfortunately, after the 9th level of the immortal tribulation ended, the ancient supreme being took action, cutting off his path. Otherwise, there really might have been a chance of success. There was a supreme being's figure roaring. That was a Tao wave wanting to take this chance to destroy Yi Fan. However, he blocked it. His flesh blocked it and his primordial spirit changed again. The two merged together and retreated endlessly. Yi Fan glanced back coldly, staring in the direction of the overlord body ancestral star and then at the Big Dipper. He didn't regret failing again. Because it was extremely difficult for a saint physique to achieve the Tao. Without anyone to obstruct him, it was difficult to truly take that step. The reason why he persevered now was because he wanted to accumulate experience. He wanted to better understand where the problem was so that he could fiercely break through in the future. Moreover, he still wanted to continue fumbling about in this great tribulation that was rarely seen since ancient times. The Supreme Being's figure disappeared and didn't stay for long. However, the lightning in the sky didn't diminish, instead becoming even more intense. After the 9th level of the Immortal Tribulation, another great emperor appeared, and the Celestial Court appeared. Yi Fan's bloody struggle lasted for a very long time. During this period he also tried to break through to the Immortal Foundation wanting to achieve the Tao, but he failed. It was unknown when it started, but the rumbling of thunder became increasingly oppressive. The immortal domain appeared, enveloping him. Countless auspicious beasts and immortal birds rushed over, sinking him into a vast ocean. But this wasn't the main point. The most terrifying thing was that an ancient pagoda descended, melting the entire immortal domain, turning it into a single entity and pressing down. Ancient desolate pagoda. These two words weren't uttered by Yi Fan, but by the ancient supreme beings. Their expressions changed. Yi Fan's tribulation was truly extraordinary. It was a heavenly tribulation that came from the ancient times. The immortal domain merged with the ancient desolate pagoda, trapping Yi Fan below, locking him in a specific region. It was hard for him to escape. Dang! A long bell rang out. A primal chaos bell appeared in the air and instantly shrank, appearing in front of his forehead. Time instantly turned chaotic. This was simply a fatal blow. The ancient desolate pagoda suppressed his physical body while the immortal bell sealed his primordial spirit. The two attacks worked together, sealing this place. Naturally, the ancient desolate pagoda and the immortal bell weren't corporeal. They were formed from a type of law, manifesting their might and activating the most terrifying power. Yi Fan had long stopped his attempt at the Emperor's Road and focused on resisting this great tribulation. He knew that he could only enter the Immortal Foundation with half his dragon body. Today it was destined that he wouldn't be able to break through. Right now he had to focus on his grand completion sage physique tribulation. Yi Fan bit a herb king and drank some life spring divine liquid, allowing himself to return to his peak state. His expression was incomparably solemn, he could no longer be distracted. The moment of life and death had arrived. Boom! Under the ancient desolate pagoda, the immortal domain appeared once more. Lightning flashed as the ancient venerables, great emperors, immortal birds and desolate beasts that had disappeared earlier all reappeared, lunging towards Yi Fan. The immortal bell rang out, shattering his skull and splitting his primordial spirit into pieces. The moment of the final transformation had arrived. The heavens used the extreme power of this great tribulation to prevent him from succeeding, wanting him to die here. Since ancient times, how many geniuses had fallen on the path to grand completion? They were destroyed at the final juncture. All of this was because a grand completion sage physique was too terrifying. This was especially so for people like Yi Fan. 1 day, 2 days, a total of 9 days, it was unknown how many times Yi Fan had shattered. His blood was almost dried up, his boundless life force was being burned away. It was very hard to imagine what kind of journey this was. Yi Fan had to shatter many times every day. It was even more torturous than living in hell. This was a cruel path to grand completion. The ancient desolate pagoda and the immortal bell were both shattered. All sorts of lightning, desolate beasts and emperor silhouettes all dimmed. After 9 days of killing, this place turned into a land of death. This was the path that a grand completion sage physique had to go through. How could one challenge an emperor? This path was equivalent to the emperor's tribulation. It wasn't inferior at all. In addition, the great dragon on Yi Fan's back had already penetrated a part of his immortal foundation. He could truly be considered someone close to it. The 9 days of bitter suffering was finally about to end. Yi Fan was about to reach the great perfection sage physique, starting his path of invincibility. A new era that belonged to him had begun. Chapter 1741. He was about to succeed, but Yi Fan was also at his weakest point. His entire body didn't have the slightest bit of strength left, on the verge of collapse. Crossing tribulation was exhausting one's life force, using the body's origin to fill it up. The main reason was because his great tribulation was too terrifying, exceeding the world's common sense. If it was anyone else they would have long turned to ashes. After 9 days and 9 nights of torment, his primordial spirit was about to turn to ashes. Finally, the final moment had arrived. Suddenly a matchless aura surged. The power of an ancient supreme being pressed down like a sea, abrupt and ferocious, swift and astonishing, killing intent endless. At the final moment, the life-restricted region's existence took action, wishing to strangle him at the final juncture, not allowing him to truly return. Dawn was right ahead, but darkness covered the great earth, about to devour all light. This was a type of great Tao divine law, able to cut down deities and seize souls, killing people formlessly. Originally, the heavenly tribulation was about to disappear, everything reaching its end. The appearance of this type of murderous attack was undoubtedly destructive. Yi Fan dragged his weary body, moving across half of the starry sky, avoiding this fatal strike. That place was destroyed, black holes forming, and then primal chaos exploded. On Overlord Body's ancestral star, a large hand slapped over, turning into a sky-turning imprint. It was pitch black like ink, covering the area above Yi Fan's head. It was too fast, he couldn't avoid it in time. He did everything he could to face it head-on, coughing out a large mouthful of blood with a pu sound. His body flew out, almost split into pieces. His injured body was seriously injured, his primordial spirit about to shatter, difficult to continue. Yi Fan couldn't continue fighting. The most terrifying thing was that it wasn't just a single supreme being that took action. In the direction of the Big Dipper, there were two enormous streaks of light that swept over, deafening. The stars were like specks of dust, insignificant under the Tao ripples. Yi Fan's expression changed, immediately flying out, quickly evading. However, this result was a bit terrifying. The radiance drowned out this place, stronger than the heavenly tribulation, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Pooh! Yi Fan was torn to pieces, because his body was already in tatters after crossing the tribulation. Now it was smashed into pieces, turning into white bones and blood. In the sky, three large hands grabbed down, wanting to seize his divine blood and refine it into a precious pill. In the end, the three of them exchanged a few blows with each other and actually treated him as a trophy. Scripture sounds rang out. Yi Fan reformed his true body. His face was incomparably gloomy as he rushed out from the gap between the three large hands. He almost shattered again. He was on the verge of great success, yet someone treated him like this, not giving him a way out, wanting to take his life when he was at his weakest. The situation was extremely dire. Yi Fan didn't stop. He tore open the universe and charged into the distance. After all, the heavenly tribulation had not been extinguished. Although its power was very small, it still alarmed a large number of living beings in the universe. Yi Fan could not hide his aura, and the three big hands behind him pressed down again. Boom. It was extremely bitter. Yi Fan was smashed to pieces once again. After enduring for 9 days and 9 nights, he truly didn't have any essence energy left. It was too strenuous and he couldn't defend himself. If it was anyone else who came here, they wouldn't have done better than him. Now, being able to condense his flesh and fly away with his life intact was already a miracle. Another large hand joined in. Another person from the tyrant body ancestral star moved, hacking down at the present world, covering Yi Fan below. Divine blood splashed out, and he was almost struck until his soul was extinguished. In the end, he didn't know how many times he had been struck. If not for his extraordinary life potential, he would have died more than 10 times over. Finally, the heavenly punishment disappeared. That final lightning radiance unwillingly turned into ripples and dimmed. The world became peaceful again. Yi Fan crossed the cosmos, hiding his aura to avoid the pursuit. He had completed the tribulation and reached great success. He needed to find a place to recover, and he needed endless essence energy to strengthen his body and reach the corresponding Great Circle realm. However, did the Supreme Beings give him this time? They wanted to kill him at this time, erase both his body and soul. This was a great escape. Yi Fan rushed to the desolate border of the cosmos, walking through the lifeless land of death. He continuously changed locations, but he just couldn't break free. More and more blood flowed out. Boom. In the direction of the Big Dipper, in the life-restricted region, it was unknown who it was. Several large hands flew over together, even more terrifying than before. At the same time, in the direction of the tyrant body ancestral star, 2 large hands also did the same. They materialized and hacked over. They attacked together, and if Yi Fan was hit again, he would undoubtedly die. No one could withstand the simultaneous attacks of several supreme beings. This is the moment. Yi Fan roared loudly. His hands moved about, and the Wuxia technique blossomed with astonishing brilliance. Above his head, the myriad energy cauldron shone, and heaven overflowing light rushed out from within. This was like a vast ocean that swept over, submerging the large hands. Moreover, at this moment, a bell rang, shaking the cosmos. This place was ignited. That was the imprint of the laws of the immortal bell, the divine chains of order of the immortal artifact. At this time, it exploded as if a great apocalypse had occurred, destroying the desolate border of the cosmos. Primal chaos submerged eternity. Blood splashed everywhere, and the imprints of heaven and earth shattered. The large hands were ghastly white, and then they melted and exploded. The incarnations of the supreme beings all suffered serious injuries. The unmatched immortal artifact suddenly shattered, causing the unprepared supreme beings to suffer greatly. Yi Fan used this rare opportunity to form seals with both hands. His left hand carved out the Yin character, and his right drew out the universe character. Heaven and earth collapsed and a space-time passageway was formed. He rushed in just like that, fleeing into the distance. Primal chaos spread and the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The immortal bell's law fragments destroyed the void, erasing all traces he left behind. Under the clear and cold night sky, all sounds were quiet. Yi Fan sat there, slowly breathing in and out. He didn't swallow the heaven and earth essence on a large scale, or else this entire star domain would become dim, and he would definitely be discovered. He was currently slowly refining the essence into energy, strengthening his body, starting from the most basic. This time, his injuries were too serious and his body and soul were almost destroyed. Even with the secret character, he couldn't endure it. After crossing the heavenly tribulation, he was killed again. He was almost beaten into a cripple and he made it through with great difficulty. The stars in the sky, the endless river of stars, every star shot out a beam of light, entering his pores. Even though he was suppressing it, he still had a great completion saint physique after all. No matter what, he had to swallow a sea of essence energy, and just a slight absorption created this kind of scene. Every cell in Yi Fan's body was a bottomless pit, and he wanted nothing more than to suck the entire river of stars dry. However, he restrained himself. In the end, he left this place, heading to the next place to avoid making too much of a commotion and provoking a great enemy. He sat cross-legged again, slowly entering a meditative state, nurturing his primordial spirit, and smoothing out the cracks on its surface. After who knew how much time had passed, an explosive sound suddenly rang out. Yi Fan's head split into pieces, and his primordial spirit almost scattered. Right in front of him, there was a supreme being that transformed into a Tao body. The attack of supreme divine laws was about to destroy his primordial spirit. In the end, he was found again. The instant his primordial spirit became unstable, his body was also pierced through. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, scattering into the distance. After reassembling, they went into the distance again. Yi Fan swore that he would definitely flatten some life-restricted areas, and break through the ancestral caves of the great completion overlord physique lineage. Today he continuously suffered disasters, and these people continuously attacked viciously. Rise! Yi Fan roared. The azure deity weapon flew over, and he had long since hidden it in this star domain. He used the last of his strength to revive it and sweep it behind him. This was a great battle of escape. Before long, the heaven-devouring demon jar was also revived by Yi Fan to fight against the people behind him. The great escape began. Yi Fan threw caution to the wind. As long as he was given time, he would be able to strengthen himself, and before long he would be able to rule the world. Now it was fine as long as he survived. However, this was very difficult. He had passed 2 heavenly tribulations in a row, exceeding the expectations of the ancient supreme beings. He had missed the best opportunity to kill him, and now this might be his only chance. How could he give up? If he was given more time, there would be no one in this world who could keep him in check. Half a day later, Yi Fan was found again, and he was shattered by the overlord physique while he was sitting cross-legged. His heart was boiling with anger, and he crossed into the depths of the cosmic sea. He endured his anger and temporarily avoided the brunt of the attack. What made him regretful was that this time, the heaven-devouring jar didn't truly revive and turn into an empress like when it dealt with the undying heaven blade. As a result, his situation was not good, and he could only passively escape. Only 2 days later did the situation take a turn for the better. He entered the land of death of the numinous treasure celestial being, plunging into its sea of bitterness and rushing into its life-spring divine liquid. This was a type of crazy replenishment. Even though these things were of little value to the supreme beings and couldn't prolong their lives, for Yi Fan, they were priceless treasures. His flesh that was full of blood and cracks received nourishment, and his injuries became much better. This brought him an opportunity, giving him some buffer time. And time to him was life. In the following day he crossed the cosmic sea and continuously fled for his life. Even though he paid the price of blood, he also devoured endless starlight and primal chaos essence, strengthening his body. There were supreme beings who had a premonition that the situation was already hopeless. Without leaving the immortal origin, it would be difficult to kill Yi Fan. On the 4th day, Yi Fan directly disappeared from the supreme being's line of sight, breaking free from their pursuit. From time to time, traces of him would appear in various places, frantically devouring all kinds of essence energy. In the endless cosmos, large amounts of starry rivers became dim. In the end, he directly entered the sea of primal chaos and began to breathe in and out. The outcome was already set. After 4 days of recovery, he had the power to protect himself and was no longer afraid of a battle. Of course, he had to avoid it as much as possible and wait until he fully recovered. The people in the life-restricted region sighed. They knew that they couldn't stop it anymore. At the very least, Yi Fan could escape and survive. No one would have thought that Yi Fan spent an entire month to recover his injured body and refine the damaged cauldron. In the end, his body and weapon became extremely brilliant, reaching the peak of his life. And during this period of time, great waves had already been raised in various parts of the cosmos. The great image of Yi Fan's divine body swept through the world like a hurricane, shocking everyone. In particular, the fact that he killed a large success tyrant body had long been exposed. The entire world was shaken. He was truly going to be unrivaled under the heavens. Another half a month passed. Yi Fan opened his eyes and stood up from his cross-legged position in the void. A small cauldron landed in his palm. It was simple and natural, and there was Emperor's might pervading the air. Has this day finally arrived? Yi Fan's gaze was ice-cold. He walked through the cosmos, no longer concealing his whereabouts and aura. He could now overlook the world, no longer fearing the life-restricted region. Yi Fan, he has reached the large success stage and survived. In the celestial court, someone cried tears of joy. Then world-shaking cheers erupted. He has finally reached the great circle of the Saint Physique and can challenge a great emperor. What will Master do?